Like if you've ever seen the opening scene, there's like a bajillion people dancing on cars. I want to know if that was like real or if that was like a green screen. And I didn't know. You strike me as a La La Land guy. That's why I just wanted to come out and get it off my mind.
I'm more of a musical theater kind of guy, a Les Mis kind of guy, a Stephen Sondheim kind of guy, for being honest. So, yeah.
You look wonderful, by the way, with the scarf. Is that the Packers scarf?
No, it's a
Packers
Milwaukee
colors.
Bucks. Milwaukee Bucks
Okay.
scarf. Here are the Jersey. So the old green uniforms. Yeah, it's currently snowing and like 15 degrees out. I actually came in from shoveling just to do this sim with you, Emerson Lotzi, about 6 inches outside. It's still coming down. We have to go out and mold the city of Madison. This is why.
Yeah, that's talent, dude.
It's incredible.
Like those guys, after a while, you got to have it like down to a T, right? Like it's down to like a science. When you roll up to a certain point, you know if you've gone too far or you're not far enough.
If it was me, there would just be trash everywhere. The beautiful pillowy white snow would just be strewn with debris. But because we have true professionals here in the great state of Wisconsin, there's no trash anywhere. It's just in my lineup. Oh, segue. Oh, let's go.
Oh, my God. You're the king, dude. You're the absolute king. Someone give this man a raise for that segue. Perfect. All right, so tell me, lineups have locked. You can share your lineup. It is San Francisco. It is the Cowboys. I think that's the first time we mentioned that. But go ahead. Tell me what you ended up doing.
I went against my better instincts because Raheem Mostert is a sim beast, but lately has not been himself. One 20-point game in his last 10 sims or 6 sims or whatever. He had 3 points like 3 sims ago. So he's going off at a pretty cheap 8K in the flex. I captained him for 12K. That let me really kind of load up my lineup behind him. Zeke Elliott, George Kittle, who I've thought about captaining, might have a breakthrough game just to spite me now. Michael Gallup, who has been coming on real hot lately. Kendrick Bourne and CeeDee Lamb to round things off. Emerson, where are you at?
All right, big guy. Here's what I did. Got a little crazy. I'm already tied for first place, so it can't be that bad. I'm in the Lunch Muffin Century Club contest here, 83 entries. I went with a captain, Greg Das Leg Zerline.
Of course.
That's exactly what I did. Eat it, dude. All right. Then Dak Prescott, Zeke Elliott, Jimmy G, Amari Cooper, and why the hell not, Robbie Gould. So I went with the Rossi stack the kicker strategy on a tasty Color Rush Tuesday. It doesn't get much better than that.
I mean, indoors, too. So a lot of wisdom, I think, behind that. Also, too, well, the Niners have a pretty good defense when everyone's healthy. Everyone was not healthy this year. They didn't have Richard Sherman for the bulk of the year. They were missing their Bosa brother. But that man, we just saw a brief glimpse of Fred Warner, absolute beast in the middle. So it might be a tougher day for Zeke Elliott. Maybe could be a bounce-back day for Raheem Mostert just because this team's run defense, the Dallas Cowboys could not stop anyone. They came on a little bit towards the end of the season, still failed to crack the top 20 in rushing defensive efficiency in a 32-team league. That is bad.
It is good to have all of you guys and gals with us today. Again, a full 6-game slate on tap. We've got Kaufman, and then you're going to hang around for the 2 o'clock game. Panthers at the Eagles, Broncos at Washington at 4. Then the late slate kicking off with America's team at the Ravens, the Seahawks at the Browns, the Titans at the Colts for some Madden After Dark with Lash and Tom. It is a wonderful day. It is an absolute glorious day here on the Dream Stream.
Always is. Unless Kenny and Ducey's involved.
Oh, God. No comment to Johnny Top Bunk. That's it. Burt Macklin, what's up, dude? Straight cast. I see Shane Thomas, who says start the game. The game is being started, my friend. Have some patience, please, my sweet chinchilla. Chris Boyd, Small Ben, Front and Turner, Emerson's forehead. What's going on? Sexual Chocolate says, Emerson, you guys need DK jackets like CBS Sports and Tony Romo and Jim Nantz. I said, I'm all about that. Or I'm fine with matching scarves as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the scarves seem like a child's play compared to a fine blazer. Like we just both won the Masters somewhere. I would be really into that. Like we're about to go into the Friars Club for dinner. Something
Hell yeah, man. CEH, Choker, Luke Murphy, Vince Stevenson, Eric Stern, Bert, what's cooking, everybody? 2nd and 9 coming up. Zeke managing just 1 yard on his first tote of the game. And then we got like Jarwin
Jarwin's
get in on the action.
Jarwin, of course, missed bulk of the year after tearing his ACL, but not bad. Looked like a true tight end one out there. His absence really helped destabilize the market in season-long fantasy for guys who can catch the ball off the line of scrimmage, but did give Dalton Schultz a chance to shine. Schultz looked good in stretches, especially when the man who just got smoked there, Dak Prescott, was his quarterback. Faded a little bit down the line, but, as expected, the downgrade from Dak Prescott, especially with the year he was having before he broke his ankle, to anyone else was always going to be stark. It's going to be really interesting to see what the Cowboys do this offseason. If they do anything other, Emerson, than franchise tag him for the second straight year, it'll be the dumbest decision Jerry Jones has ever made. If they let him go to free agency, it's going to be just a nightmare for this Dallas team. And they might have to, because their salary cap situation, always a giant mess.
It's maybe easier to find the Holy Grail than it is to find reasons why the Cowboys front office has not signed Dak yet. Seriously, I don't get it. And dude, when he had that injury, it's like the first thing that came to mind. It's like then you kind of were able to explain to folks out there, like, this is why these guys want these contracts so bad. I mean, a little bit of job security there, because now it kind of, does he get shafted? You think the Cowboys don't come with as much cash to the table if they decide to offer him a deal? Or do they go the franchise route again? Terrible, man.
Yeah, I think they're going to franchise him because they don't know what he's going to look like. But, the Dak Prescott we saw in 2020, the Dak Prescott we saw last year was more of a pocket passer. Yeah, he's mobile. Yeah, he can scramble. But his rushing yards, he was picking his spots more often. He wasn't rushing as much. He only had 52 carries last season, 18. So he's not like Lamar Jackson out there who would be severely hampered by an ankle injury, or if he can't get back to full strength. He should be fine, because Dak Prescott's strength is in that arm, in that ability to throw the ball. Really upgraded his game from a guy who was a good kind of caretaker quarterback to the kind of guy who can throw for 300 plus yards per game, who can put together a 5,000 yard season. And really, that is instrumental to the Cowboys' success going forward. We saw how bad they were without him in there. We saw how bad they were with him in there, because that defense is a nightmare. But as we go, a little first down jaunt there for Raheem Mostert into positive yardage for him, or further into positive yardage for him. Picking up the first down of the game here, 5 minutes into the first quarter.
Raheem Mostert, the fastest player on the San Francisco 49ers here, 95 speed. He's listed as that third down back, that power back, so kind of Johnny do-it-all. Jimmy G, his quarterback there in the shotgun, 83 overall, awareness 87. Short throw accuracy 91, medium and deep in the mid-80s there, as Raheem to the stream. Mostert now up to 20 yards on 4 carries.
It would be nice if he could have a little bit of a bounce back. Once a true king in Simland, but last game didn't crack 9 points. Game before that, 13 points, which fine, it's not Raheem Mostert level numbers. Before that, 8.5. Before that, 3. This is a guy who was averaging 20 plus for a while, and really took a little sudden downturn after the latest round of updates. But he's got the Madden bona fides. The stats should be there. He's fast as hell. No injuries turned on in this game. That's really been the only one major dark spot on his rise from practice squad refugee to starting tailback for this San Francisco 49ers team.
What's going on with everyone on Twitch today? Twitch.tv/DraftKings CEH. Retees, did you know? You are a chinchilla, Retee. P. Fooligan, Possum Grape. I see Rufus Von Lotz is hanging out today. Train Island. Chicago Sports, Quan Chapo. Germ, A+. If I repeat your name, it's because I don't remember if I said it yet or not. Energy, 311. Ooh, man. I remember jamming out some 311 back in the day. I'll still put it on now every once in a while, you know?
Real low-key, real chill song. That was just a perfect song for a certain subset of people who may have a certain smell going for them and may just want to hang out and and relax for a little bit. It was the perfect song for certain activities.
What's the color of your energy, dude?
Amber, clear.
Yeah, yes, it is. All right, 3rd and 5. 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Let's go. That's no dice, bro. No dice. First incompletion of the day for Jimmy G. Brother Phil, what's up, dude? I see it on there. I see him. What's going on with Jimmy G? What's going on?
That's what I was going to bring up. It's going to be a real interesting situation, not only because the Niners didn't really have too much of a drop-off going from Jimmy G once he was injured to Nick Mullins, C.J. Beathard. They didn't win more games when he was gone. He had the best record. He won more games than any other quarterback, despite only playing 6 of them for the Niners this year. But they might decide, you know what, we don't want to have this. We don't want to take on the salary anymore. We got other things to deal with here. The Niners got a little bit of cap space, but by clearing Jimmy G, they would save about $23 million more, put them up around the $35 million mark, and give them a chance to really go after some of those pending free agents, reward Jason Verrett for his awesome comeback season. Jason Verrett, by the way, would be the comeback player of the year, if not for Alex Smith, showing us what a man with one leg can do at quarterback.
Dude, could Matt Stafford be the 49ers' best option for a Jimmy G upgrade if they want it?
That is exactly what I'm thinking. I'm actually in the process of writing that up for tomorrow's post route.
Holy hell, look at that, dude. It's like I know you, man. I know you. I'm literally teeing you up. So what else you got? Can you give us like a sneak peek? Can you take us inside that big beefy brain of yours and what's cooking?
There are a whole bunch of teams that could use him. Cough and I went down the list, and nearly half the league has an uncertain quarterback situation. They don't have a firmly entrenched starter. So there's a lot of teams that could use a Stafford. For me, is number one spot the Colts, because the Colts are a ready-made plug-and-play playoff team. They got that fun, young receiving core led by Michael Pittman. Zach Pascal has looked good. They can add another top-tier wideout in this year's draft or in free agency because they have a ton of space and great offensive line. So, like, great running backs, great young running backs between guys like Mack and Nyheim Hines and my guy Jonathan Taylor. So a lot to like if you're Matthew Stafford. You can rewrite your history in Indianapolis. Also,
hold on. No, my God. Come on, people. That is 1,000% a safety if I've ever seen a safety in my entire sim life.
The very generous with forward momentum and forward progress in these sims, Emerson. Every time you think there's going to be a safety, like,
Dude, let me tell you what. Is this 3rd and a mile, or do we have 4th down?
4th and 33. So we are in block.
This is incredible. Yes, this is what I need. I right now, I don't even know what I'll do. I'll do something wild and crazy, kids. Just like the old show on Nickelodeon. If we can get ourselves a block punt right now for a touchdown. 4th and 33. Let's go. Oh, they don't even send anybody. This is terrible.
Look at that. What? That was a 70.
That's amazing.
Punt. How did the Cowboys flip the field from their own end? Why wasn't there a return on that? What?
Hey, relax. It's all good, man. It's all good. You're getting all worked up like Glash, man.
I just wanted to be this sim to be special, Emerson, because you and me, it's the best friend squad.
Ooh, Raheem gonna have a little face mask penalty on top of that, I think. But prior to that, no, we're holding. So like Nick Bosa was the one causing all the problems on that last series there for the Cowboys, and he's in the zone. He's one of those X factors on that San Francisco defense. But how disappointing it was for the special teams there for San Francisco to not just send the whole house.
A real bummer. And Bosa is one of those guys, he's still playing out the rookie contract, but he is nearing extension time. And the Niners have a ton of free agents to take care of, including Solomon Thomas, including Trent Williams, who they traded, freed from the Washington football team. He's 33, but he's still good. Kyle Juszczyk, they love Juszczyk there. They're going to want to keep him around. They're probably not going to want to pay him the richest fullback salary in NFL history by a large margin again, but maybe they will. Who the hell knows? And they got to figure out what to do with Richard Sherman. So if they want to keep all those guys, Jimmy G's got to go. And maybe Jimmy G would be a great candidate to go to one of those Matthew Stafford landing spots. He'd be okay with the Colts. Colts could not only scoop him up, but block him from going to the Patriots. Remember Chris Ballard? The rivalry's back on. Well, that would be a great way to further the rivalry. We stop Jimmy Garoppolo from returning to New England and reclaiming his glory, reclaiming his throne as the future quarterback of the New England Patriots. But it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a real fun game of quarterback musical chairs this offseason. It's going to be a lot to write about, a lot to watch. Rust don't sleep, and nothing is rustier than the NFL.
0-0. Bagels on the board after one quarter. Absolutely epic. Even Small Ben 7 says, I can't stand the amount of runs wasting time in this sim. Here's one of my favorite comments so far. It's, hey, you. Is this Madden 1921? 5 rushes up the middle. Even Andrew on the 1s and 2s going back to what should have been a block punt attempt at least. Yeah. If there's a sim god, they will block this. And, of course, there's no longer a sim god. So I'm sorry to ruin any dreams that you had there, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that back there. Look at her. Look at that sweet little chinchilla. Just chilling out.
Tucks it in, hanging out, being a good dog. Keeping her anal glands under control, which we all do.
yeah, dude. Ever since we had the anal gland situation live on air last week, the glands have stayed super cool, calm, and collected. So shout out to my dog's anal glands. But hopefully we get some more points. Hopefully get some more offensive action because right now, looking at the contest, it's ugly.
It is. It's been
what what does the first place team have right now? 11.67 points, at least in our lunch muffin century club contest. But if you want to go
8 points in top 25.
Hey, I will say this, Barb 228 in the 13,000 entry free showdown. Currently 34 points, 34 and a half points. Of course, it's the 49ers defense in the captain spot, then Dak, Jimmy G, Amari Cooper, Raheem, and Cowboys defense.
Yeah. Stacking the Ds. I mean, I would not have recommended it, yet here we are. Sometimes you got to swim upstream to find your spawning ground. I was trying to come up with a better salmon-based metaphor for that, but I just ended up with fish sex, and I apologize to everyone out
there. Dude, Tom Brady. Oh, I like that one. Tom Brady. Emerson, got my 2 dogs watching with me as well today. They are hooked on Madden. Aren't we all? There's a reason we are all here right now. The reason why you and I are hanging out, Christian, and Andrew on the 1s and 2s, producer Drew, Derek from the ops team. Looks like Derek is the only one from the ops team right now. Oh, no, Zoom kicked out our other friend. I guess Zoom is just farting all over itself around the country right now. But we're up and running so far, but more than 600 people hanging out. 11 likes away from 100.
Nice.
You guys feel
hit that like button if you think Zoom's got that charter internet, that D'Andrea internet right now, and that's the problem.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of that, following you on Twitter, what was it last week? I think you were posting some screen grabs of your conversation with your local cable company that will remain unnamed right now. And you were very passionate and very straightforward with them and just got right to the point. You did not beat around any kind of bush.
No, it started out that way, and I'm not the yell at customer service people guys, because it's not their fault. They're not the ones flipping the switches, controlling anything behind the scenes. They're just trying to get through their day without dealing with lunatics. So but that was a situation where they're like, we screwed all this up, but we have no interest in admitting that, and we're not going to fix it. So it's just like, thank you. You were no help whatsoever. My internet is still garbage, and I'm paying you $200 a month for services I've never used. So finally, after 8 hours total, dealing with them over 2 days in customer service, they got me to a guy who could help. And even he was just like the first thing he did when we got on the phone was loud sigh, loud exhale. I was clearly taking him away from a League of Legends game somewhere. And he was like, all right, well, I'm a fixer. Let's fix this. I'm like, all right, cool, fixer. Looking forward to this 45-minute conversation where you tell me how screwed up my internet is and how you are completely unable to fix it. That's all I've gotten out of you, Charter Internet.
One of the most epically horrible sims I have ever been on we are watching right now, but at least Jimmy G is 6 of 7 for 47 yards. We do have under 5 minutes to play now in the first half. Major life announcement following the sim, which I'm hoping the sim is just over as soon as possible, because my dog will be meeting producer Madison's dog.
Whoa, another dog summit.
Yes, yeah, it's incredible. That's why it's like one day I hope like you kind of return to the New England area for a visit, bring your hairy little man, your little sausage man, and let him hang out, you know?
He's never seen the East Coast. He would be so impressed.
Well, it's cold as hell here like it is where you are. This weekend, like first tweet I see when I open up Twitter this morning, and for some reason I continue opening up Twitter every morning, first thing I do because I hate myself.
Yeah.
I'll absolutely love if Robbie Gold could deliver 4 points for my lineup right now. Yeah. Let's go, baby.
Robbie,
We're on the board.
Robbie, don't miss those.
Dude, wind chill this weekend is going to be like minus 20 on Saturday morning. So guys who live up here in the New England area, producer Drew and Andrew and Derek, you guys be safe, man, and snuggle up with your fur babies and your significant others. Snuggle alert. Hashtag.
There are, and maybe there, I don't know what the season is in the Rhode Island Interscholastic League, but these were the times where no matter what, our indoor track coach would make us run outside. So we would be putting out like 7-milers, 5-milers in the 20-degree wind chill, bundled up. It would be like 8-minute miles just because we didn't have any mobility. And I remember praying to the weather gods that it would end. And I have such horrible, terrible memories of that. And they all came flooding back when you mentioned negative 20 wind chill in New England. But fun fact, that track coach currently in jail.
Oh,
not related to his torture of high school distance runners, but instead he was just a corrupt Rhode Island politician, which is kind of redundant, but he was more corrupt than the average.
Hold on a second. What do we have some Twitch drama going on here? I don't know. Germ and tags both of us, says we got a free tag. Is it?
Yeah. I'm not sure what tag did, but if I had to guess, I would say it was something about Kenny. And as much as I love Tag, he is a very nice person to me, but he probably deserved it.
Okay.
He did not hold that on poor Kenny Ducey.
All right, I'm not going to dive into that. I'm not going to open up that book. We got other drama and stuff to be cooking. I'm not sure if Glash mentioned to you guys too. He completely opened the door for this over the weekend. Everyone knows my wife is a Buffalo Bills fan, so she was a little heartbroken when we were watching that loss on Sunday night. And she replied, she was getting very annoyed with Glash's tweets, as many of us do, because Glash just sits there and gets all hot and bothered over Tom Brady and
just chugs the Kool-Aid.
Yes, he does. He chugs a lot of things. And my wife was like basically annoyed and replied to one of his tweets. He said, "Don't worry, I will buy you Chick-fil-A." And so I immediately screen grabbed that. We have receipts. So he has offered to buy the family Chick-fil-A once again, which we hope will be safely and socially distanced delivered later this week or early next week. But I will make sure to remind him every day. So you guys, please hold him accountable as well.
Dude, that sounds great. That might have to be my cheat this week. I've been doing the post-holiday cut, which means a lot of tuna and like hot jardinera and like rotisserie chicken shredded and a lot of instant pot lean stuff with rice and nice. It's just been a very boring week for me, and I've been cutting out the carbs elsewhere, and especially in terms of beverage. I want to be able to get that weight back down, that body fat back down to a point where I can just get my weekends back. And so hopefully Saturday I'll be at a point where I can just go to work on like a 30-count nugget and a grilled chicken sandwich and a large waffle fry with a Coke Zero, because
dude, I love Coke Zero, man.
It's good. It's great.
It's my absolute favorite.
Especially if you can find cherry Coke Zero, as Big Bomb here from Jimmy.
Let's go! Oh, he likes that double coverage, man. So he's 6 of 9 right now, which is not great for 47 yards. Jimmy G, his ownership, dude. Drew, is this real, dude? So what do we got? Zeke Elliott, 38%. Mostert, 38%. Jimmy G's only 6% owned. Is that classic?
That's got to be the classic.
That's got to be classic. I'm looking at that. Drew, what the hell's going on with you, man?
What the hell's going on? He just tuned into this game. He is very much vibing in the same frequency as both offenses.
Dude, so here we go. 22% own Jimmy G in the showdown. So north of 13,000 entries. Mark Cooper 39%, Kittle 52. He threw on some 311 and lost track of time.
Oh, Jimmy G very nearly picked off, throwing into triple coverage at that time. He heard what you said, Emerson. He proved you wrong. He doesn't just love double coverage. He'll throw it when there are 3 guys up there. And honestly, that was a Tom Brady second half kind of throw right there.
Yeah. Just going back to like Jimmy G real quick.
Sure.
So I saw that they were they have mentioned, and by they I mean Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They've repeatedly said they view him as the team starter. Now whether that actually happens or not is a whole nother situation, a whole nother conversation. Now his what's like the contract situation there? I think you mentioned earlier, like it wouldn't be too much of a financial hit to either trade him or cut him. Is that correct?
Yeah. So let's pull up the financials from our good friends at overthecap.com. If you need anything salary cap related, especially when it comes to trades, what a guy's going to cost if he's traded away, overthecap.com, outstanding resource. They don't pay us for anything. It's just a completely free endorsement because they're awesome. If they release or trade Jimmy G before June 1st, they'll save $24 million in cap space. They're only going to pay $2.8 million in dead cap. If they cut or trade him after that, the savings go up to 25.5, but I doubt they would do that then. So yeah, there is a very, very real impetus. Do you think Jimmy G is $25 million better than Nick Mullins or CJ Beathard? And Mullins, he's a free agent, but he's a restricted free agent. And Beathard, I believe, is under contract for 1 more year. Maybe they give him the reins and say, you know what, go out there, be a game manager, try to get some things done, and let our defense take over. Because the defense is still pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Also, they have Josh Rosen waiting in the wings, kind of. He's a free agent, too. They just kind of signed him on a lark. But maybe they get wild as, why are you running on 3rd and 15? My God, this sim is terrible.
Yeah, all right, okay. Hey, woosah.
Yeah.
So he's set to be the 11th
Is that a real
highest?
thing? Is that a real thing? Because I saw Angelina from Jersey Shore do that, and I could have sworn she just made it up. She's a weirdo.
What, woosah?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it from like Bad Boys? It's like, yeah, you grab like the earlobes there because it was like their police chief or something. I think it was in the OG, the first edition of Bad Boys. Not to be confused with Tom Brady and Gronk. But yeah, dude, sometimes I do it and it never works. Never works.
Yeah.
What I do now when I'm like frustrated or I start to become a little disgruntled, and it's something my dad taught me like way back in the day. He said, you hug a dog, it'll take all the meanness out of you. So I just take my dog and I just squeeze her and I hug her and I smooch her and she's like, what the hell is wrong with you? And I'm like, this is making me feel better. Well, you can have it for your little meat wagon. Oh my God, how do you drop that, bro?
No, my dog, he's a cuddler, man. He doesn't have any fur. That's part of it. You know, he's a pit bull to begin with, so short fur. Born in a polar vortex, so -20 when he was outside. He had mites. He was just a sad, quivering ball of loneliness when we adopted him. But his hair, like on his belly, never grew back. Now he's got allergies, so it's getting even worse. Like he's licking all his fur. So he is a heat thief. What do you put a sweater on him or something? Is he one of those dogs that's cool if you put a sweater or a t-shirt on him and stuff? He is now. He's got like one warm sweater. We bought him a bunch of pajamas. The problem is he's a dumb monster. So there are times where he'll go outside, not realize that he's caught in his own pajamas and just pee right up his own clothing, which is Less fun.
Hey, man, peeing yourself is cool. Consider me Miles Davis. Criminal Bob's like, this dude watches Jersey Shore. Hell yeah, man. Dude, I miss Jersey Shore. I can't get back into, like, the whole Jersey Shore, like, reunion thing. It's just, it'll never be the same. It's just like people, I can't believe you watched The Bachelor. It's like, yeah. I haven't seen the past few weeks, whatever. I get the updates from my wife or producer Drew, who's into it as well.
Dude, it's getting, like, real frustrating to watch because it used to be like, oh, they're just kind of like us and, like, DJ Paul D's a Rhode Islander. You know, I used to know him way back when, like, as acquaintances. We were just a skinny kid with wearing an A shirt and a gold chain, roughly the width of a human hair. But like now, like they got all this money, and it's like, man, how is the situation to have a house like that after he went to jail for tax evasion? Like, how are they making this much? It's one of those things that's very frustrating as a grown adult, and like it's not like a hater thing. It's just like, man, like does this job really pay that much? Like, Jersey Shore Family Reunion is giving you money to buy acres of land in New Jersey. Like, okay, man, that's like good for you. That's awesome. But at the same time, it's like, I got to do something like these people, like out there raising families, beautiful homes.
There you go. Dallas recovering the fumble by Jimmy G, who started off, it was like 6 of 7, right? I think he's like 6 of 12, 6 of 13, 6 of 14, something like that. He is just completely gone off the rails, similar to us here on these Sims, day in and day out. But now the Cowboys, I don't know how many timeouts they still have left, but they are within. Okay, so they're within striking distance, already within Greg the Leg Zerline territory. But hell, be aggressive, be aggressive. Try to put some points on, for crying out loud. People are miserable watching this, but we're all in this together. We're the DK Sim fam on the Dream Stream. Let's go. Give us something. Give us something that'll tickle our fancy, please. Dak Prescott winding up and going to Michael Gallup. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, Gallup's on the board, and that play took, what, about 8 seconds off the clock. So they can run one more play here, probably, assuming we don't get like a Dak Prescott scrambles backward, gets sacked after 15 seconds type situation, which we very may well. This has been that kind of sim. This could be just a continued staggering through a desert of fantasy points. But let's see if, Bosa's X Factor is lit. Could be a problem. Instead, quick hit.
Yeah, stay on your feet,
4,
bro.
3. All right, and we are about to get a game-tying Greg the Leg field goal. So you took Jason Rossi's advice. He would be very proud. Stack the kickers. About to pay off here because you're going to have 100% of the points scored on the scoreboard if you roster Robbie Gold and Greg Zerline.
Dude, I am still sitting 82 out of 83 entries, though, in our contest. But this will change everything. Come on, Captain. Oh, Captain, my sweet, sweet Captain. 3 points delivered. 3-3 at halftime. That's where we're at.
Just a terrible sim so far. I mean, the good news is it's going quickly. We don't have to watch. We won't have to watch an hour and a half of this. Knock on wood. But I mean, the Niners kind of moved the ball. Jimmy G looks awful, but Raheem Mostert looks okay. Zeke Elliott hasn't gotten anything started. Dak Prescott hasn't gotten anything. The guys that we expected to show out in this sim have done next to nothing. Look at that. Between the two, Prescott and Garoppolo, 97 passing yards. They are not on pace to break 200 between them. Dak, especially, Dak is going to go for under 100 unless he picks things right the hell up. Ugh.
All right, the fact, I want to look at everyone in their eyes when I say this. The fact that there is almost 700 people watching on YouTube. Let me poke over to Twitch really quick because I love my Twitch fam. About 82 on Twitch. The fact that all of you guys are here, though, hanging out, spending time with us, spending time with each other for a 3-3 game on a Tuesday at noon just goes to show how much we love each other and why we got each other's backs. Come on, second half, nowhere to go but up. Actually, we could go down. It could be 0 points. We could go to overtime, tied at 3. So forget being glass half full. I'm glass half empty, and I hate it here.
Yeah, no, I mean, those among us who've remembered all those Matthew Stafford sims in which he had negative points going to halftime, we know it could be worse. But these two teams, this should be a shootout. This is two blue blood franchises with great offenses and great running backs, and 3 points each.
Well, I'm eating a frozen Uncrustable.
Ooh,
I don't know
frozen.
my life's that.
Is that? I mean, do you mean it to be frozen? Is that like eating a frozen Snickers, or
It's really good. No, you're supposed to let it thaw out. If you eat it cold, it's so great.
Yeah.
It's not gonna like break your teeth or anything, but yeah, it kind of is. That's a perfect analogy. It is like a frozen Snickers. We have ice cream Snickers too.
Oh man,
We have
dude,
literally anything you can think of in our freezer.
I haven't had an ice cream Snickers bar in so long. They're damn near perfect. The crispiness on the chocolate on the outside edges, it's just, oh man, it's what a Klondike bar strives to be.
This is funny here. Tom Brady says, "Hit the like for Christian's internet working today." Well, hold on.
I mean, knock on wood for that one, man.
we still have a whole half to get through.
Yeah, we're only halfway there, and the way this sim is going, it'll crap out right around the time someone begins to at least get near the red zone. So, knocking on wood, fingers crossed. Theoretically, it's fixed, but we said that yesterday, and I missed like the entire pregame with cough. So, who the hell knows? Yeah, we still have a sim and math, and I'm back at the 2 p.m. too. So let's not count any chickens before they hatch.
Sexual Chocolate says, "I'm all for Tecmo Bowl Sims." I can tell you right now, if this was Tecmo Bowl, at least we'd be able to hit the reset button.
I still got Tecmo Super Bowl downstairs on the original NES. It was a gift from one of the best gifts I've ever received from my high school girlfriend when I went to college. I skipped so many French classes to play Tecmo Super Bowl and Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. And when I finally beat Iron Mike, it was over the summer. My roommates had all gone. I was back in Rhode Island. I literally called each and every one of them up to tell them about beating Mike Tyson in Punch-Out. It was that much of
He was one of the more dominant video game characters.
Oh, he was like early Madden Michael Vick or QB Eagles in Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, I get all the respect that Tecmo Bo Jackson got, but like Bo Jackson was not that much overpowered compared to guys like Barry Sanders and Christian Okoye, especially back in Tecmo Bowl. Christian Okoye would never go down with the first tackle. He typically like 80% of the second tackles failed. He would just shut guys off because he looked like an absolute freight train in pads.
Yeah. You know, underrated sports game. Let's go, please.
Come on. Oh.
Damn you, Roger. Damn you. What do we have? Kendrick Bourne?
Kendrick Bourne. Bourne has been on a little bit of a heater lately. A guy who's gone from being kind of pushed down the stat line to a guy who does come through and typically give you between 5 and 15 points. Big show up, glow up from him there, and we might get some more Niners points here. Or, Jimmy G could get sacked 3 times and throw a pick. Who knows?
Jesus Christ, it's Kendrick Bourne. Let's go, Jimmy G. Don't screw
there
it
is. Taking advantage of the opportunity.
Well, okay. Well, what can you do? I thought I just read Surf Ninjas in the chat, and I did not, so that has my mind distracted now. But on 2nd and 10 from the 14, okay, Raheem to the stream. Mostert, 12 carries, 60 yards, down at the 3, 1st and goal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are closing in on what could possibly be history on the 26th day of the year 2021. First sim on this day in history of the world. We could have our first touchdown arriving before 12:45 Eastern time.
I mean, at this point, I would just hand it off to Mostert 4 more times to see what he can do. He's been the only thing consistent about this Niners offense, and it does look like they're showing a run. Only 6 on the line, though.
Let's go, baby!
Finally! Oh, my captain, Raheem Mostert. Only 1,200 in the top spot, but thanks to a string of underwhelming games, but he is the MVP of this one so far. Crashing into the end zone, we finally get a 6-pointer.
Brostert delivering the goods. As I take a sweet gander. Mostert 60% owned in the chunky free showdown. Zeke highest owned 69%. It's a Dak sandwich there because he's at 61. And then Kittle and Bitts 52. And CD Lamb rounds out the top 5 highest owned players in the free showdown, 47%. Another point for yours truly. Anyone else brave enough? Anyone else who was the complete opposite of a coward and decided to roster and stack both kickers? Reveal yourself. Show yourself.
Oh, will you be entering Rossi's Royal Rumble extravaganza, the pool?
What's going on with that?
I don't know. He sent me a message last night.
I don't trust him, dude. It's just like another one of his pyramid schemes for real. What's he doing?
I mean, I trust him as much as you can trust a lawnmower. Sure. I think he's a very reliable guy. If he lies to us, he gets turned to stone. I think that's exactly what the tradition holds.
Isn't that under the bridge? Wait, isn't that like it's the dude who lives under the bridge, right? And he goes out, and if the sun touches him, he turns into a rock.
Could be true.
Am I right on that, or is dude, I get all like the deaths of villains and stuff confused. Or is that a vampire?
No, I remember with gnomes. I think once they turn 400, they have to go to the forest and they become trees. And I remember that because if you watch David the Gnome on Nick Jr., that series ends with David and his wife dying, just deciding, we lived a long, good life. It was a valuable lesson for kids, but it was also like, the character from one of my favorite cartoons just died.
Wait a minute, that really happened on Nick Jr.?
Yeah. Dude, David the Gnome was like, it was originally like a European cartoon. They bought the rights to it and they revoiced it with Tom Bosley. And, because it's European and, they're basing everything on their terrible, horrible children are evil fairy tales. They didn't tone it down at all. Just like, okay, the fox is fine and he's very sad to see David and what's her face, Schnitzel Fritz or whatever his wife's name is. And they go off and die and the fox is just sad by himself. And kids learn a lesson and carry it with them until they're hosting Sims at 11:40 on a weekday.
I'm seeing some brave men and women in the chat who have decided to roster both kickers. CEH, both kickers and still in last. Same here, dude. It's all good. I'm down there with you, man. Bottom of the barrel. That's where we make our home.
From producer,
we're men of the people, though. All right? We're not in that upper echelon, that top 1% of all you smart human beings who decided to do the complete opposite.
I'm 6th right now in the Lunch Muffin Century Club. So, as a producer, Drew, I was in Ross's Royal Rumble pool one time. Somehow my guy was out in like the first round. Very fishy. So,
I'm telling you, every time I've entered one of those events and pools that he asks everyone to get in on the fun, everyone's eliminated early except him. This is all supposed to be like random. He's won like 3 different pools that I've entered in. I said, this is not right, dude. He's like one of those commissioners in fantasy football who always, the random selection always ends up in the top 1, 2, or 3 picks, in the draft. Yeah, get out of here. You're doing something illegal. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
This malfeasance will not stand.
Yeah. Yeah, is he he's on some Sims today, isn't he?
He's got to be. I actually just closed the
Yeah,
Sim.
here we go. He's Jaguars and Ravens. Oh, Rossi and Kenny. So that's a good one. That's a good one for you guys to kind of dive in a little bit to Rossi's sketchy management of these pools that he hosts. Don't worry, producer Drew, I got your back. And yeah, I'm going to respectfully decline to enter this. I don't want him abusing me or my friendship anymore.
Fair. I'm glad I talked it out before joining, before blindly Venmoing him.
Yeah. Do not do that. He's got to earn this, man. 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. It is 10-3. Emerson Latzia, Christian DeAndrea with you today. Andrew on the ones and twos. Producer Drew. Derek from the ops team. Yeah. All right, so this is good. Producer Drew thinks that Rossi has ping pong balls, like a set with the numbers that he uses to kind of randomly pick and put people in their places for like squares and that kind of stuff. But he thinks they're all weighted, so he knows exactly which one he's grabbing, the top ones.
Yeah, so this is like David Stern with the NBA draft lottery, only on a much smaller scale and somehow more important.
Yeah. I hate everyone says Raheem. Looking for some more Raheem action.
Aren't we all? I think we just finally got a little Debo action. Was that? That was Debo.
Drew Hampton, what's up, man? Emerson, long time no see, brother. Yeah, good to have you back. Absolutely, Broby Wan, you know it, an abusive friendship consistently with him. Someone's got to stand up to it. Christian will stand up to it as well now that his eyes have been open to the truth.
I'm just glad you guys clued me in.
Some sad news as well. Like you wake up today and you realize it's been 1 year since we lost Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
And the 8 others, including his daughter, in that helicopter crash. It was one of those days too, where I remember exactly where I was.
Oh yeah.
And when you get the text, you get the news, you start seeing Twitter and the reports, and your heart just kind of sinks, and you are questioning is this real? Is this really happening? One of those days too to kind of remind you, those closest to you, hug them a little tighter.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time you have with them.
It was one of those things too where it first popped up on TMZ. They didn't have any details, and I was like, "Oh man, is this legit? Are we doing this?" And it was the day of the Pro Bowl, and I was like, Finally, my first low-key Sunday in 5 months. I'm just gonna hang out, watch this stupid exhibition football game, make some gifs, write about it a little bit, and then just horrible news. And you find out the family was there. For a while, we didn't know if it was the entire Bryant family. We didn't know who was aboard. It was just absolutely brutal day. A lot of, what's the worst case scenario here? How bad could it be? And just a terrible day, and it was nice to see at the Pro Bowl a lot of nice Kobe tributes. I remember, I think Zadarius Smith got a sack. The entire NFC defense went up and did the fadeaway Kobe, with the leg out. And so it was one of those days where it was just it's nice to see these tributes to a guy who clearly touched a lot of people, touched a lot of lives. Obviously, he was a bit divisive as a figure, but you can't deny his greatness on the court. And clearly that Mamba mentality meant a lot to people who were struggling and trying to better themselves. So there's a lot to unpack with Kobe, but it just kind of set the tone, man, for what an awful year 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to get into it, but it's very possible that Kobe Bryant was the cork keeping all the horrible sour wine from spilling out.
Yeah. I just hope that all the families are surrounded by endless love and support today.
Yeah, gonna be a tough one. Your heart goes out to them, but at the very least, we can take comfort in knowing that they're not watching this sim. Because oh my God, Emerson, this has been a nightmare. This game is awful.
Indeed, it has been absolutely terrible. 10-3. Don't worry, everybody. The good news is there is only 1 quarter to go. The bad news is we're in a position here where one of the best worst sims I've ever called could go to overtime. I know. I don't want to say it, but I kind of got to say it.
I mean, the Niners
it's a possibility.
Niners are still driving. Let's give them hope there. But Cowboys stars in this one: 30 passing yards for Dak Prescott, 6 rushing yards for Zeke Elliott, -2. Zeke Elliott has 4 total yards through 3 quarters.
I don't say, man.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's really, really bad.
It's bad.
So, like, where are you guys in the contest that you decided to enter, and like, who needs to just go off in the fourth quarter? Because for me, here we go. How about this? Can I get like 5 field goals from Greg Zuerlein?
Ooh.
He's my captain, for crying out loud. Maybe like a few plays, few big meaty plays from Dak Prescott to like Amari Cooper. Cooper, 0 points.
Yeah,
Cooper has nothing right now.
Everyone's been at CeeDee Lamb, 0 points. Zeke Elliott, 2.4. Gallup, who had been on fire coming to this, 4.3. I mean, the good news is they're going to be throwing the ball a lot. They're probably going to be trailing by 2 scores once we get back to the fourth quarter. But Dak Prescott has not inspired confidence in that Dallas passing game. And Jimmy Garoppolo has not done much either, including that horrible throw on 1st and 10 there. So, I mean, good news. If I were a betting man, I would place a wager on a Robbie Gould field goal here, even though Raheem Mostert, 12 yards away from the bonus, has been the engine behind this offense. And granted, it's been like a 4-cylinder Geo Metro engine, the way things have been going in this game, but the engine nonetheless.
Bro, one of my my old social studies teacher, back when I was in like 4th or 5th grade, drove a Geo Metro hatchback. Incredible. It was small, it was red.
Just a garbage.
And we always looked for it. She was really mean to us, so we were always excited when her car was not in that spot in the mornings. Especially if like a substitute teacher.
Dude, I understand why she was mean. I mean, she had to drive that garbage car to work every morning.
Yeah.
Clearly something had gone wrong in her life that led to her purchasing a Geo Metro hatchback.
Yeah.
Probably didn't
Well, it was probably because she's a teacher, because teachers deserve to be paid so much more than they already are. Crying out loud, man. But that's a story for another day. But I do remember the joy of when you would be in the classroom and then teacher like wasn't there on time, and all of a sudden a sub would walk in, or maybe your teacher wanted to roll in the TV.
Yeah,
and then pop in a VHS tape.
Ooh, we got a first down here. So this drive continues, and just as importantly for us, continues to burn clock. Dante Pettis 3 for 21, which makes him one of the more productive wideouts in this game. Anyway, inside the red zone now for this 49ers offense. Could be good news for Raheem Mostert, who did get the call in the last red zone drive. The only red zone drive of the game, well, if you're discounting the Cowboys drive that ended in a field goal because the second half was running out.
Yeah. All right, Jimmy G, or just, hand it off to Raheem Mostert. You know, a lot of people commenting on YouTube just how when they watch you on these sims, they feel so cold because you always look like you are so cold.
It's true. It's Madison, Wisconsin, man. I can show you guys the frozen tundra ahead of me. You can see the dent I made in the driveway outside. I have barely I was out there for half an hour before this, taking advantage of my early morning, and I yet still barely covered anything. And it's still snowing. All the work I've done is being glossed over. The clouds have come in and put like 3 feet of heavy, condensed, compressed snow in the middle of my driveway. I'm going to be out there for a couple hours. So this winter gear, absolutely necessary. This lovely scarf, this wonderful Geeks Who Drink hoodie that you can only get by being a trivia host for 3+ years. Very warm, very toasty, and I'm glad you guys can all feel that warmth and conviviality that I'm displaying, not just through my words, but through my outfit.
Let's go, Jimmy G. All right, hey, listen, not a hot take here, maybe an unpopular opinion, but I'm fine with that. I have Robbie Gould in my lineup, and he's got just as many points, I think, as Jimmy G does right now. Yeah, so Robbie Gould has 5 points. Jimmy G has 5.8. Now Robbie Gould will go to 8 points after my guy drills the chip shot field goal, and a 10-point lead now for San Francisco, which, okay, Dak and company, maybe we see Amari Cooper finally, who is 25% owned in the extremely popular lunch muffin Century Club contest, but 39% owned, 9.2% in the captain spot in the big showdown, and he's got nothing to show for it. Absolutely nothing. It was $9,000 to roster in the flex. That's pathetic, dude. Contest. What is going on? Are you watching the Rossi video?
I am not. I'm going to get that one up afterwards.
Okay.
I am responding to, did you see that tremendous heckle of me? Looks like Christian takes clothes off a snowman before going on air.
Christian looks like he takes clothes off a snowman before going on air.
That is
oh
the
my
most
God,
accurate burn that I've ever heard on the Dream Stream, and I have no comeback for that.
That might be my favorite burn, because it's like, it's true, it's funny, like you can't get mad at that kind of burn. I mean, you could get mad right now if you have Dak Prescott or anyone else, skill position players on this Dallas offense, because that does not help you when you are sacked by the San Francisco defense. I will say this, you guys can help us one more time. 700 watching, 14 likes. That's all we need right now is 14 likes. We hit 150, and then we're going to hand it off to Kaufman and Christian for the 2 o'clock sim. Big day of sims here on Color Rush Tuesday. I'll rip through them one more time for you. 49ers at the Cowboys is this one. Panthers at the Eagles is coming up at 2. Broncos at Washington at 4. Jags, Ravens at 6. Seahawks, Browns at 8. Titans and Colts. A little AFC South showdown for Madden After Dark. It's Kaufman and Christian, then Kaufman and Kenny, then Rossi and Kenny, then Glash and Tom for the final 2. Love you guys, man. We hit it. Love you, mean it. I agree. Tom Brady again. Hit the like for Christian's internet. Guys, it's been flawless today.
So far, man. I got another sim after this. You guys are just trying. Oh, why are you throwing it away on 3rd and 12?
Dude, he's 7 of 10 for 36 yards. This has to be a record.
They've all been like little check down passes too. I mean, I don't think he's thrown a complete pass that traveled more than 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. You have to go for it here. Odds are bad. This is basically what the NFL wants the new onside kicker rule to be. It's stolen from the AAF, a 4th and 12 from deep in your own territory.
Oh, I love that. Oh, wow. He's going to wind up, test the atmosphere a little bit, and in triple coverage.
Oh, my God. The way that ball fell to the earth. Poor CeeDee Lamb. Never had a chance. No one read it correctly. Dak Prescott threw it about 10 yards over everyone's head, which good for him, but holy crap. What a nightmare.
So this would be right now if it ended. So he's like 35, 36 yards. This would obviously be his worst performance. So we are you got to go back.
Is that going to be the bonus for Raheem? It is.
Let's go, dude.
100 plus and a touchdown for him, and they need to burn clock. He's probably going to need a few more chances here to add to that total.
You got to go back like 25-ish games, and he has 59 passing yards against New England. He had 59 passing yards and just like 0 rushing yards. So a performance like that is Mostert just adding to it. We're under 4 minutes to play. He's at the punch. So we know who your crusty Kaufman player of the game is going to be.
I mean, there's no real alternative here. One guy has 20 plus points in the flex, and I don't think anyone else has more than 6. Kendrick Bourne has 8.6 points. I think he might be the second highest scorer in this game, and right behind him is the kicker Robbie Gould.
Fantasy Hawk in the house. Yeah, it says, looks like I didn't miss anything. You haven't missed a single thing, dude. And yes, Congo Cav, you nailed it. This is worse than Weather Wednesdays.
Oh, I signed up for an extra shift tomorrow, and I forgot it was Weather Wednesdays.
Really? Yeah. I actually I had something come up last minute, and I had to get off my shift tomorrow. So, does he get his feet down? No, he does not. That's incomplete. So I was supposed to be on the noon with Reed T, which I love. So now I'm off Weather Wednesday, and to help you guys out and to make it that much better, Kenny is going to fill in for me at noon tomorrow, which, oh man, should be a glorious time in the rain or snow or whatever the weather's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah.
You guys are ever, curious with what's coming up next, there is the Matted Streams information page with the schedule and stats and numbers and all that fun stuff. Start thinking ahead.
Kenny will also be there for my 2 p.m. stream tomorrow, where we will probably not talk about the game at all and instead just yell about quarterback rankings or whether or not he was incredibly stupid to root for the Jets or just regular stupid.
Thank you, Evans B. Says Emerson getting worse games no matter the day. It is so true, dude. I definitely have some kind of curse right now. But
Hey.
You know who's not cursed is my guy right here, Robbie Gold.
He's right now, he is the second highest scorer in this sim.
Just took me from 70 to 62. How about that, cowards?
He just took me from 5th to 7th in the Lazio free roll, and I am furious about it. I'm going to need a little Michael Gallup, CD Lamb to get back into the top 5. Would maybe possibly be my best finish ever in the friends and family free roll. We'll see.
Matthew, stop telling people to hit the dislike, dude. This was a terrible performance we've never seen from a team. But come on, man. Don't do that. We gotta lift each other up right now, for crying out loud. You had Christian DeAndrea was naked and afraid before this sim, went out to his front yard, stole the clothes off a snowman, and he's here because he cares about you, DK Simp fan. The Dream Stream is a priority to him. All right? He puts it above his family, his child, even his dog. We are everything to Christian, and we appreciate him for recognizing our greatness. Okay. You guys here on YouTube, man. I love y'all.
Oof, oh, wow. Just like that, the Cowboys finally showing signs of life. We got Amari Cooper involved. And right there, I believe that was a little Blake Jarwin action. So he's up to over 6 fantasy points today, which in this game qualifies as a good day. $16-3. Dak going to the air. Oh, no.
Oh my God, that could have been caught by like 5 different dudes.
Yeah.
Instead, no one decided to catch it. 9 of 14 for Dak Prescott.
Well, now we're going to have to wait and see if he can crack 100 passing yards today. Going to be tough.
Showing signs of life when it's over. Matthew's fired up about the performance between these two teams today. That's CD Lamb on the grab.
That's his first catch of the day. So he and Amari Cooper are racing their goose eggs. 54 net passing yards for this Cowboy offense. Cool.
Well, your 2 o'clock sim will likely be better than this, which is great. Incomplete pass.
4th and 4 coming. They're not sending Greg the leg out there. Get the hell out of here. They got to go for it.
No, come on, man. I need Greg the leg.
It would be. Yeah. Okay. All right. I would have died laughing if they just decided to kick the field goal and just play for the fantasy points. But instead, we're going to get a 4th and 4 attempt. Dak pressured, throws.
Oh, does he get in? He does. Holy hell, Blake Jarwin. Blake Jarwin, baby.
Barely breaking the plane, but a huge conversion. And the Cowboys have all 3 timeouts left. They might not be out of this one just yet. They're clearly going to try the onside kick after this, but if they can get a 3 and out, they are going to have a chance here, which is not something we expected as Jarwin just crashes into the end zone by the tiniest of margins. to ruin my team's day. Now outside the top 20. Very sad. Andrew behind the scenes. LaFleur would have kicked it. Yeah.
You know what? He would have. That was some garbage, dude.
Now I'm sad.
I'm telling you, it's like you worked your entire career. You worked your tail off to get there, to coach a team to one win away from the Super Bowl. You're down 8. You're inside the 10. And like, to me, it just says, okay, after your entire life working that hard to get there and have dreams, forget it. You no longer chase dreams, kids. It's pointless. Just give up on everything. That's what that decision tells me. My significant other disagrees. But even afterwards, and of course, hindsight is 20/20, as they say. He's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm kind of rethinking that decision.
I was very excited to learn the significant other was a steady observer of some great A10 basketball games back in her college career. Those were some cool things that you tweeted out. Obviously, solidifying the upstate Western New York bona fides that she has.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, you know, the Buffalo roots and Western New York out there, and like St. Bonaventure, and that spirit she has being a former Division I cheerleader. It was a perfect opportunity to just, kind of brag about how talented she is and continues to be. And, you know, she hasn't even peaked yet. That's the best part of it. Still on her way up. Okay, here we go. So the Cowboys are going to play the timeout game here. But Mostert, okay. More points, more fun.
Do it here. At the very least, the Niners are going to get a field goal out of this drive. Cowboys are going to lose at home, and this game will soon be over, in theory. Yeah, dude, that was the one thing I didn't get actual high-level college basketball, like, because I grew up in Rhode Island. We didn't have high-level college football. Yeah. My dad and I went to Brown University football games. We got to see some great Ivy League teams, but like basketball in Rhode Island is all you have for college sports. You had Providence. Every now and then you'd have URI. You know, like I go to Carnegie Mellon for undergrad, and the best we could do was like, oh, we're going to play the University of Chicago this week. We're going to go play NYU. We're going to play Emory. I was like, all right, cool. My senior year, we traveled to Princeton and beat Princeton, which was the high point of Carnegie Mellon men's basketball over the past 2 decades. Then we go to Vandy, and then 2 years, back-to-back years, Emerson, I'm in the stands watching my Commodores beat the number 1 ranked team in the country. One time it was Florida. One time it was Tennessee. Glorious. The glory years of Commodore basketball at a truly wonderful and unique auditorium, Memorial Gym.
One more time.
I go to Brown University. Hell yeah. Good for you. Great school and wonderful little football field out there. I used to love spending my Saturdays on the what seemed like was big time football, but was just pretty good football instead. All right, are they going to kick this? Are they going to make Emerson Lotzie the happiest man in America?
No, they're not. They're being phonies. They're just nope.
Dude, that Cowboys last minute drive pushed me from 5th to 22nd in the DK SimFam free roll, and I may never recover from it. I may never get over it.
I went 65 out of 83. And then currently in the ginormous 13,000 entry free showdown, Caveman would be a solo winner here if that holds. But what do you got? Let's get out of here. I got a doggy date. I got to go.
I mean,
so
clearly,
what's your question,
it's not even really a competition. Although, you know what, Dak Prescott came on late enough to make Jimmy Garoppolo the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award winner today. No, you know what? Give it to Zeke Elliott, Babysitter Billy him. He had 4 points today. 4. That's the number of horsemen there were. You can't have a horseman number and win anything besides the Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid award of the day. So he was terrible. And clearly the player of the game, the crusty cough, goes to Raheem Mostert. 40 points in the flex. finally getting back on the horse, putting together a solid effort after a string of disappointments, looking like Sim Mostert again. That's it. Let's run screaming from the sim. I will be back in about 45 minutes, me and Koff. We will be talking the sim, which will hopefully be better. We will, of course, be talking the playoffs, the Super Bowl. And based on our last broadcast together, Koff will probably spend about 15 minutes at a time just dunking on poor Brendan Glasheen. You should be there. I will be there.
Great.
And we are back together, Emerson, I believe, on Friday.
Okay. Yeah, I think for 2 of them too, right? You
Back
and
to
me.
back. Best friends squad reunited. I will look forward
Let's go,
to
sweet cheeks.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Andrew on the ones and twos, and producer Drew and Derek from the ops team. And most importantly, thank you, DK Sim fan, for being with us during that hellish sim we just put ourselves through. Love you all, though. I'll see everyone back here on Thursday. Peace out.
Well, hello again, DK Sim fam. Great to be with you. Of course, this guy right here coming on back for Sim number 2 of the day, Christian DeAndrea. For me, it is the first of 2. Adam Kaufman around for this one, the Madden Matinee, as well as the early bird special on the way in a couple hours. And this should be fun. We got Carolina and Philadelphia. Naturally, we'll get into all the other stuff, what's going on in the NFL. There's a, big game coming up in less than a couple weeks, and plenty of off-season considerations as well. But how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. I'm a little exhausted. Cough. At least 8 inches still coming down here in lovely Madison, Wisconsin. It's a rough 15 degrees out there. It's windy. I've been coming in and out. So I got the cold on the outside, sweaty on the inside combo going right now. I'm cranky. I'm rude. I'm mean. I'm ready for an Eagles game.
I'm starting to wonder if you know the definition of lovely or if that was just used sarcastically, because that sounds miserable. Yeah. That sounds at 8 inches and still going. Gross.
Yeah. We weren't supposed to get anything. We put the trash cans out last night, like just in case. There's 8% chance of snow. And this morning it was like, oh, I live in a frozen hellscape. That's right. The good news
I think we are actually, we're supposed to get some snow around here sometime this week, I think, as well. What were you saying? The good news is what?
I mean, we're snowed in, but where the hell am I going to go? You know?
Yeah, hey, plus side of a pandemic, I suppose.
Exactly.
So lineups have locked here for the Madden Matinee, the How Will Christian's Emernep Hold Up Today free roll is what we've decided to call this thing. Tell me, what have you got for your lineup?
Well, I paid down a little bit. I want to get both running backs in on this one. So I paid down in the captain spot, and that means Zach Ertz coming off a 15-point game. Only 10-5 in the captain spot? Yes, please. He's going up against a Carolina defense that has been in shambles since Luke Kuechly retired. And Kuechly was one of those guys who could shadow opposing tight ends. That whole secondary, that whole second level, they have a good defensive line in Carolina, but behind them, it's a mess. I think Ertz can eat, and I even stacked up both tight ends, Dallas Goedert, my punt play. But behind him, both running backs, of course, guys, are pretty much unavoidable. Threw Carson Wentz in there because I would like to live in a world where Carson Wentz is good again. And DJ Moore, just because those Eagles defensive backs have been a mess from now and forever. How about you, Koff? What does your lineup look like? What do I have to beat?
Yeah, so I don't love it. I was kind of similar-minded to you in terms of obviously the emphasis of getting the top 2 running backs in here. Christian McCaffrey and Miles Sanders are both in the flex. And I also wanted to pay up to get Carson Wentz in as well, because I figure we're going to be talking a lot about him. May as well be rooting him on here for the sake of my competition with the Sim fam. So captain, I went Alshon Jeffrey. Those 3 guys in the flex that I mentioned. And then RJ Anderson, not nearly as dominant in sim land as he was in real life, obviously. Of course, Teddy Bridgewater isn't either. And then Ian Thomas is not a full-on punt play. He's regularly involved, but, I guess in the scope of the rest of my lineup, he's kind of a punt play.
Yeah, at only 4,800, he made sense. I wanted to get Alshon in there. I was like, Alshon, the kicker. I couldn't afford it, so I went with the punt play and upgraded DJ Moore. That could come back and bite me. We'll have to wait and see. DJ, very talented, has superstar traits in the real world, but here in Simland, a bit hit or miss, under 12 fantasy points per game. Had just 2.2 in his last sim, but 22.2 the sim before that. Not too long ago, had 24.5 point performance. Capable of giving us some big numbers if need be.
Ugly toss on the run.
Yeah.
0 for 1 for Carson Wentz. We are underway. He is Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman. We got the Drew stack. Producer Drew, our technical director. They are 2 different people. I assure you, I see them in the Zoom window. We also have Jared and Derek, our great Game Ops crew. Thank you here for all of you for being with us. Fantasy Hawk says Alshon in the captain spot. Not bad. Kaufman here to win. Tell you what, Fantasy Hawk and everybody else, I have got I don't know how many it is. I'd have to go back and actually look at my lineup history and all that. But I'm on a decent stretch here where I've got at least a few consecutive top 20 finishes in these free rolls, not massive free rolls, the free rolls out of our, 200 people that we tend to do, our smaller free rolls, our more humble free rolls. And I want to keep threatening for victories, Christian. I don't want to be in the bottom 50 out of 200. I don't want to live down there anymore.
Well, I mean, you gotta balance those things off. If you're striving for a top 25 spot, you gotta accept the bottom 25 spots that come with them because you gotta be bold, especially in the DK Sim fan where everyone knows something. There are no fish in this pond; it's only sharks. And speaking of fish, Carson Wentz looking very fishy out there. 0 for 3 to start the game. That is a 13-second drive from the Philadelphia Eagles. They go 3 and out and punt it away to Teddy Bridgewater, a guy I want so badly to believe in. He had a hot start and then he cooled down considerably. Maybe opposing defenses figured out what to do with him. Maybe Matt Rule ran out of ideas. Maybe Robbie Anderson, his cooling period played a role, but I wanted the Teddy Bridgewater of the first 3, 4, 5 weeks to last the whole season, to show us all that he was still the guy. Instead, dealt with some injuries, cooled off a little bit, and now his starting job a bit in limbo in Carolina. They have a top 10 pick. They could be a destination for a guy like Trey Lance, or this is a Carolina team that has some weapons. They could move up in the draft, maybe get a top 5 spot, find themselves a quarterback. You know, we don't know what the Jets are going to do with the number 2 pick, but it seems like they may keep Darnold. At number 3, the Dolphins have already said they are committed to Tua. They're not going to be drafting a quarterback this year. Both those destinations got to be, they're going to be costly because you have a lot of guys who want to draft up, including the team at the number 7 pick, the Detroit Lions. But the Panthers can jump the line if they get creative and throw a big package to either the Jets or the Dolphins.
We'll keep building on all of that. Anything you guys want to get into, hit us up in the chat. I can tell you what Peace of Mind doesn't want to get into. Says, who is the over-under and how many times the commentators mentioned Tom Brady this sim? Producer Drew says, man, guys playing in the Super Bowl, we can't talk about him. The Brady fatigue is real. Ain't that the truth? That is absolutely true. Teddy Bridgewater in about a third of lineups in the larger free roll. Christian McCaffrey, the GOAT. As always, when it comes to the chalk anyway, not in terms of performance necessarily. He is in 3/4 of lineups, captain in 33% of lineups. Dante says, and this is most definitely directed toward you, scarf and headband combo is gas.
Yeah, man, you missed it before. Did you see this throughout the most accurate, perfect heckle I've heard on these streams where he said, I look like every stream, I look like I showed up after robbing a snowman, which, god damn, just the perfect burn. Like, I had to bring it up again because it was that good. Like, no response, no notes, perfect.
That is good. 2nd and 9, 3 minutes gone. Opening scoreless quarter again, Carolina, Philadelphia, virtual Philly. Whereas Christian noted, some people just coming on out angry. Bridgewater's perfect, 3 out of 3 for 32. Able to complete that pass there right into the hands of Ian Thomas. So Carter says, I don't know what you did, CDA, but man, that picture is crispy.
I had to scream at Charter Spectrum customer service reps and technicians for roughly 20 hours last week. And by scream, it was all very, very composed, very polite, a very composed, polite pointing out of all the ways they have failed me and all the ways their service is terrible. Because no one knew what anyone else was doing. One side would activate things and the other would cancel it immediately. And just a terrible, terrible company filled with very nice people who have no idea what they're doing.
But of course, if they're considering sponsoring the Dream Stream, we love them. Mike Bissell says, cough, binge Ted Lasso last night. Very heartwarming and funny. Another good recommendation from you, my friend. I'm saying, if you got Apple TV, folks, Ted Lasso, 10 episodes, you bang the whole thing. I mean, you could straight binge and be done with it in 5.5 hours or so, and it's great.
Yeah, cough. I'm very excited. I got my screener passport. So Apple TV wants us to vote for their stuff in the Writers Guild Awards or whatever. You terribly get a lot of terrible DVDs you will never watch. You will give to your nieces and nephews at some point down the line. But I got the Apple TV access code. I'm like 3.5 episodes into Ted Lasso. I'm like halfway through the Charity Ball episode. Liking it so far. And then, per your recommendation, got to get in deep into Mythic Quest. I got until March, so plenty of time to run through both those series.
So that's for the SAG Awards, you said?
No, that's Screenwriters. Just Writers Guild.
Screenwriters Guild. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the Screenwriters.
I know because a lot of what you're talking about, the screeners and that, I get those as part of the SAG-AFTRA union.
Oh, okay.
And so I'll get those, digital codes or screeners, DVDs in the mail, whatever. But those haven't started to arrive yet because I think like you said, with everything postponed due to the pandemic, I don't think the voting is happening till March. So I'm still waiting anxiously, eagerly to see what they're going to send out.
I get so much stuff from Netflix, like I'm not already subscribed. Netflix sends DVDs of every movie they make.
I know, it's wild.
But they also give you like a 3-month access code too, which is wasteful. They also send out screenplays of every movie. So it's just like a DVD and a tiny book I will never read. It is
really
tremendously wasteful. Netflix makes too much money.
Man, I got to get over there with doing what you're doing, getting screenplays and everything like that. Probably autographed copies from the actors. Drew says, yeah, you've seen Christian with his SAG card and John Wick in The Matrix. Touchdown, Carolina!
Beautiful start here from the Panthers.
Who's got Curtis Samuel?
Dirty Curdy. Free agent this year. Will be very interesting to see where he lands up. A lot of people think he'd be a great fit in New England. I'm one of them. He would be. He is very versatile. He's one of those guys that before this year would have been a buy low candidate. And here in Sinland, coming off a 101-yard, 2-touchdown performance, continuing to ride high. 3 touchdowns in his last 4.5 quarters. Balling.
So make it 7-0, a few minutes to go here in the opening quarter, and just continuing to catch up with what you guys are saying in the DraftKings conference room. Fantasy Hawk, a shout out to technical director Drew, loving the all black jerseys here for Philadelphia in this one. So shouts to Drew for that.
It's a good look.
Fantasy Hawk says, I believe you, Kaufman, because you're shooting up the leaderboard in the league, one spot behind me. I'm coming after you, Fantasy Hawk. Let's go. Let's party. Garrett says, most laid-back combo in The Sims. Always good vibes with Koff and the man bun himself.
Oh, man, if I win one of these, I will man.
Sexual Chocolate says, I'm curious what would actually make Christian raise his voice and scream at someone.
I mean, we don't yell. It's impolite.
I feel like I would just be hearing Keanu Reeves in like the John Wick movies or in Speed, like, you got to stay over 50 miles an hour. Keep your foot on the gas. I mean, I don't sound like Keanu, but if you were doing it, it would be dead on. It'd be scary accurate. Nice run from Miles Sanders.
Yeah, so Sanders, the key to unlocking this offense, it seems already a significantly better drive than the first one for this Eagles team. And we've already gotten what we didn't see in that first sim, which is first half touchdowns. Already a matchup between two bad defenses that is proving to be the offensive explosion, at least temporarily, that we hoped it would be. The last sim was just hot garbage.
Yeah, real bad.
Real bad. 3-3 at the half, 13-3 with like 2 minutes to play.
So you're saying we're already doing better then?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It would be very difficult not to.
So out of 161 entries in the Madden Matinee, the How Will Christian's Embernet Hold Up Today free roll, I'm sitting 68th right now. Not great. Viper, our friend Viper, and Peter L. Griffin tied for first currently with about an 8-point advantage. Of course, that helped by the Panthers DST and those 10 free points to this point. Closing in on the end of one as the Eagles are driving. They're into field goal range. Be a 50-yarder right now, but don't have to worry about that yet. 1st and 10 for Wentz after hitting Ertz with a completion.
Yeah, Ertz getting involved here. Well within Elliott range, although we are outside. It is Philadelphia. Weather could be a concern. I'm not sure what the wind's like. Didn't look like it was really going to play a factor in the pregame, but excuse me.
Charles says, Koff, do you watch Letterkenny? I'd love to sit in that writer's room for an hour. So I don't watch it on the regular, but I've seen it, and yeah, it's genius. I assume you've seen Letterkenny.
I am in the middle of the first season right now. I've heard so many good things about it, and it was like a Friday night. I needed something to stream. And then the lady friend got halfway through, and she's like, can we watch something else? I have to concentrate too much on this. And I was like, do you though?
Concentrate?
Like, it's not a show where you really need to follow the storylines pretty closely from what I gathered. I think it was just the dryness in the quick repartee was maybe not a great Friday night 11 p.m. watch for her.
Tom Brady, and it is not Tom Brady. It is TAWMBRAEDEE. Tom Brady is the username in the chat as we reach the end of 1-7-0 Carolina game. Says Christian, hey bro, you're a doppelganger of a good buddy of mine named Jared. You might be a little smarter though.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I have a lot of bad takes, and if we want to talk about how smart I am, let's look at my current showing in the Madden matinee, 143rd of 161 in the DK SimFan free roll. So maybe dial back on that. I do not have Teddy Bridgewater, but I do have Carson Wentz, who's 2 of 5 for 19 yards through one quarter and just murdering my fantasy hopes right now. Christian McCaffrey, Miles Sanders, 53 rush yards between them. Sanders is on bonus watch. He's on pace for about 132. We'll see if he gets there. Through the air, no one really of note here, but Curtis Samuel, 3 for 27, and Ian Thomas, tight end 1 for that Panthers team, 1 for 18. Might see him get a little bit more involved here. The top wideout for the Carolina Panther team, the guy I drafted, DJ Moore, nothing for him so far.
So I respect this actually. The Tom Brady username says he changed his name today to mess with Glash later on. Evidently, Glash is doing a couple of sims later and has sworn he will not even mention Tom Brady's name for the entirety of the sims. So I can't wait to be in the chat later to make sure that doesn't come to fruition, because he is 1,000% going to mention Brady so many times. But even if I am unsuccessful, I absolutely think he is lacking in the proper foresight to where he would avoid this Tom Brady username. He'd absolutely read it and then go, come on!
Yeah,
he's bidding.
I can appreciate that. That's going to be a tremendous moment, and anytime you can, I don't want to say outsmart Flash, but you can trick him into saying something stupid, and it happens not so often, but enough that is always delightful. You got to take that opportunity. As my guy there, stopped just shy. Taking on the dynamic rookie safety, Jeremy Chin. Liked him a lot this year. Part of my all-rookie team, and I think he's going to be a building block for a Carolina defense in desperate need of rebuild. Bang, bang. Who is that?
Touchdown.
Wow.
Oh, captain, my captain, Alshon Jeffrey, evening up this game, pending, of course, the Jake Elliott extra point. That'll help.
Great play there.
Climb out of the 70 to 80 range. Looks like that in and of itself with the Wentz and Jeffrey stack is going to get me into the top 20. Let's roll, baby. Let's roll. Peace of mind says Samuel, Ian Thomas, Sanders, Ertz, get some. Tom Brady says Jeffrey has been a beast lately. I'm going to keep reading it just that way. I'm going to read it as it says. And to your point about Glash, I don't think it's people necessarily outsmarting Glash as it is it's just like sitting here in Simland as a viewer, hanging out in the chat, listening to him do a sim when he's turning his attention to these usernames. It's like being part of an episode of The Simpsons where Bart is calling Moe's Tavern. Just all the time.
Yeah.
Is there a Seymour Butts?
He gets overexcited and just digs right in. He wants to go right into the argument, and he doesn't realize that the guy's username is like Glash's strap-on beard or whatever. It's always it's wonderful to watch, especially if you're on the Zoom meeting like us or the behind-the-scenes crew. Because Glash will say whatever ridiculous thing your username is out loud, and kind of he gets that realization of what he just said, and he looks into the camera, and it's just like always wonderful to see. And Glash, obviously wonderful to broadcast with, but those brief moments where you get him are quite possibly my favorite Glash moments that don't involve him wearing Sarah's clothing.
Apparently, there was a real winner last night that he read. I won't reiterate it, but I'm just learning about it now, which you can see in our internal Slack channel. But for anyone that was there last night in the chat, he's a dandy, man. He's perfect. You guys are great. You just keep slipping them by him. It's hard to even tell you to stop because it's just so funny. 2nd and 8. Incomplete pass, minute and change into this second quarter, 7-7 game. CDA, AK, the Drew Stack, Derek, Jared, and all of you here along with us. Thank you. Deontay's put this in the chat a couple of times. We were chatting yesterday, you and I, and a whole bunch of us in recent days about all the potential QB movement, obviously looming this offseason. And, even though we said there could be as many as 18 teams looking for new quarterbacks, and even if you wanted to say more realistically, 14 if you remove some of the ones that you're, say, 90% sure the guy's going to be back. And even if you drill it down to, let's say, total like a Lions situation where it looks like Stafford's gone, the mutual parting of the ways, we'd have to actually do the math to see how many teams that you have full on no clue like the Lions. But I'd be willing to bet there could be as many as, let's say, 8 or 9 teams that have new quarterbacks next year based on that.
Sure.
So Deontay says, Koff, what do you think? Watson to the Raiders for Derek Carr, a first and a second. Now, I suppose it starts with this question, even before you acknowledge that, which is, do you believe, reports are reports, but temper's cool. Do you believe in your heart of hearts Deshaun Watson will be somewhere else next year?
I did for a while, and now I'm cooling on that idea just because it does seem like the Texans will hire Eric Bieniemy. Things have been quiet on that front, but the fact that Houston hasn't hired anyone, in part because the Chiefs are still alive in the playoffs, they've been able to keep things tight, close to the vest. Clearly, they're working on things internally. I think the odds of Watson returning, especially if they hire Bieniemy, are higher than they were last week. And I think on top of that, I like the idea of Derek Carr playing for the Texans. I like the return Houston gets on it, but just from a cap standpoint, it's not very realistic. Two teams that are already over the salary cap. What Houston would have to do in that situation, they're $17 million over. They would probably just release Derek Carr in order to keep things going. I don't think the Raiders could fit in a guy who's making twice as much as Derek Carr is this season, especially when they're scheduled to be almost $20 million over the cap. So from a value standpoint, what the Texans want to do is they need draft picks. They need cheap contributors because they are so heavily situated in salary cap hell. They had to pay way too much for Laramie Tunsil because Bill O'Brien was an idiot. Bill O'Brien being an idiot basically cost them a lot of cap flexibility. So that's why just loading up, getting those 3 first-round picks is so vital to them, so valuable to them. So as much as I would like to see Derek Carr playing in a non-John Gruden situation, I just don't think it's feasible from a team-building standpoint. From a talent standpoint, pretty fair trade. You're not getting Carr for Watson's pretty lopsided, but a first and a second, maybe 2 firsts, let's say, and Derek Carr, I think, would be more in line with what the Texans would go for, but just couldn't make it work out salary-wise. I don't think they're going to be bringing back any high-priced veteran talent if they do move on from Deshaun Watson.
My dude Jared here says, Koff, with Patricia en route to New England, because of course he has been rehired to the coaching staff there under Bill Belichick, will we know his opinion on Stafford based on whether or not the Pats make an offer? We have a first and goal here from the 3, fake handoff to McCaffrey, Bridgewater sacked, 9-yard loss. So there are multiple ways to look at that, I think, Christian. You tell me, obviously, how you feel about it. I think that ultimately, if Bill Belichick wants Matt Stafford, Matt Patricia's not going, even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to get in the way of that. Bill's going to say, you figure it out. I'm going to get the guy that I want. And everybody will kumbaya this situation. But what I wonder is how Stafford feels about going to New England. I'm sure there's an appeal to play for Bill Belichick, but he doesn't have the weapons in New England on offense that he even had in Detroit. How much does he want to be a Patriot? And he doesn't firmly dictate that, but I absolutely do believe he's going to have a say in the situation, not unlike Watson in Houston, Rodgers in Green Bay if he leaves, and so many of these other guys. You know, guys don't just get dealt anymore when they're of that high-profile caliber player. They have input into where their landing spot is, and then teams try to maximize the return.
Yeah. And, you know, Stafford can go out and publicly torpedo that trade value if he's not happy with it. So New England's an interesting case because, yeah, the targets, the weapons Cam Newton had this year just set him up for failure. Edelman hurt the whole season. N'Keal Harry failing to develop. Tight ends, which are just horrible, as was that pass there from Teddy Bridgewater.
Jacoby Myers emerged, though.
Yeah. What's that?
Jacoby Myers emerged, though.
Myers is a nice piece, and they have a boatload of cap space. So I think Stafford would be okay with New England if he got some kind of commitment that, hey, we're going to go out and we're going to try to bring in Curtis Samuel and Allen Robinson, or we're going to go out there and get a bunch of draft picks who can be playmakers on offense. And I don't know how much comfort that would be to Matthew Stafford, given the lack of production from the team's rookie tight ends this season. Those guys were hurt. Given Bill Belichick's horrible track record of drafting wideout talent. I mean, basically on that list of guys who were good, you have Julian Edelman, who was a lottery ticket of a seventh-round pick. You have Deion Branch, who was great as a second-rounder. You have Malcolm Mitchell, who could have been something before injuries really just ended his career. Very sad case there. But the rest of the guys the Patriots have picked up in the draft have all been awful, terrible, nothing performers. So at Stafford, you can sell him on New England, but it's not the kind of destination that going to, let's say, San Francisco would be, where they have a very solid offensive line, and a lot of playmakers around him. It's not the Colts, who can offer him great blocking, a tremendous running back room to give him support behind him, support he didn't have in Detroit. Detroit's running backs room is where careers go to die or blossom briefly and then wilt like a corpse flower. And the Colts and Niners, I think, would be the top of his list. Patriots might be able to offer him some of that prestige, get that postseason monkey off his back if they build around him. You know, you're dealing with a coach who has done nothing but win postseason games in his career. But it's if I'm Matthew Stafford, Indianapolis is my first choice.
Do you think that the Niners are going to have a different quarterback this year? We've talked about this before, the fact that Kyle Shanahan has publicly said, look, if we're moving, we like Jimmy Garoppolo, we got him under contract, we don't want to move on from Garoppolo, but if we are, clearly we're upgrading, we're getting a better quarterback. With all the potential movement this offseason, do you think the Niners will be looking, we already know they're looking and listening, will they move on from Jimmy Garoppolo with another quarterback?
I think it's going to come down to what happens at the draft. If they feel confident that someone will slip to them at 12, developmental passer, then they're going to say, you know what, let's roll with C.J. Beathard this year. Let's re-sign Nick Mullins this year. Let's get that ball rolling. Because if Jimmy Garoppolo leaves, that's $23 million in cap space for a team that has a lot of free agent questions coming up. They got to do something with Trent Williams. They got to do something with Richard Sherman. They probably need to extend Nick Bosa. So there's a lot that needs to be done. And they have a little bit of cap space now, but jettisoning Garoppolo gives you about $35 million to play with. That is pretty manageable. And you're not going to let Trent Williams leave after trading for him. That would be stupid. And Solomon Thomas needs to come back. He's a very instrumental part of that defensive line. Basically, maybe they do the DeForest Buckner thing, where they trade him away for a first or trade him a re-sign and trade kind of deal. Although that seems unlikely. I do think Garoppolo is going to be on the move, even if there's no certain situation, no great quarterback there at number 12. I think there's going to be a glut of good enough veteran passers on this year's free agent market that the Niners will be fine no matter what direction they go, just because the drop-off from Jimmy G last year was not enough.
So you're calling Shanahan on the bluff then? You think he's leaving and they're not going to upgrade?
Unless they make a unexpected...
C.J. Beathard and a quarterback at number 12 is not an upgrade on Jimmy Garoppolo, at least as far as I'm concerned.
No. It's not, but it's something you can build from, and you have a win now roster. Even if you have a caretaker quarterback and everyone on that defense is healthy, that's still a playoff team. We saw Jimmy Garoppolo play some flawed football and still come within a quarter of winning a world championship. So I think there is hope. I mean, Garoppolo, clearly the best quarterback on that roster at the moment, was the best quarterback on the roster in 2020. But the drop-off between Jimmy G and whoever is coming in, a replacement-level quarterback, might not be enough to convince the Niners that, hey, we're going to tie up $25 million in cap space when we have all these key guys we need to re-sign or come to a decision with. As
Down to one.
And wow. A little Deshaun Jackson maybe, or a rare Marquise Goodwin sighting? Who was that? Let's see.
We got a 1st and goal, 51 seconds left here in the half. Ball at the 1. Eagles trying to take a lead before the break. It was Jackson, his first catch for 9. Miles Sanders territory, you have to assume. Wentz for the snap, quick handoff, Sanders up the gut, and he's in. Stepped in, pulled back, doesn't matter, it's a touchdown.
All you got to do is break that plane, and Miles Sanders, former backup to Saquon Barkley at Penn State. Very interesting case. Is he going to be the more reliable, the higher drafted running back in season-long fantasy next year, him or Saquon? What do you think, Paul?
I think people are going to be a little scared off of Saquon's injury, and how could you not be? I mean, hell, look at Christian McCaffrey this past year. You know, obviously so popular after what he did. He was the DK Fantasy Football MVP for the 2019 season. Then 2020 goes as it goes, where, you know, you were getting very little look at him on any sort of regular basis. You know,
well, I think you can also.
I would take Sanders over Barkley, but I'm not sure Sanders is number 1. I mean, is Derrick Henry number 1?
Yeah, I mean, Henry is coming off a tremendous workload. He's got to prove he can still do it. And Barkley, I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. Before he got hurt, he wasn't very good. He played one good defense. Well, he did okay against the Bears before he got hurt, so let's give him credit there. 4 for 28 on the ground. But the week before that, the season opener, was a total mess. 15 carries, 6 yards, and yes, against a very good Steelers defense. But you can make the case that it's not going to get better for him in New York. The passing game, after Daniel Jones kind of took that step back, is not going to provide him the sort of air support that can, you know, keep opponents from cramming the box and just ruining his rushing lanes. The offensive line is still a mess. Nate Solder is almost certainly going to be gone. Andrew Thomas, the 4th overall pick of last year's draft, was very bad in stretches. So I think you can make the case that it's a terrible situation for Saquon Barkley next year. And yeah, maybe you want Miles Sanders instead, although got to keep an eye on what the Eagles do with their salary cap problems. They are way the hell over. The only team with a worse cap situation right now is the Saints, who owe like $100 million. So the Eagles very well may be jettisoning some very good blockers up front. It could be bad news for Miles Sanders too. There's no LaDainian Tomlinson in next year's lineup of running backs, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, it's not the year where having the number 1 overall pick in your fantasy draft is going to be a guaranteed, I'm going to make the playoffs. You can get a lot of value in the first round, and someone's going to step up in the middle rounds and be a game changer like Aaron Jones was. It's going to be a fun fantasy season. Let's leave it at that.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Henry isn't number 1 in full PPR. Some people will pick him there, but not smart. My BFF James Saxton says Cook goes first. You know, that might be the right call. Dalvin Cook, obviously, after the year that he had and the fact that he is a PPR machine as well. Maybe that is the guy that you're seeking if you've got the top spot.
For sure, but we're also talking about a guy who in 4 years has only played 43 games, so there's obviously that injury concern. He's got a lot of mileage, even though he's missed games in that span. So he does have the surgically repaired knee. Now, granted, he's playing in Minnesota, where running backs with surgically repaired knees continue to be awesome well into their 30s. Thank you, Adrian Peterson. But that's a great point. You're right. Cook is going to be RB1. He just got some questions about him, but probably going to be the most sound and steady investment you can make at the top of your season-long fantasy drafts next season.
Bridgewater up to 135 passing. Moore with the catch. His first is 10 yards, 3rd and 6. Timeout Carolina. Last one for the Panthers. 21 seconds to go here in the opening half. And then, of course, we will get you caught up on some of the statistics. 14-10. Philadelphia is leading here. Want to mention, too, just quickly, we don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but it's noteworthy, it's interesting, and really I just kind of can't believe it. So a note from the NBA. Karis LeVert had surgery to treat kidney cancer. He will not need further treatment. It's amazing news for LeVert, who will be out indefinitely. That's Shams Charania from, of course, Stadium and The Athletic. And as Shams continues to point out, possibly life-saving trade for Karis LeVert, who, kind of controversially, obviously dealt away at the time that the Nets made the deal for James Harden. A lot of people saying, there goes your depth, LeVert is so good. Possibly life-saving trade for Karis LeVert. He underwent a physical with Indiana after he was flipped to Houston and ultimately Indiana in the deal for Victor Oladipo, which ultimately helped him diagnose and treat the cancer. The Pacers stood by him and the trade, and have made it a priority to help him get fully healthy. Pretty incredible story. It just goes to show there are a lot of scary, amazing, on the other side, mysteries to the human body, and the fact that something like you can be an elite, well-oiled, finely tuned professional athlete out there doing your thing with no sign of anything going on that would cause anyone to raise an eyebrow. You have a physical out of the blue, which, unscheduled, obviously, as happens when a trade is made, and something like that comes to the forefront, and it shakes things up. So really miraculous that he was dealt when he was, and that was discovered.
Yeah, just crazy to think about, and obviously happy for him. Happy that the Pacers are standing by, and obviously that's a great organization there. One of the best arenas in the NBA, Market Square Arena, or whatever they're calling it. It used to be Bankers Life Fieldhouse. And
right.
At any rate, as a former Pacers season ticket holder, I spent plenty of time there in that strip mall of a city called in Naptown. But great to see LeVert is going to be okay. I know I remember they found a mass on his kidney. They didn't really know what it was. So just a heartwarming story all around. But it's kind of crazy. This is the second time an Indianapolis athlete has dealt with that. Punter Rigoberto Sanchez for the Colts,
right,
missed a few games with, I believe it was leukemia, but I'm not sure, came back and finished out the year for the Colts. So clearly great treatment centers there in the heartland of America. Indiana can take care of this, and prayers up for Karis LeVert. Hopefully he comes back full strength and makes just a stunning recovery and is the next Victor Oladipo, because Depot traded in a big package deal to Indiana, developed into an all-star, and in Indianapolis. Hopefully LeVert can follow that same path.
So as we sit here at the half, it is 14-10. Obviously, Philadelphia is leading. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman here with you. Thank you for being here with us. Rob Rand and Jay Stever tied for first, about a 4-point lead on the field right now, and I'm sitting 49th out of 161. Not great. Where's Train Island at the moment?
Oh, well, I'm into the top 100, so it's gotten better for me, but still not great.
Some of the solid performers, we got double-digit fantasy points already for McCaffrey, Sanders, Samuel, Jeffries right about there, 9.3. Ertz not far behind, has 4 catches for 58. All part of the leading lineup, along with R.J. Anderson. That's where things stand at the moment. And keep on getting your questions, your thoughts in, obviously, here in the DraftKings conference room. We are happy to interact with all of you. We were talking about Aaron Rodgers earlier. He was on the Pat McAfee show earlier today. And there's as he is weekly, there was a whole lengthy interview that I haven't listened to, but I'm just seeing some of the quotes that are floating around on social media. Rodgers said, I don't feel like I said anything that I hadn't said before post-game when he was talking about, the mystery of his future and having to take some time this offseason to reassess. Says it was just more of a realization, I think, that ultimately my future is not necessarily in my control. I don't think there's any reason I wouldn't be back. Do you ultimately believe, especially because he is under contract and it would be a sizable cap hit on the part of the Packers to get rid of him? Despite the playoff disappointment, he had an MVP year. I think we're going to, have that finalized here in the days and weeks to come. even though it's not set in stone, it's not locked in, it is technically a question mark, not just for us, but for Aaron Rodgers. Does your gut tell you he is a Packer again next year?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be just so stupid of Green Bay to trade him. And I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I think this is just he's not saying anything that's untrue. He's not making any controversial statements. He's literally just dropping facts out there, and he's not doing it in a hostile way or an aggressive way. He's just not engaging in team speak. Maybe that's, and given his history and his risk with Mike McCarthy and risk in the locker room, I think it's being made up to be a little bit more than it is. I think everything he said has been pretty appropriate and pretty calm and even-handed. So I think at worst, this is a little bit of posturing to convince his team to make the upgrades it needs to not go out and spend a first-round pick messing around and getting backup running backs and a developmental quarterback. Go find guys who can help. This is a very receiver-rich draft. If the Packers don't go out and find themselves a wide receiver 2 for Davante Adams with the 30th pick of this year's draft, I think that's when we might see some issues, some problems develop between the two sides. Or if they don't go out and try to find a high-level free agent wideout, that's going to be an issue. But other than that, I mean, everything he's saying makes sense to me, and it doesn't make – I think if anything, this might be posturing for a new contract that will, ensure he's in Green Bay for his entire career, and B, kind of keep him installed over the course of Jordan Love's career. If there is posturing here beyond that, get me new playmakers, get me guys who can help. It's lock me in, choose me over Jordan Love, rectify this mistake, make sure I am under contract, and you can't move on from me over the next 3 years, because that way you can't replace me with Jordan Love without it getting expensive. Oh no. Sorry, Teddy Bridgewater just absolutely ruined there. Puts it on the turf. Brandon Graham gets him for the TFL, and the Eagles going to be taking over in plus territory here.
No love from another Jordan. That's Lindenbaum. Says, how is Goodwin, and D-Jax both doing nothing? And CMC, oh wait, I know. Hashtag cough curse, back with a vengeance. Fantasy Hawk says, going back to the Rodgers conversation, I think LaFleur sabotaged the game so it would be easier to part from Aaron. And Fantasy Hawk, I think that's asinine. I love you and you know it. Love you, mean it. I think that's insane.
Yeah.
You don't just punt on an NFC championship because you want a new quarterback.
Yeah. And what's that going to do for your reputation? Mike McCarthy got another job because he won a Super Bowl before and because the Cowboys are stupid. And I don't think he's going to get another head coaching job after this because his Cowboys and Dallas teams have crashed and burned so heavily because thanks in part to very Mike McCarthy decisions. If LaFleur alienates Aaron Rodgers, proves he cannot get along with a superstar quarterback, who's going to take a chance on that guy going forward? He's much more in his interest to win a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers, prove he can get it done, prove it's not just a superstar quarterback because Rodgers didn't have a tremendous supporting cast. You know, he's not Patrick Mahomes throwing to Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and Sammy Watkins and Mecole Hardman, et cetera, et cetera. A very different situation in Green Bay. If LaFleur can win with Rodgers, that's a massive feather in his cap. It means he's basically employable for the rest of his life. He's a head coaching candidate no matter what happens unless he goes out and murders someone. So, no, he's not sabotaging anything. He just, he got caught. He got out-coached by Bruce Arians, who basically went out of his way to say, you know what, sometimes I don't even coach. I just let Tom Brady do things. So he micromanaged to the point where he made some bad decisions. End of story. It was a stupid second-year coach mistake from Matt LaFleur, and Mike Pettin was even worse. As Bing Bang, Alshon
again. Oh, captain, my captain. Alshon Jeffrey, another score. And it's a double-digit lead for Philadelphia.
Big time completion there. Bang, bang. And not looking great for my lineup. Needed that Ertz touchdown, and instead caught, I'm pretty sure I'm going to cede this one to you.
I vaulted into the top 10, sitting 8 right now with that Wentz Jeffrey stack. Get that Cheddar's in front by about 2.5 points. Also has Jeffrey in the captain spot, along with 4.3% of us. He is owned in 3% of lineups. Speaking of lineups, been having some fun playing some NBA hoops with the Sim fam. John says, hey, Kaufman, you beat me in the basketball by 0.5. I'm off grid. It was a narrow sweat the other night, no doubt. Barry says Jeffrey was cheap, wasn't he? He wasn't super cheap. I mean, 9,300 in the captain spot, certainly reasonable.
Yeah, 6,800 just to get him in there. 6,200. So he was affordable. And he's coming off, he's been a little hit or miss. Only 7.9 his last game, but before that, 12-1, 20.8. So at 6,200, very good value play. And for me, I couldn't fit him in there with an appropriate punt play. And instead, I rolled with DJ Moore and Dallas Goedert, and it's not great. It's not going great for me.
21-10, Philadelphia is in front as we near the midpoint of this third quarter here. Let's take a look, speaking of contests and whatnot, at where things stand in the DK Sim Fam Friends League. We have 1,285 members, which, not bad. Not bad.
That's a lot of names to pump in manually.
But that's a ton of names to pump in manually, and credit to all who have taken part in that process. How about we get to 1,300? Here's a call, folks, and I'll add them in while we're babbling on about whatever we do. If you want to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, play our free rolls with us. There are paid contests that people take part in there as well. If you want to join the DK Sim Fam Friends League, all you got to do is drop your DK username into the chat. Do it right now. I'm going to keep a close eye on it, and I'm going to start sending out invites like crazy. Like crazy. How many people want to join in? Let's go. Let's see those usernames. Drew says, wow, Adam, that's very generous of you. But I'll do it so you can focus on this sim. I didn't even ask him. He's the best. Producer Drew for the win. For the win. All right, who wants to be part of this thing? DK Sim Fam Friends League. Drop your DK username in. And Drew will be sending out invites because he's the best. Silly Sally wants to play. So explain to me, Kaufman, how I'm 740th and I have top 5 earnings, top 5 entries, top 5 winning percentage, top 5 wins. Please explain the scoring because it makes no sense. Silly Sally, I can't. I don't know. Oh, the usernames are coming in hot. From Master, and I'm not reading the second half of that, all the way on down. They are coming in furious, baby.
You know Glash would have read the second half of that.
Oh, no question. He wouldn't have even hesitated. I'm not sure he would have even noticed the words that came out of his mouth. We are sitting at 600 plus watching just on the YouTube, but never mind the thousands more watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, as well as, of course, the Game Center, DK Nation, DK Playbook, wherever you're finding us. We love you. Smash that like button. Can we make a push to 300 by the end of this sim? You got plenty of time to do it, and I'm not asking for much. We're sitting 220 plus. Let's get to 300 by the end of this sim. We have 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter as Anderson. Not only does he have tickets to the game, he has 50-plus receiving yards.
Having a nice little show up here. Anderson, he blew up in the first half of the season, part of that Teddy Bridgewater revival, but could not keep it up, but remained inside the wide receiver 1 conversation. Had his best season as a pro, 95 catches, a personal best by 32. First 1,000-yard season, just didn't find the end zone enough. His yards per catch went down as he was used less as a deep threat, more as an intermediate guy. And I mean, it paid off for him in a big way, but it'd be interesting to see where Matt Rule puts him in his second year with the Carolina Panthers. See if they let him fly a little bit more, try to up that yard per catch number, or if his routes have really improved to the point where they keep him as an intermediate and deep threat, running outs, running crosses, running posts, give him a little bit more to do, put a little bit more on his route tree in 2021.
Lifetime Grinder says, how do I join? For anyone looking to be part of the DK Sim fam, just leave your DK username right there in the chat, including Robbie Noble, who is offering several variations of screen names with my name in them. Just leave your DK usernames in the chat, and Drew is sending out invites as we speak. And we will check in with you a little bit later on to see if you received them after he has sent them out. But he's doing, one mass exodus of invites. So, just do be patient. It takes a few moments as he loads up all those names. Big copy and paste job. 4th and 4 on the way, and 21-10 the score from the 31, 2:42 to go. Let's see if Joey Sly here is able to hit the long one from 48.
Should be a conversion here, although I'd give it like 75%. Kicks up, and it is good. Back to a one-possession game here. Eagles lead by 8, but a nice long scoring drive here could clinch a home victory for Carson Wentz and company. And that man who is no longer on the sideline in Philadelphia, the since relieved of his duties, Doug Peterson. Peterson got the short end of the stick there, couldn't make it work with Carson Wentz. The relationship between them deteriorated, and it's easier to fire a head coach who does not apply to your salary cap than it is a guy who is virtually untradeable, uncuttable, and just this albatross dragging the Philadelphia cap sheet down. Nick Sirianni, pretty solid as play caller for the Indianapolis Colts. Going to get a chance to revive Wentz's value there, see if they can't trade him. That's why I'm not as bullish on Jalen Hurts as a fantasy contributor in 2021 as everyone else. The Eagles are going to try to showcase Wentz, see if they can do anything to get out from under that contract, and that could mean fewer opportunities for Jalen Hurts. Going to have to wait and see, and if we have a proper preseason, we'll get a better idea then. But if 2021 follows 2020's lead, could be a lot of questions facing that Philly offense going forward. And Hurts, despite his upside, may not get the snaps he needs to be truly fantasy relevant early in the year.
So you read my mind. Let's talk about what's going on in Philadelphia. Nick Sirianni, the former Colts offensive coordinator, is the new head coach. Sort of came out of nowhere. A lot of people were expecting, after a slew of interviews for that head coaching vacancy, Josh McDaniels was in the mix from New England. Deuce Staley, internal candidate. It sort of seemed like it was going to be one of those two guys, but Jeffrey Lurie, the owner, was not sold on McDaniels, and so Staley appeared to be the favorite. Some wonder how much McDaniels even went in there and really vied for the job, as opposed to just kind of going through the process and politely accepting the interview. As we have a fumble, the Eagles get it back, but a loss of yards. No, Carolina has it. I take that back. Wow. Panthers scramble away the loose ball. And Sirianni, the dark horse, I suppose. So how do you feel, before we even, build upon what you were talking about with the QBs, how do you feel about Sirianni as being the guy that got the gig?
I wanted to see Bieniemy, especially given the lack of interest in him. It seems like there is a chance he goes through another head coaching cycle without getting a look. But Sirianni is pretty accomplished. He's had to do a lot for some very up and down Colts teams. He's not really had a solid answer at quarterback. In 2018, he had Andrew Luck.
Touchdown DJ Moore, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
He came in and he was game planning around Andrew Luck. And the next year he has to scramble, and it's Hoyer and Brissett. And this year he gets Phillip Rivers, who was coming off a down season, a gunslinger Phillip Rivers, and he really helps rebuild Rivers' value, partially because he has that great offensive line, but partially because he tamps down all those gunslinger capabilities and probabilities and really helps him get comfortable with the offense pretty quickly. So I can understand the value. There's Curtis Samuel. Superman's his way in the end zone for 2. We had a tie game here, 9:33 to play. So Sirianni, he was a rising star. He did very well in Indianapolis despite a lot of challenges, but he also had things with the Colts he won't have in Philly, especially since it does seem apparent the Eagles are going to have to jettison some blockers. The offensive line in Indianapolis makes everything easier for whoever is calling the plays. And a lot of times, Sirianni would design the game plan, but he wouldn't call the plays himself. That would go to Frank Reich. So there is a little bit of concern over how much control he'll have over the offense, whether or not it'll be successful if the offensive line can't live up to that Colts standard. And you just have you had some very nice playmakers in Indianapolis, a revived T.Y. Hilton. Michael Pittman came on at the end of the season. You don't really have that kind of stability in Philly. That wide receiving core is a bit of a mess right now. There's no quick fix for it. You're going to have to hope Jalen Reagor and whoever gets drafted this year can carry the team's passing offense going forward. So, pretty reasonable to question what Sirianni will do in year one. I think maybe long-term he could be the answer there, but he's inheriting a mess of a situation, and you can't judge him based on what he does this year. If he can basically get this team to compete in a bad NFC East, that is going to be a nice sign of progress and a sign that he's ready for the big role there.
1st and 10, that is completed. Zach Ertz has been terrific and continues to pile on. Ertz, another grab as Wentz is locked in. That is 6 for 82 for Ertz. 2nd and 7, final minute of this third quarter, and a brand new game, 21-all. After, if you are just joining us, a turnover for Philadelphia and a quick score out of DJ Moore plus a 2-point conversion for Curtis Samuel has evened this thing up. Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, the Drew Stack, Jared, Derek, our Game Ops crew. Wins again to Ertz, and that is 3 straight completions for Ertz. Might want to lock in and defend that guy. 7 for 90, closing in on the bonus. And thanks, by the way, to producer Drew, and I hope people have received their invites. We are up over 1,300 members of the DK SimFam Friends League. Looks like he sent out 25, 30 invites. So if anyone still wants to be part of it, you didn't receive an invite as we reach the end of 3, send that DK username right there into the chat, and we will add you. Someone will add you. And we are now making the push to 1,400. Pretty impressive. Thank you all for your dedication, for your love, for your devotion. We would not be here without you. I can promise you that.
Bridgewater, 202 yards, pair of touchdowns through 3 quarters. He's maybe got an outside shot of the bonus. Wentz, 161, 2 touchdowns. So good days, just not great ones from the quarterbacks in these games. They've been pretty efficient, though, which is what you like to see, especially after a horrible Dak Prescott, Jimmy Garoppolo showdown in the first sit of the day. Miles Sanders, outside shot at the bonus, 70 yards on the ground from him. Christian McCaffrey, run CMC, trending towards a Babysitter Billy Award, maybe? Only 40 yards on the ground from him, a 441 through the air, propping him up, not quite up to his standard, however. And then through the air, Zach Ertz, knocking on the door, 7 for 90. Let's get him into the end zone, make my Captain Ertz pick pay off. And DJ Moore coming along a little bit here at the end, 4 for 41, had that touchdown. Someone in the chat said he would come alive in the third quarter. Someone over at Twitch, and whoever that was, you were dead on, having a solid game, but he's no Alshon Jeffrey. Only 26 yards, a pair of touchdowns in there, looking very much like the favorite for the Krusty Cough player of the game.
I know, Ertz is still right there in the mix, man. 7 for 90 in the bonus in play.
He's
in that conversation.
Yeah, got to wait and see what happens in this fourth quarter. You're going to be a lot of action, a tie game, both offenses clicking, although the Eagles fumbling away a great opportunity to put this one away before and couldn't stop the 2-point conversion. So Panthers showing signs of life, but the Eagles can make it a little tougher for them if they can march downfield and score here. So far, Zach Ertz has done all the heavy lifting. See if he gets the call again here in the fourth quarter.
Hit that like button if you're watching along on YouTube. We are closing in on 250, just a few away. Smash that like. I mean, you don't have to hurt it. Be gentle, but just turn the thing blue, and we appreciate it, obviously, as we start this fourth quarter, 21-all. Eagles with the ball at midfield.
Yes, sir.
Another completion to none other than Zach Ertz. Getting close to that bonus, not quite there yet. 8 for 98.
The old Ertz donut.
Fantasy Hawk says, I'm getting my mojo back next sim. We'll look at the leaderboard in a moment. I can tell you, not having Zach Ertz, I have dropped off. That is for sure. 2nd and 2. I was top 5 or 6 at one point not too long ago, but this Ertz onslaught here has bumped me right out of that. About 30 seconds gone by here in the fourth. Say again?
25th place for me now. So
good
a nice,
for you.
nice rise. Yeah.
Keep it up, man. Keep it up.
Ooh,
that'll help some people
that one's
out.
for you right there.
I needed it. Jeffrey out to the 19, a first down pickup. I'm sitting at least prior to that catch, 44th. Fox likes football with a 1.5-point lead, and Fox does like football. I watch weekly.
That's a lot of Joe Buck in your veins if you're watching Fox Weekly, but could be worse. Although I guess since I get the local...
You know what? I'm happy to listen. I think Joe Buck is terrific. I don't understand the Joe Buck hate. I really don't. And I like that he embraces the whole, that's right, I hate your favorite team.
Buck got a lot better. When he was pearl clutching Joe Buck, he was a pain to listen to, but now he's mellowed in his old age. He's gotten a lot less uptight. Every time that animation of the quarterback getting kicked directly in the face always makes me chuckle. But now that he's kind of embraced his role and gotten a little curmudgeonly while accepting that it's not the worst thing in the world if a player fake moons the fans at Green Bay.
Sure.
He's gotten a lot more tolerable. So yeah, I'll agree there. He's the fact that he can make a broadcast booth with Troy Aikman sound listenable is a big accomplishment for him, because holy crap, Troy Aikman, I've never heard anyone blame wideouts more for a quarterback's failures than Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman will never say that a throw was straight up bad. It'll always come with the caveat that a route was broken off too quickly or that receivers are hanging out guys to dry. He is very, very bitter as we get this drive inside the 5 now, setting up first and goal for the Philadelphia Eagles, rather.
Use another Alshon Jeffrey 3-tud game. See if that works out. First and goal on the way here. Yeah, there's a lot of love for Buck in the chat, certainly for Tony Romo, among others. I just think, to your point about sort of mellowing with age or with experience or what have you, and he's been at it for, Buck's been a nationally regarded and experienced broadcaster for 2 decades? I mean, he's been at it for a long time, son of greatness as well, Jack Buck. Hall of Famers. We got a first and goal completed to the right, and Ertz just barely staying in bounds. Second and goal from the 4. Ertz has 9 for 99, one away from the bonus. I really do think he'll get there. I know, forgive the jinx if that happens, but I think there is something to be said for not taking yourself so seriously as an announcer, and Buck has learned that with time, like any of the rest of us for that matter.
Yeah, truth there. And when you grow up with greatness, clearly it was in his genes. He does have that silky smooth voice, and he's bang bang. Who we got?
It's a touchdown. It's not going to be Jeffrey this time around. No, sir.
Good one.
People wanted him. Marquise Goodwin, you got him. Opt-out player in real life, representing here in Simland.
Yeah, Goodwin has those amazing Madden stats because he was once an Olympic caliber sprinter. Took him a while to really get the hang of the game. The 49ers invested in him time and time again. He finally had a breakthrough season, got the contract he wanted, and the first thing he did, great video, dude went and bought his mom a house. Just lovely person Marquise Goodwin seems to be. A talented player who hopefully will be back on the field in 2020 and roasting opposing defenses because he's an easy guy to root for.
Fox likes football still in front by roughly a third of a point with a heck of a lineup here. Jeffrey in the captain spot, Wentz, Bridgewater, Ertz, Moore, and Anderson. 34th for me. Where's Train Island sitting right now?
Train Island, 31st right now.
Okay.
Need that Ertz bonus.
You and I are separated by about a quarter of a point. We got a battle going on right here, my friend.
If
this were a head-to-head showdown, we'd be sweating pretty good.
My daughter heard about that and is currently taunting you, Paul. Just where are you? Where are you? Over and over again. She wants to know where you are and wants you to acknowledge that it's behind me. I am so proud. I've never been prouder. Hopping on the stream to taunt a coworker. She is clearly my daughter. It's very nearly a big gain for DJ Moore there. Bridgewater cannot thread the needle. 2nd and 10 coming up. Panthers probably not going to be 4-down territory for them, but they need to at least start thinking about it. Only 5 minutes left, down by a touchdown here. Playing against an offense that has been moving the ball pretty effectively against them, and they're on the road. Panthers don't get a touchdown on this drive. going to go out on a limb and say it's over for them. That's not bad.
James says the opt-outs are very good in Madden Sims because they're fresh. Yeah, there you go. Bucky, important question to acknowledge here. Bucky says, how long is the Sim season before the Sim Super Bowl? So, Bucky, we have had a couple of tournaments. We had a preseason tournament leading into the real-life NFL season when, of course, the Madden 21 game was released. And we had a holiday tournament right over Christmas and New Year's where we crowned another champion. But right now, and I'm certain there will be another tournament at some point, but right now we're not in it. Maybe postseason, actually after the season, after the Super Bowl, into the off season, there'll be another tournament, maybe multiple, who knows? But right now, these are just isolated exhibitions. So there are no standings that we're keeping here in the moment. It's all eyes on a real life champ. A Super Bowl less than 2 weeks away, February 7th in Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers, I'm sure you've heard by now, the first and only team in NFL history to host a Super Bowl as the Bucs get ready to face the defending champion Chiefs. Chiefs are favored in that game. First time that Tom Brady has been an underdog in a Super Bowl in his career, and this is trip number 10, which I still can't wrap my head around. It's just that, that is an insane statistic to go to 10 Super Bowls in 19 years as a starting NFL quarterback.
Oh, Cough. Also, I think you're discounting that first Super Bowl when he went in as a 14-point underdog with the Patriots.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of, I don't know, maybe it's the second time? Maybe it's the first time since then? Because you're absolutely right. The Rams, the greatest show on turf, were heavily favored back in that 2001 season.
Yeah. What a great Super Bowl. Kind of set the stage because every Patriots Super Bowl, except the last one in the Tom Brady era, were always awesome to watch. They were always close. And they came down in the last few minutes. They were always awesome. And then you had Patriots Rams, which is kind of
3 and 4 point games.
Yeah. Then Patriots Rams were just like, oh, okay, well, you tried.
Some different kind of Super Bowls for sure. A little bit later on in the second half of the dynasty there with whether it was the Eagles game, which didn't end the way Patriots fans would have liked, but a wildly entertaining game, and obviously a great Super Bowl win for Nick Foles and these Eagles. Maybe not these Eagles, but you know what I mean. And Christian McCaffrey inside the 10. Obviously, the Falcons come back. That's, as you noted, the Seattle game with Malcolm Butler to catch it again when Pete Carroll probably still up at night after deciding to throw there and not run. And then, obviously, like you said, the Rams game, which, really cool, really fun Super Bowl if you're into defense. If you're looking for entertainment, not so much, but a Patriots victory no less.
Yeah, I remember not only were people upset about how bad Patriots Rams were, but there was also the, oh my God, these guys again kind of situation with New England winning another Super Bowl. So the one clunker, 1 out of 9 Tom Brady's Patriots Super Bowls. If they just do a marathon on the NFL Network, if you tune in at any given point, you are probably getting a banger of a game. You are almost certainly getting a banger of a game.
Steve says what you guys should do on Super Bowl Sunday is host 6 sim games, with all the games being Tampa Bay, Kansas City. I like where your head's at. Don't worry. There are plans in the works for how we will all spend Super Bowl Sunday together and that weekend in general, so stay tuned. 3rd and goal from the 3. Carolina trying to even this game with 2 minutes to go. We're going to have that 2-minute warning here in now.
Bink. A big opportunity for both teams here. Panthers can tie it. But if the Eagles can get a stop on the next 2 plays, they have a chance to burn out the clock. Not quite kneel this one out. Panthers do have all their timeouts remaining, but big stop needed from the Eagles defense. Not something they specialized in the real world. Might be able to get one here.
Whoa, touchdown, Carolina. DJ Moore again.
Wow.
For traffic, no less.
Here I was lamenting going DJ Moore over Alshon Jeffrey, but just like that, DJ Moore having a better game than his veteran counterparts. A big game-time touchdown here from the Panthers, but they left a lot of time on the clock for the Eagles to respond. Almost 2 full minutes and 3 timeouts for Philly to end this one in regulation.
Here comes the extra point to even this thing up. And this sim proving to be everything that the Nooner was not.
That is correct. Points, points, points. Up over 50, or up over into 56, which is one of the larger over-unders we would ever had in the sim land. 28-28, big time scoring. I love it.
With CDA AK 157 to go here. Regulation 28 all. I had 2 sims yesterday and they both went to overtime. Apparently I don't know if a good luck charm or bad luck charm, depending on your perspective right now.
Yeah, that's great. I had a sim go to overtime yesterday too, so that means, oh wait, we were on the same call for that.
Yeah, we were together for that one.
I was going to say, wow, half the sims yesterday went to OT, but only a third of them did, so at least that reduces the chances this one goes to the extra frame. But, this amount of time left, we could have 2 scoring drives. This could be 35-35 by the time we go to OT. We could be barreling towards the over.
See what the Eagles can do from the 27. Wentz drops it off. Short completion to Miles Sanders. Gets to the 30. Few yard pickup. Wentz, don't start thinking about a bonus. He's nowhere close. Hasn't even hit 200 passing yards just yet. Second catch for Sanders there.
And not the start the Eagles had wanted. And just going to burn about 25 seconds off the clock as well while only gaining 2 yards. Got to use the sidelines or throw downfield if you're Philly. That will help. But don't get the first.
Sanders again. Narrow shot at the first. 3rd and inches. So, what do you do here? Do you throw it or do you just give it right back to Miles Sanders to run for the first?
I think you let Sanders just run for it, but you know me, I'm biased with Zach Ertz as my captain. I just need him to get that 1 yard to hit the bonus. So,
well, they're going to hang on and just hit Sanders again. How about 3 straight receptions for Miles Sanders? That one more than enough, gets to the 48. So Sanders, who was a non-factor in the passing game all of about 2 minutes ago, now suddenly is 4 for 26. PPR, baby.
Yeah, racking up the fantasy points, but the Eagles going really slowly this one. Looks like they're going to be content to try a Jake Elliott field goal. That's the short passes, Dinkin and Duncan, and that's a bigger strike. Take that timeout. Deshaun Jackson nearing field goal range. They want to gain a few more yards rather than test Jake Elliott's leg. From here would be about a 50-yarder, which with a guy like Elliott, I'm going to say 50-50 for him.
Eli Apple on that tackle. 1st and 10, final 30 seconds, 2 timeouts available for Philly. Carolina has 3. Ball to 33. As you said, 50-yard try if they were to go for it anytime quickly here, but Sanders tries to pick just a couple up. Timeout used here by Philly, and to see how much he was actually able to gain there. Not a lot. 2nd and 7 from the 30, so suddenly becomes a 47-yard field goal. Only lost 4 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and 26 seconds left. They could run it again and get the field goal unit out there in time to kick before the buzzer sounds. Looks like they are going to run. They're coming out with 6 on the line. Everyone cloistered pretty closely. Sanders, might end it here. Wow. All right, they can just run the clock down 8 seconds and take that timeout. This is going to be a chippy for Jake Elliott here.
I feel I should apologize to all these Zach Ertz owners out there, as he is going to end at 99 yards, defending something ridiculous.
You did this.
I did this. I'm responsible. Where's Jordan to point it out to? Waiting for you, Lyndon friend. About 700 watching the Dream Stream here, just on YouTube. Smash that like. We're up over 250. Let's get ourselves to 275. Should be the bonus for Miles Sanders. We'll see. We'll check on the numbers.
What?
Oh my God! What in the world? How? Nobody used it. They had a timeout.
They had a timeout.
Why didn't they use the timeout? They lined up for
just
the
happened?
kick. They had a timeout. They just let the time expire?
Uh,
What in the... I mean, I said barring something ridiculous. That's more ridiculous than anything I could have fathomed. How in the world?
Well,
To overtime we go, apparently. And new life for anyone chasing a bonus, namely Zach Ertz, because Philadelphia is going to start off with the ball. And you know what? They don't deserve to win. I'm rooting for Carolina here.
I'm baffled. I am baffled.
You know, we've seen something unique when Christian is rendered speechless.
Even with not taking the timeout, they should have had enough time to get up and run a field goal. All right, just give me my urge points.
Wentz, 1st and 10, incomplete. Ugly. He's a 235, 3 touchdowns to his credit. So if you are just joining us, that was something. Here's the deal. As James Saxton might be right, says the Babysitter Billy Award goes to virtual Doug Peterson. Yeah, might have to pencil that in right now if, in fact, Carolina wins this game. A touchdown here for Philly wins the game. A field goal gives Carolina an opportunity to even or even go ahead and win it. If we remain tied, be it a 28-all or 31-all after each team has had a possession, sudden death. Clock is now irrelevant. There are no ties in Simland.
Yeah. Carson Wentz is a bonus, but he's throwing terrible passes, so we'll get there.
Wah says that's all it takes to shut Christian up.
Yes. You need to completely baffle me, and that is how you get
success.
Have to stop flapping.
3rd and 10. Sacked. Good. You deserve it.
Idiots.
So it's Albadoo 2 is in front by about 3 points in our smaller How Will Christian's Emmernet Hold Up Today free roll from the Mad Matinee, which, by the way, the answer to that riddle is great. Doing great, the Emmernet so far.
I mean, yeah, maybe that's why we went OT, so the game could test my internet and see if it would go out later. And let's be honest, there's still a chance. Nothing is impossible. Oh, no.
With the ex-Blinken there for Christian McCaffrey. Dasher says, it's because you guys brought up the fact that Ertz didn't get to 100 yards, so you jinxed your jinx, and now we've jinxed it again, so gotta go. McCaffrey touchdown? Asked Julius. We'll see. James says, Koff, I guess your X Factor's overtime now. Have I stolen that away from Emerson? We certainly haven't had a safety in a while.
Yeah, you may have. That might be your thing now.
This is 3
overtime
in a row.
outside kicks.
2nd and 9 from the 36. Pebble Beach is calling for a walk-off slide field goal. Got a ways to go.
Let's see him just fly Robbie Anderson deep and just hit him for the catch, and let's let the batteries rain down upon the Eagles sideline, because this was a nightmare.
Okay. Ian Thomas gets to the 46. Good enough for a first.
All right, about 20 yards to go before you start feeling good about that walk-off field goal.
Chris says quadruple OT coming. Our record, if I'm not mistaken, is 3 overtimes, which has been done multiple times. I don't think we've ever gone to 4. 2nd and 8 after that completion to McCaffrey, who has 6 for almost 80. Poor James says was making $20 till the overtime, now 0.
Yeesh.
DFS, man. Fickle. 2nd and 8, Bridgewater. Hit McCaffrey again, reaches for a first, should have that. 44-yard line, a 1st and 10 on the way. And Bridgewater, I'm just going to say it, guys, he's 8 yards away from the bonus.
Yeah, good. Throw that one out there, and now we are going to second overtime. Thanks, Cough. Bridgewater about to throw a goal line interception or something stupid.
Bridgewater drops back right on the logo, passes to the left. McCaffrey, another catch, but ultimately lost a few yards. McCaffrey is not part of the leading lineup right now.
Surprising, because he's up over.
He has about 20 points, yeah.
Yeah, very close to the 20-point marker, which separates a good game from a great one. Although if he can find his way into the end zone, that would help things out quite a bit.
Another completion inside the 40, out to the 37. It's a 10-yard pickup, 3rd and 3 on the way. And Bridgewater sitting at 299.
Wow, and they're going to run the ball here. It's going to get stuffed for no gain. Joey Slide's going to miss a 54-yarder, and then the Eagles will fumble, and the Panthers defense will run it back for a touchdown. No one gets any bonuses ever.
Ball's completed. There you go. Bridgewater into the bonus. 3:04. Hopefully he doesn't kneel.
Well, there are 2 straight catches for Curtis Samuel, so he's having a pretty solid day as well. And, with a lot of great performances in this one, it's going to have to be Doug Peterson's clock management for the babysitability award. There's no doubt about it.
Pebble Beach says we're getting close to that Sly field goal. Yeah, we're in range at this point. It'd be long, but we're in range. 49 yards. Handoff McCaffrey. Trying to pull him down by the jersey, able to muscle his way to the 29. 14 for 44 for CMC. 2nd and 7 coming up. Slay with the tackle. It is still 28-all here. James says, Koff, can you please say there's no way Goodwin gets another touchdown? Here we go, Bridgewater. One of our many questionable QBs for next season in real life. Another completion to CMC. Couldn't get to the first, did pick up 6. Third and 1 coming.
Last time
you got to hand it off here, right?
I mean, last time they had the situation, they decided they were going to pass it. It worked out in their favor, a short route. This time, I would just hand it off to McCaffrey, but what do I know? I was extremely wrong last time. I was convinced we were headed towards a missed field goal in 6 or 7 overtimes. Right now, Panthers in the driver's seat here. Very good chance to win this one. It's going to be another pass. And a completion to Robbie.
First down. Bridgewater is 317, and he is not far from having his 4th touchdown of the day. 1st and 10 from the 16. 2 timeouts available per side still as we near the end of the first overtime. And I think we should be able to figure this out before we get to that point, but I've been wrong before. A lot of people calling for a field goal. Do you just settle? Not yet.
Still not run the ball. Okay, well, great news for Teddy owners out there.
Incomplete.
As, he had McCaffrey there. Could have bumped up McCaffrey's value. Instead, airmailed it to the sideline.
Blood robot. Let's go, Samuel. Tom's microwave. Make it stop. And then Jennifer's already focused on NBA DFS tonight. 2nd and 10. 2 minutes left here in OT. A handoff, McCaffrey. Woof. Lost 2 yards. He's just hovered around 40 rushing yards. Despite the PPR and receiving yards he's picked up, he has just hovered around 40 rushing yards, what feels like the entire game.
And not a great performance from him, but still enough. He just gets so much usage that even when he's having a mediocre day, he tends to come through. One of those guys in the Dalvin Cook, Todd Gurley kind of stratosphere is the all-purpose back, and very difficult not to roster him, even though he's expensive as hell.
3rd and 12, Bridgewater to the left. McCaffrey again to the 14-yard line. 4th and 8 on the way. So here we go. 10th catch for 86 yards for McCaffrey, by the way. It is time. It is time for Joey Sly to send all the virtual fans back to their homes.
No,
Bob has jumped into front, by the way.
I just realized I was looking at the wrong screen. I briefly thought that they were
looking at the replay, thought they were going for it?
Yeah.
All right. Joey Sly is out there and icing the kicker.
Sure.
Because this sim wants to last longer. It's a shorty here. 31-yard field goal try for Sly. Ball is snapped. Sly winds up. Right-legged kick. Foot. Good.
Oof. Ball games, the Eagles pay for their stupidity, lose this one, and even with the extra frame, could do nothing. They lost yardage after that, and that's exactly what they need to do. Incompletion, terrible sack. Carson Wentz pays for his coach's insolence. Doug Peterson, not happy with the result, but that's what you deserved, old man. That's why you are unemployed right now, as Eagles went out of their way to lose this one. A good sim ruined by a terrible finish. But hey, a great day for Teddy Bridgewater. 321 and 3 through the air. He is my Krusty Koff player of the game.
Makes a lot of sense. Bridgewater 321 to 3 scores. Wentz 235, a few scores to his credit. Old man dog fan says, oh, well, third place. Not too bad. Yeah, I'd say so. Somebody says, was it our pal Ernest? No, Edge. Edge says, next sim starts in 5 minutes, LMAO. Not far off. It's coming up quick. We'll tell you about it in a moment. McCaffrey, 15 for 42 on the ground. Sanders hit the bonus on the dot, 13 for 100 with a touchdown. Wentz and Bridgewater each with fumbles on their single carries. They have not done great, obviously, in terms of rushing. That's okay. We'll look at the receiving yards. Again, some near bonuses after lots of completions, lots of passing yards all the way around from both these QBs. We'll examine those here in just a moment. Jonathan says, fire Sim Doug Peterson. Yeah, for real. He probably is the babysitter, Billy. 10 for 86 for McCaffrey. Ertz, 9 for 99. Samuel, 7 for 59 to score. Moore, 6 for 54, 2 touchdowns. Jeffrey, 5 for 42, 2 touchdowns. Anderson, 5 for 77. So give it to the people one more time, your Krusty Koff player of the game.
I mean, as good as Moore and Jeffrey were, I'm going to give it to Sim Teddy Bridgewater throwing his way to victory. And the Babysitter Billy Award goes to Sim Doug Peterson for being a stupid donkey.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Why try? We have got 4 sims left today, folks. I will be around with Kenny Ducey for the next one. We have got the early bird special, the Broncos in Washington. Yes, the football team, as Kenny likes to call the club, coming up in 30 minutes. We will have pregame coverage, 34 until lineups lock. So jump in the free roll if you haven't already. It's in there for any new members of the DK Sim Fam Friends League. You can, ride on in, be part of the 200 max entry free roll that we do, that we monitor very closely throughout the game here as part of these broadcasts. And then the rest of the day, Kenny will stay with Jason Rossi for the Jags and Ravens. That is the happy hour sim at 6 Eastern. Prime time at 8. Brendan Glasheen, Tom Carroll, Seahawks Browns, and then Titans Colts Madden After Dark, that same duo. And remember, Glash, for whatever reason, thinks he will not be able to say Tom Brady all throughout those 2 broadcasts. And I think that's going to come to a crashing end by the end of the first quarter of the first game. But let's see how he does. I guess I'm maybe partially somewhat rooting for him. Want to thank our great Game Ops crew, Derek and Jared. You guys were great. Our Drew stack, and thanks to producer Drew for adding all those names, the new members into the DK Sim Fam Friends League. And Christian calling it a day here, but he returns tomorrow for a couple of sims. He'll be with Kenny at 2 Eastern. He'll be back with me at 6. Should be a good time, buddy.
Looking forward to it. I was originally not even supposed to come in on Wednesday, but some slots opened up, and I was like, Koff, yeah, I can do that. And I was like, oh, well, I'm doing a sim with Koff. I might as well pay my penance earlier in the day. Hang out with Kenny and get yelled at for a good hour and 15 minutes. So looking forward to both of them. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then.
Stay with us, folks. We'll be back in about a half hour. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back. We had ourselves a great Mad Matinee, and here's hoping, as I'm here with Kenny Ducey, I'm Adam Kaufman, that we get just as much fun here for the early bird special. Lineups filling up fast for the contest here. We got the Broncos in Washington. I know Kenny just jumping on in. Did you get that thing all locked and loaded?
I sure did. Wide receiver 3 theory, man. KJ Hamler, great play today. $4,800. He's always one of my favorites in the Broncos sims, and no different today. But it should be a good one. You know, you got some sim familiar names, some familiar names with McKissick, Lindsey. You know, these are guys that, generally speaking, you know, they do it for you in these Madden sims. So, football team, the Broncos, it should be a good one.
So this right here is the early bird special. The Can Alex Smith just start a sim just once, please? Free roll, and obviously that is not today, but believe me, if it ever happens, and I will shout it from the mountaintops, we will let you know so you don't play the wrong QB. But it is still Haskins' life, the real life Steeler. Lineups have locks, so what have you got?
Well, now that I can say it, I got Cortland Sutton in my captain spot with Drew Lock, McKissick, Phillip Lindsay, KJ the Ham Daddy, and Dustin Hopkins. You know, get me 7 points here at the kicker spot.
All right, we'll see. We've got overlap with a couple anyway. So I decided maybe it's just being drawn to the name. What is a sim? Steve Sims Jr. in the captain spot, along with Drew Lock, J.D. McKissick, Cortland Sutton, TMC, Terry McLaurin, and Melvin Gordon, my pseudo punt play. The value just too good to pass up. $2,600 in the flex, 7 points a sim, regularly involved, had to do it. I
don't hate it. I also don't hate Steven Sims Jr., although the one concern there is the inconsistency. We've seen him go for 21, 17 points in Sims, and then he's dropped down and had disappearing acts. So, yeah, we'll see what ends up happening with Steven Sims Jr. Certainly a featured part of this Washington offense on Madden. I like the Melvin Gordon call as well. I don't hate it. That's absolutely true. He's sort of David Montgomery to a Tariq Cohen in this situation. Like, I don't know if he's going to be as involved as you'd like. I mean, he's got 2 points a sim over the last 4 games. So
yeah, ballpark.
We'll see. The seven stems from earlier in the season when he was more used.
My guy Fantasy Hawk says, if you don't have Melvin Gordon, you aren't trying to win. And he follows that up with saying, I knew Koff, the bargain hunter, would pick Gordon. You're damn right. We got him in there, and we have got almost a full contest here. 195 entries, and best of luck to everybody. We'll see how you do. We got, our guy Derek in Game Ops is in the free roll here. You know, producer Drew has probably jumped in, I hope anyway. Drew, our TD, oftentimes jumps in these, so we'll see where everybody fills out over the course of the next hour plus. We had a long one, went to overtime for the 2 Eastern sim, but it was a thrilling finish.
Don't put that hex on me, man.
Well, I got to tell you, you should just be mindful. Everybody out there should be aware. I've had 3 straight sims go to overtime. 3 straight.
Oh, man. That means I should probably go make some tea.
Yeah, make some plans for a late dinner. Broncos get the ball first. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, the Drew Stack, Derek, Jared, and Game Ops, all you hanging out here with us. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Love these unis here on a Color Rush Tuesday, by the way. This is sharp. Good work.
Looks like Thanksgiving with the orange and maroon here.
Yeah, there's my guy Melvin Gordon, only a 1-yard pickup, but involved from the jump.
Yeah,
so
congrats.
How things going for you? How's the week going, huh? How's the start to the week?
Let me take some time out to say congratulations on your 0.1 fantasy points. I know that you seem very excited about it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I was eager.
You seemed really excited about the Melvin Gordon 0.1 points. I figured I'd shout it out.
Just you wait until he has 10 catches, pulls a Christian McCaffrey today, goes hog wild.
I'm doing well. You know, it was a great weekend of football. Been working hard this week so far, writing up a lot of stuff, not sleeping at all, and excited for tonight's 3-game mini NBA slate here with some wonky games, right? You got the Clippers now as the underdogs because they're not supposed to win because they don't have Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, or Patrick Beverly, and you got the Knicks are probably going to get the doors blown off them against the Jazz. They're finally facing like a real good team. It's going to be scary. Who can play defense? And then you got Russell Westbrook playing against one of his former teams in the Rockets, Wizard Rockets, and the Wizards have like 8 guys out for that game, so they only have 9 suiting up, I think.
Well, I may as well ask you, who do you love today while we're getting into a little NBA DFS? Because
I
as
really,
you said,
really,
just a 3-game light slate tonight.
Right. So it if you want to go for sheer volume, I mean, I think that Russell Westbrook, or excuse me, Bradley Beal is in a great spot tonight because the one thing the Rockets can't do is defend the shooting guard position. Victor Oladipo has been a bad defender his whole career, and the Rockets have been known for giving up a lot of fantasy points to opposing shooting guards. Of course, that's because James Harden used to occupy that spot for Houston, but now Oladipo slid in, and not much has changed. They still can't defend that position. So Beal probably in a good spot here. Although that said, that all the defensive attention can be thrown at him. So I'm not really sure what his realistic ceiling would be, just because the defense might key in on him a little bit, but certainly like him. And then was trying to. I think I had targeted a few other people that I really liked, but let me just try to. Oh yeah, that's right. The Hawks. I love all the Hawks because if you look at defensive efficiency, if you look at the defensive ratings of each of the Los Angeles Clippers, 3 of the worst 4, or their worst 4, I should say, Zubac, Lou Williams, Luke Kennard, and Reggie Jackson. And who's going to be starting tonight? Luke Kennard, Reggie Jackson, and Lou Williams. And of course, so 3 of the worst 4 defenders, right? So with that said, I don't think the Clippers are going to be able to defend on the arc whatsoever. So I am firing up Trae Young, Cam Reddish, and DeAndre Hunter if all 3 of them play. I think Trae Young is questionable, and Cam Reddish might be as well. But those guys play. I mean, Trae Young is a top tier play today. He's potentially a top 5 play against Reggie Jackson, who just cannot play defense to save his life. And the Hawks should actually run away and win that game, I think.
Take notes, fam. Whichever way you want to go, whether you believe in Ducey or you subscribe to Fade Ducey, these are the plays that he says you should keep an eye on tonight for the late 3-game slate. And for playing NHL DFS, by the way, massive 13 games tonight after just the one last night.
And getting some already people in the chat disagreeing with how Victor Oladipo, they say, is a steal machine, and that makes him a good defender because he gets a lot of steals. That actually does not make someone a good defender. And this season, Victor Oladipo's defensive efficiency has taken a hit.
Makes them opportunistic. How about that?
Yes. Career-wise, he's been okay. He hasn't been amazing, but this season in particular, he has struggled on defense. The numbers will back that up if you go look at them once in a while. Yeah, Fantasy Aqua. The thing about Trae Young is there's only 6 teams playing, so Trae Young automatically is one of the guys that's going to be highest priced. But again, I would just challenge you to look at the defensive numbers for LA, especially when they have Reggie Jackson at point guard. Reggie Jackson cannot play defense to save his life. So if Trae Young ends up playing and he's healthy, there should be nothing stopping him, is my point. What's up, Mockingjay?
We're scoreless, few minutes gone by here. Virtual DC. Sean says, I'm sure you probably answered this numerous times, but how come the free Sims games, the prize amount drops? So, Sean, here's what I can tell you on that. If anyone else has any questions pertaining obviously to things that very honestly are not in my realm, which is prize pool structure, I encourage you to reach out to DraftKings customer service. You can do so very easily on Twitter if you have a Twitter account. DK_assist is the handle. Ask any questions. Someone will get back to you. Maybe even our pal, Jeff, formerly of Game Ops, who is part of the DK customer service team and occasionally pops into the chat here just to remember what it was like to do all that manual scoring. So if you have any questions relating to that as we are halfway through the opening quarter, do reach out. But what I can tell you, Sean, because oftentimes I know that this is what typically follows in the chat from some people. I'm not saying you specifically, but others in the past when there have been changes to the prize pool. It's, well, here we go. Beginning of the end, smaller prize pool. How long these Sims, they're going to be going away. The dream stream's leaving us. I can promise you, we are here to stay. Sims are here to stay. There's going to be a whole lot of them often. You know, the 42-7 that you learned to love way back before sports returned will be coming right back at you come the off season here in the NFL. There is only one game left in the NFL season. We know that, the Super Bowl, less than a couple weeks away. And you will be returned promptly to Sims around the clock, basically. We are not going anywhere. The Dream Stream is not going anywhere. So panic not. We're around. About 3 minutes left here in the opening quarter. Steven says, what's your plays tonight, Koff? The winning plays. Can't do that. Can't give it to you. How am I going to compete with you guys if I start to give you my secrets? 3rd and 12. Just a 4-yard pickup. Lock 2 out of 4 for 11. 4th and 8. We're going to have a punt.
Saw someone say, Tom's Microwave. Kenny told me to play Miles Bridges one day. He got 10x value. I think he means Mikal Bridges from the Phoenix Suns that I absolutely did. I think he was in the showdown. He was right. I said to Captain Bridges in the showdown, and then he went off that night. I also saw someone cite defensive real plus minus DRPM, which isn't a stat anymore. Talking about Victor Oladipo, so I thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you throw this many takes out into the air, inevitably you're going to be wrong, right? So that said, I've been doing okay with my NBA calls this year. So yeah, the NBA though to this year too has been really tough. Andrew's saying what is RP? It's real plus minus. ESPN came up with the stat. Everyone's familiar with plus minus, which is
sure,
you know, how many points your team is being outscored by or outscoring opponents while you're on the floor. So
right, which most coaches will tell you is not remotely indicative of how well a guy is playing.
Right. So ESPN came up with their own. They tried to improve upon the stat using metrics and come up with a more accurate representation of how you're impacting a game positively or negatively. And a lot of people, because there is a shortage of defensive metrics really everywhere in sports, right? You look at baseball, football. I mean, it's difficult to find a lot of accurate defensive metrics. I think people were excited about another defensive measurement.
Oh boy, big boy throw out of Haskins all the way down to the 28 and caught as Washington moving the ball downfield. A 56-yarder out of my captain Sims.
What a big
first catch
throw.
for him.
I'm toast now.
See, if we saw some more of that in Washington in the last year plus, he might still be there.
Trae
and,
Young
you know, a better attitude. No, go ahead. Trae Young.
He's the 5th most expensive player, minus George and Leonard tonight on the slate. But I really do think he's worth every penny. It's going to be an interesting slate, though, I think. Because, again, you got all those injuries for Washington. I mean, there should be a lot of value here. Not so much in the late game with New York and Utah, because I think that, you know, they've got both teams have a full complement of players, but you know, there's injuries across the board here, not only in LA but Washington too, that you should be able to find some good value to fit those big names like Trae Young in there and Brad Beal as well. I mean, if you can find a way to fit in Beal and Young, I think you're going to have yourself a lineup.
Logan Thomas with that catch, shy of a first, 3rd and inches. Might have been the final play of the quarter as 10 seconds tick down before our break.
I got one more, I think, Koff.
Beal and Young, that's what you're advocating for tonight?
I think so. I'm definitely not trying to take any Knicks tonight. I don't think it's going to be a good night for them. And the other thing about the Knicks is their rotation. As a Knicks fan, I mean, their rotation's a huge mess right now. They don't want to play quickly, even though he's their best point guard. And, now they have Ntilikina and Burks back and Rivers healthy. It's a mess. Speaking of messes, the Washington football team and the Denver Broncos, 0 points apiece, Goff. This has not been pretty.
We are trending toward the first score of the game, I can confidently say, with the ball 3rd and inches from the 19, and Washington with it to begin the second. But you're right. So far, a real lack of offense, unless you've got Sims, who's had that big 56-yard pickup. Not good enough for me to, move into the top 80 at this point, but that's because I don't have Haskins right along with him. We got Poppy Herb, 69, sitting in first place by about 4 points in our smaller free roll, the early bird special. Poppy Herb. Okay. Herb. Old Herb out there.
Herb. Hey, Herb. What's up? Herb.
3rd inches. It's a run from McKissick and a first down out to the 13.
Herb spelled backwards. Is bruh.
Patrick says, Koff, I got to admit I was wrong. At the beginning of the NFL season, I told you Brady and the Bucs wouldn't do any better than 7-9, and well, boy, I was wrong. So,
oh boy.
I mean, Patrick, appreciate you, your honesty. So I'm trying to remember exactly what I said about the Bucs going into the season. I definitely said I didn't think they'd make a Super Bowl. I thought they would absolutely contend for one. NFC Championship game wouldn't have surprised me in the least, but I did not think they would reach the Super Bowl. As far as wins in the regular season, I think I had them pegged at
down to the 1.
I think I had them at 11 to 13 was the range, and where I was really wrong was I had the Patriots at 9 to 11, and obviously they won 7. But Cam and that offense were just so bad. Where did the Bucs finish ultimately? Were they 11-5?
They were 5th place in the NFC. That's all I know. McKissick stood up
lost
there.
A yard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I got a lot of people seeing it. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat saying no Brady talk. People want to hear about Dwayne Haskins.
Let's talk about Dwayne Haskins.
Jared says, Koff, I'm going to ask you Jared's question. Any thoughts on Haskins going to Pittsburgh? Seems like they have an athlete going on his 3rd head coach in that many years. Seems like a low-risk, high-reward kind of guy. And Drew dropping in that Haskins owed $850,000. No guarantees, getting a lot of money from the football team.
From the Steelers.
Well, he's getting $850K from the Steelers, but he's owed a lot of money from Washington still.
Yeah.
Because obviously that rookie deal was guaranteed. So
right.
It is a very low-risk, high-reward type of situation.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, he's still, 23 years old? He was a first-round pick. I realize he didn't look good. He didn't develop. He had no confidence from the coaching staff in Washington, and obviously multiple coaches there in the time that he was around. But if you're a team that is either in need of a quarterback, wants a quarterback to, compete and push for a competition because you're not sure who your starter is going to be, or in the case of Pittsburgh, you've got a guy who, potentially may retire or is at least, looking at the last year of his career and then walks away. Why not, 1, create a little internal competition, and 2, bring in a guy who's young, who clearly needs leadership and guidance to, learn under Roethlisberger, who can still offer a lot of knowledge, no question about it. This should have been a touchdown, ultimately a field goal here for Washington to go ahead. 2 minutes gone by in this second quarter, and it'll be the Broncos getting the ball back. It's just, as put by Jared, low risk, high reward. It's such a no-brainer to me to take a shot on Dwayne Haskins to see if there's anything there. I think Washington gave up on him prematurely just because Ron Rivera he was done. He wanted nothing to do with him, I think, on a personal level. Haskins didn't always show the right attitude there, but I think as a player, there's still talent there. There's absolutely still talent. Doesn't mean he's all of a sudden, going to totally flip this thing on its head and become a starter for years to come. I mean, he's probably I don't know what's a best case scenario, like a Tyrod Taylor kind of comp, probably. But even still, I think there's something there for him. That's how I feel. How do you feel?
I feel like it's a pretty low. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat. They're talking about Julius Randle. I really have to caution strongly against Julius Randle tonight. Awful matchup. I know he had the 30 points against the Jazz earlier this season, but that was game 8 of the year for the Jazz. And the Jazz now are the best team in basketball, the hottest team in basketball. They have won 8 games in a row. They are ranking top 3 against points in the paint. They are not allowing anything in the paint. I think top 5 in field goal percentage in the paint as well, thanks to Mr. Rudy Gobert. I would really not play Julius Randle tonight, or Mitchell Robinson for that matter. And I am a Knicks fan. I want to see them win. I am biased towards the Knicks. Do not go to Julius Randle, El Paso #1. Continuing to say he's got a huge ceiling. You got to go for him. You can go for 60 DKFP. It's not a case of history repeating itself. It's just not going to happen. If you want to play anybody, go for like Donovan Mitchell, who's scored like 30 points a game over his last 4. All that said, yeah, I think that Dwayne Haskins was a great decision. I think, he's a guy that clearly has a lot of talent. He has a lot of leadership capabilities, being a top pick in the draft. And, all those guys really deserve to get some sort of second shot, right? Even if, that was ugly. Even if it's, not, it didn't work out for him so well the first time. It's not like there isn't a reason why he's in the NFL, right? So I like it.
I mean, I think if he busted in multiple locations and obviously a few years isn't performing, isn't doing anything, then, the narrative changes. But right now, when he's still so young, why wouldn't you take a flyer, especially when you're paying him virtually nothing? Again, I think, going back to what you said before with regard to that reserve future deal that Dwayne Haskins has with Pitt, the most important thing that you said, courtesy of Field Yates this morning, 1 year, $850,000, 0 guarantees. 0 guarantees. If it doesn't work, you cut him loose. The end.
Yeah, I don't think that it's. I think that it's a move that a lot of people should have made. Frankly, look, he didn't really show anything, to be honest, though, in Washington. So I'm not getting too excited, but it's just one of those easy moves you have to make. Having not seen too much of him either, like I can just remember watching a few games. There's Melvin Gordon. There's your 2 points that you're going to be so happy with that.
Should have captained him. Just you wait. Wait until Melvin Gordon's in the leading lineup at the end of this thing. You'll see.
The thing right now, we're
led by the DSTs. But
why
give it
captain
time.
Melvin Gordon? You don't need to fit. Like, what high-priced options are you dying to fit in on this slate? That's
all of them. Every single one of them. Halfway through the second. Can we get a Denver touchdown? Not yet. Lock up to 59, passing ball to the 4. Nice job moving it by Sutton. 3rd catch for him.
Yeah, I don't know what everyone's talking about with Julius Randle. I'll
Julius Randle's projected at about 40 fantasy points tonight. He is not a guy that you have to. And I love Julius Randle. I wish he was.
Me too. And I would love to be wrong about this.
That is not a guy that you need to lock into your fantasy lineup tonight. It's just not. It's not.
I would love to be wrong about this. I don't know where people are getting this from. That Royce Young can't guard Julius. Royce O'Neal can't guard Julius Randle. Royce O'Neal is one of the best defensive, perimeter guys in the league, especially on that team. The Jazz have one of the best defenses in the NBA. Like, I don't. What about this?
Come on, Melvin!
I must play Julius Randle. The Knicks are driving more than. I mean, I had to research this game like for 3 hours last night, till 2 a.m. So I could talk for days about this game, but that's why, to me, it doesn't make any sense. The Jazz have just been so good around the rim, so good in the paint, and Julius Randle has had a career revitalization, and he's been great. But like, this is just it's not like this is Boogie Cousins, where like he's a great 3-point shooter, no, he's just a back to the basket guy at the end of the day, pick and roll guy, and like the Jazz have defended this so well.
That's an easy Denver touchdown. I needed, as Cortland Sutton
I needed
hasn't,
that
I needed
Sutton
a Melvin,
TD, man.
I needed a Melvin Gordon touchdown like I needed air to breathe right there, just to shove it right in your face. But we have got, instead, a Cortland Sutton touchdown, which is all good. Jimmy B commending my Wright and Culver calls last night, or Wright last night anyway. Yeah, Dwight Howard was trash last night. It was unfortunate. Jim says, Coffee, you going to put in a lineup in basketball tonight? I may. Keep an eye out for the last-minute NBA as it hits your emails or your alerts or whatever else moments before lock. We'll all party together. In the meantime, it is 7-3 Denver, 2.5 to go here in the opening half. Ducey, Kaufman, Jared, Derek, Drew Stack, we're all here with you. A few likes away from 300 here on YouTube. Smash that like button and hit the subscribe button as well. We have picked up about 12,000 new subscribers to the YouTube channel since these Sims began almost a year ago. Matter of fact, we are a couple days away from our 10-month anniversary, which is just, that is a thing, man. That is wild. And thank you all for being here with us on the regular as you are. The hashtag team always here, whether you're in the chat or not. We appreciate you listening.
I mean, I'm so new to this. I only came on in August, but it's been quite the ride. It's been fun, and wouldn't want to do it with anybody else.
Robbie says, you are doing a great job, Kenny.
Thank you, Robbie. Speaking of doing a great job, I think my lineup is doing a great job in your contest, Koff. How's yours?
What do you got? Mine is I'm doing okay. So I'm sitting 12th right now. Where are you?
Let me check it out. I am in fifth place.
How about BK? Not even doing this sim, he's sitting in 3rd place.
So, well, Broncos, obviously. So
yeah, he couldn't resist.
You're in 12th. BK's in 5th. Or excuse me, BK's in
3rd.
3rd. I'm in 5th.
So let's look at BK's lineup. Let's see who the Broncos insider decided to put in his lineup.
Who cares about BK's lineup? I'm right here. Look at my lineup.
We'll look at yours in a second. We'll look at yours in a second. We already heard yours. I want to hear the Broncos insiders lineup.
Okay.
So this won't surprise you. Heavy Denver. Sutton in the captain spot. Locke, Broncos, DST, and McManus as he vaults up to 2nd place. Also has McKissick and McLaurin. And I have moved to 6th. How about you? You're in 8th now. What does Jets fan 196 have again for the people?
Cortland Sutton in the captain spot with 22.65 DKFP, and then I went heavy Denver as well. Drew Lock, Philip Lindsay, KJ Hamler. My two Washington players are McKissick and Justin Hopkins, who had the field goal earlier. So I have all the points accounted for right now, and I'm hoping for a little more McKissick involvement, frankly. I mean, he's usually pretty involved on these sims for Washington. He's usually the guy who he gets a lot of carries. He'll get catches out of the backfield. They haven't really been looking to McKissick as much as I would think. Like right here, he's open. Okay, now they're throwing the ball. All right, there you go. But yeah, I mean, look, dream scenario, they move it down the field to like the 35-yard line with McKissick and then kick the field goal. Hopkins are kind of popular in your contest, 12.8%.
How about McKissick, though, at 84% owned, 33% in the captain spot, and really should have had a touchdown on that last drive where Washington had to settle for a field goal, so that would have really opened things up as well. That
was tough to watch, man. McLaurin just getting the catches, man, left and right, getting wrecks. But it's not going to be enough. They're going to have to punt as I slip down to 12th place here in 6th now because you have Scary Terry in there.
We're going to monitor our lineups play by play.
How about you? How about Melvin Gordon, man? Huge game so far. 2.9 DK fantasy points, bro.
Don't argue with that value. Coming at you in a hurry.
All right, so here's where my Broncos stack goes to work. I'm feeling good about this drive. We got a minute left. We got 3 timeouts. We're going to have Philip Lindsay on the field the whole entire drive. Drew Lock throwing it. KJ Hamler, maybe he'll make a play. Come on, Koff. Got to believe one time.
First and 10 from the 14, final minute of the opening half. That ball completed shy of the 20.
Yep. There's Lindsey. He's going to be
Quick
on the
timeout.
field. I wish we had first half and second half contests. That would be fun.
That would be a thing.
For the Sims. Right?
I've never, I mean, it'd be something different for the Sims for sure. I've never entered into those contests in general, whether it's, second half
neither.
NBA, second half NFL. I feel like that would be very intimidating. 2nd and 5 here as Locke.
Big
That's
throw,
a big
big
throw
throw.
completed. Out to almost midfield. Another timeout.
We could not see who that was, of course. I thought it might have been Hamler.
Hard to zero in on a number.
I'm going to try
it
to...
was. Second catch for him. It was Hamler.
Let's freaking Joe.
Chris says, can he be given
the
some
replay
low-key, legit NBA tips?
Oh, you avoided the sack.
Wow. Oh, no, sorry.
Big catch for Ham Daddy right there. I needed that. The Ham Man. Ham Man K. Now I'm in 3rd place. How about that? How do you like them apples?
So early.
Junkman 711 number 1, BK number 2, me number 3. Junkman in 1st place. You know how that Drake song goes. Junkman, Junkman, Junkman.
Let me hear it.
Them boys up to something, Yeah.
2nd and 18, 21 ticks left. No timeouts left for Denver, however, down
Carter,
7-3 Washington with its timeouts.
I do like John Wall. Great matchup. That Rockets team, especially now if Christian Wood doesn't play, they're going to need shots to fall from somebody. They're going to need to give the ball to somebody here. Oh, what
Another
a throw and
grab.
catch, but they're going to have to, the clock's going to run out.
Yeah,
Hey,
they're
Hamler
done.
again.
They can't stop the clock. The hammer. Dropping the hammer.
That's right. In the English Premier League today, the Hammers with the 3-2 win over Crystal Palace, and now in the Sim, the Hammer coming in again with his 3rd catch of the day. Junkman 1, me 2, BK 3, if the Thunder don't get you 4. How about that?
Love it.
What a contest
the half.
So far.
7-3 Denver. Jobo says LMAO, do sing and jump, man.
Not Jumpman, Junkman. The Junkman is in 1st place in your contest. Andrew, a real who's who at the top of the leaderboard. That's right. All household names, No, no Go Mets 785003478. You got some real people up here.
Lock 111 and a score to Sutton. Haskins 103 to this point in time. We will look at the rushing numbers. McKissick 7 for 23. Gordon 6 for 29. Lindsey just 2 for 9. Barber lost 4 yards, but hey, he's involved, and that's more than we can typically say about him. We will look at the receiving numbers. 4 for 51, and that score for Sutton, who is pacing toward a bonus, as is Hamler, 3 for 51 to his credit. TMC 3 for 13. Inman 2 for 21, and do not forget Sims, who still has just that 1 catch, but for 56 yards. So we got 3 receivers who are pacing toward a bonus. Will all 3 get there? Probably not, but just nice to be in the conversation.
Yep, 51 for Sutton, 51 for Hamler, 56 for Sims, although I'm not putting Sims on bonus watch. He had 1 catch, just the 1 catch. We've seen this story before, Koff.
Yeah.
1 run, 65 yards. I saw
never to be heard
someone
from again.
go for I think I saw someone go for maybe it was David Montgomery go for an 85-yard run and not hit the bonus. It happens. So
Brutal.
I don't think
Brutal.
Sims is going to do it, but other guys have a chance. Sutton, Hamler, just because I rostered them, that's why I'm saying they have a chance. But in reality, 4 catches for Sutton and 3 now for Hamler. They've been involved. And unfortunately for the Denver offense, which had so much momentum going into half, the Washington football team will receive the second half kick.
Let's go back to virtual DC with Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, the Drew Stack, producer Drew RTD, Jared and Derek, the Game Ops crew, and all of you hanging out with us here for the third of 6 Madden simulations on the Dream Stream today. Thank you very much. Joker says, cough, mushed Ertz. I did. Although it's kind of on him, isn't it? I mean, the game went to overtime. There were like 5 minutes left. Maybe it wasn't that many. 3 minutes left in regulation. He was sitting on 99 yards. And I get that if you want to say I mushed him for the duration of regulation, I'll own that. But it went to overtime. Philly had the ball, and he couldn't pick up 1 yard. At a certain point in time, you got to look in the virtual mirror and know that that's on you.
By the way, you called this virtual DC. It's Washington.
Washington. I like that.
I come up with names for all the cities. My favorite one that I just came up with was Sham Diego. It's not there's Make Believe Land, there's Sham Diego.
Why Sham?
Because it's not real. It's okay, virtual.
Got it. All right. No, that makes sense.
Something
all right,
that's
keep going.
fake,
What else? What else you got?
I don't know. I'm
partial to the Patriots. Do you have one for New England for Foxborough?
There's Sim City, right, for Las Vegas.
Yeah, sure.
Andrew Foboro. Let's go. See, that's what I'm talking about. Everyone just tries to insert the word sim into the city, but like or virtual before the city. Like there's so many creative ways that we can call it. I love that.
Like
Foboro.
that. No, I like that.
And you know what else? Strong. Now we have another synonym for fake or not real that we can insert into towns or cities or city nicknames. I love that.
Yep.
I'm gonna go look at my thesaurus here. Let's see.
Do you have one for Denver here?
I was thinking like mild nigh or something like that. What is nigh? Yeah, that's nay. Nah, I can't. That's gonna work.
Chris says it's actually virtual Landover, Maryland. Cough. All right, we're not going to get too overly specific, but I understand. I get it. I mean, it'd be like if I said we're going to virtual New York for the Jets or Giants, knowing that they're in Jersey. So I understand. I do.
Let's see.
Lounge Talk Podcast says, so San Francisco? I'd say that qualifies.
Yeah.
Carl says, Judy must be watching from the stands. Has not been good so far.
Let's see. I'm looking for some synonyms here. Ooh, counterfeit, or sorry, not counterfeit. Forge is a good one. Like, no, I don't know. I have to think about it. You could always just call it like the Mile High Simti. I don't know. That doesn't really work.
Hyro says synonym for fake, wrestling. Someone tell Rossi. Uh-oh. Rossi's coming up next, right? Isn't Rossi with you for the next one?
I think so. Robbie says Kenver. Denver, Ducey, Kenver. Love it. There's another completion for Haskins. She's moving the football down the field. And I feel I'm sweating right now, not having anybody from Washington. I feel like there's just so many lineups that are going to come overtake me right now.
Well, you're hanging close. Sit in second, BK third. I'm in sixth. You got Junkman still in front by about 4 points.
Yeah, but Junkman's got Inman and Sims.
It's hard being at the top and looking down, man. It's hard. People are coming for you. You got a bullseye on your back.
Yep, Roboclace.
That's right. May he rest in peace. Oh, this is a good one for Fantasy Hawk. Pretend.
Yes. That's right.
Strong.
Pretendver. I think I said pretend one time for something else. I didn't think. Yeah, Pretendver. There you go.
Pretendver.
See?
Yeah.
And now we enlist
Here's the problem. Are you making a list of any of these, or you're going to have to just remember them again at some point down the road?
I mean, I always remember them if I come up with them.
Do you? I come up with plenty of things that I forget 5 minutes later.
Washington, DC.
There's so much gold up here.
I just kind of come up with it when I'm doing the sim for the for the city.
Dontrell Inman with a catch, by the way.
Yep, that knocked me out a second now. And Junkman
Scream that
continues
name
to
off,
thrive. Hey, wide receiver 3, man.
Yep. 3 for 29.
No, it's Sham Francisco. Sham Francisco, Sham Diego.
Of course, Sham Diego is no longer relevant.
Right, Sham Francisco, I think.
You have something for LA? First and 10 from the 15. Another ball caught. TMC out to the 11. Short gain.
What do they call LA?
Like Los Angeles. You could do that.
Ooh.
Because it's not real. It's missing. I don't know. Maybe that's a reach.
What's the nickname, though, for LA?
La La Land.
Yeah, La La Land. You honestly could just call it straight up La La Land because it's, make believe.
Why not sprinkle in a touchdown? Jeremy Sprinkle gets Washington on the board with its first TD of the day. You see the fireworks up over the head of Virtual Ron Rivera.
That's not good.
Here's some NFL news. Courtesy of
Not
Adam
good.
Schefter, ESPN.
Okay.
Teams already reaching out to the Detroit Lions to initiate trade talks and figure out what it would take to acquire QB Matt Stafford.
I mean, yeah,
He wrote Matthew, but he and I
so.
are close, so I just said Matt. If you had to guess among the, 10 teams that could realistically be looking for a new quarterback, where does Matt Stafford land?
I really, really, really want to say Chicago. I think it would make a lot of sense. He'd be staying in the NFC North. I don't know if the Detroit Lions would agree to trade him there, but it just makes all the sense in the world. It's a kind of a similar team, but they were just in the playoffs last season and could very well get in the playoffs this season with a real quarterback. They have a good defense there. They also just kind of have nothing to lose at this point, the Bears. It's not like they're in the middle of a rebuild or they haven't even started the rebuild, right? So they could just kind of make one last run for it, right, before deciding to blow it up if they wanted to. And go ahead. Oh, wow, over 3 fantasy points now for you, Kaufman. Congrats.
Thank you.
So I don't know.
If the Thunder don't catch you, says it's funny how much Madden loves Sprinkle. In real life, he's a blocker and never gets any targets.
Yeah. You could say the same thing about a lot of players in Madden. Come on, Drew. Big throw. Big throw from Drew Lock. There's Noah Fant. First catch of the day. Everyone in the chat was wondering where this guy went.
I should mention while we're all patting ourselves on the back with regard to our lineups, that last Sprinkle touchdown, I'm not in the top 10, you're not in the top 10, BK's not in the top 10, but you know who is? Producer Drew. He's moved into 8th.
Here we go.
About 9 points off the lead.
A real who's who. He's coming for Junkman. Come on, Drew. Anyone but Junkman.
Says he's doing the sprinkler over there. Watch out. Let's turn on that Zoom feed. Turn on that window. Let's get a look at the sprinkler. Couple likes away from 300. Hit that like, folks. Hit the subscribe button as well. Appreciate you. 2nd and 4 on the way. 2 minutes left. 3rd quarter. 10-7. Washington leading. Ball at midfield. Mikey B noting he is addicted to these sims, and you'd be crazy if you weren't. There's Melvin. 8 for 41. Just wait until he breaks one off and hits the bonus. You'll see.
All right, let's see. I'll be waiting here. I'll be 100 years old.
You'll be Rose in the boat in Titanic. It's been 84 years. JJ Fat says MVP 300th like right here. Thank you, JJ. Everybody else. One man does not do it alone. It's $2.99 to get you there. Whoa. Rather deliberate out of block and a long
Got
throw.
some time.
Got there. Picked up the first and the first catch for the Broncos. Jerry Jeudy off the milk carton.
Jeudy and Fant on this drive.
David says, cough, so do you regret getting Gordon? You kind of just answered that. David, listen, I would do it and I'd do it again. I'd do it 10 times over. Gordon at 7 points a sim at whatever it was, $2,600. No brainer. Alana, good to see you in the chat for the first time today. Says, cough, regale us again with your story of watching Titanic in theaters. I shan't. If you can recall that much on your own, you know the tale all too well.
All right, we got one play left here in the third quarter. Who's it going to?
Melvin Gordon for a touchdown.
Oh, my goodness. He's not even on the field, cough.
Final play of the third, 26-yard line.
Get the Wisconsin
Broncos
Badgers out of your ears.
Right, incomplete. All right, we'll get another play. How about that?
Third and 9.
Away.
Well, now you can assure that Melvin Gordon won't be on the field.
Melvin Gordon moving to deep threat wide receiver. Look at that loaded backfield. People
I don't
call
see
for
Melvin
Jeudy
Gordon.
For Sutton.
I don't see Gordon in there.
He's got time, he's got space, he's got an arm and a completion to the 11 to end the quarter, and the Broncos threatening to go ahead when we get to the fourth.
Is that Cortland Sutton on that catch? I believe it was.
Looked like it.
Now look at the replay here on YouTube to see. Big half, or big quarter, I should say, regardless, for both teams. Both teams getting in on the scoring fun. And, yeah, the Broncos look like they might take this lead here. I think Cortland Sutton has the arm sleeve, so I just wanted to confirm before we went to break who that was who made the catch. But, yeah, looks like Cortland Sutton. So, big day for Cortland Sutton so far. He's now got his fifth. That would be his fifth catch, over 51 yards. Dwayne Haskins, 164 yards. Haskins and Locke, they haven't been great, but they've been okay. Your boy Melvin Gordon picking up 4 DK fantasy points now through the three quarters.
All I heard was leading rusher, Melvin Gordon. That's all I heard.
For the moment.
Okay.
McLaurin, 5 catches, 24 yards. Sutton now at 66 on 5 catches. Cortland Sutton, we're looking at the possibility here that he could get into the end zone for a second time, which would cement his status as the correct cough player of the game.
The correct cough player of the game?
I used to think it was Crunchy Cough because I thought like Crunchy was like
the Krusty Kaufman player of the game. That's what it's been.
Because Krusty. Because like the Krusty Krab.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
I don't really. I wasn't.
I did not. Listen, I did not come up with it. We've run with it at this point. Alana says it would be a dream to be in the chat all day, but I have one of those job things. Joke's on you. This is our job.
Hyro, put on those shades, Kenny. Locke is getting 100 yards in the next quarter. I love it, man. I'd love to see Drew Lock get to the bonus. I don't know if it's going to happen, but the only way it could happen is if the Broncos, he throws the rest of the way here, the Broncos get into the end zone, and then Washington scores, and then Drew Lock just has to air it out on the last drive of the game or something like that. Melvin Gordon, 2 more yards? Nope, 3 more. Wow, 3 more yards.
When he gets in for a touchdown, you are going to be eating those words when he's got only the second Broncos touchdown of the game. 2nd and 7 from the 8.
He's not scoring a touchdown. Let's be real.
Everybody is
not on the field again
against Kenny, needing a touchdown right here out of Melvo Gordon.
He's not on the field again. You can't play a guy that's not on the field.
He's going to run on out. He's just going to sprint onto the field right off the bench. Fangio, move over. Here he comes.
They don't put him in on 3rd downs. Andrew saying Gordon has more points than Dustin Hopkins. This is true. Although I didn't expect I didn't say Dustin Hopkins would have more.
You said he'd get you 7 points.
Yeah, he's on the way. He can do it.
And incomplete. Well, I'll tell you what. This is going to help those who rostered Brandon McManus because we're about to be tied.
I bet you Chris Stahl has McManus. He's a McManus type of guy. I can't even find
far
Chris
down
Stahl's.
he's fallen, I would tell you.
Yeah, I can't even find his lineup.
Oh, there he is. 39th. He has McManus, yeah.
All right, congrats,
So
Brandon. Congrats.
That's going to help him jump a little bit. David says field goal cough. I'm sorry. That's right. We got a lot of Melvin Gordon fans out there now, just to spite Kenny. Respect.
Cough. If
All
this game goes to overtime,
that will be 4 in a row.
I'm gonna just. I'm gonna look. Here's the thing, man. I need tea. I need to go pick up my laundry. I got a sim at 6. I don't have time for overtime, man. Let's get this done.
You got to go out for your laundry. You don't just hold it out the window when it's raining and then dry it.
No, you're gonna pick it up.
That's big city living right there.
That's right. Wash and fold, man. It's the only way to do it. I mean, I do my own laundry a lot. I'll go to the laundromat and do it, but sometimes when the weeks get busy, Cough, you gotta have the laundromat just do it for you. Oh, here it is, JD,
Flag.
and the flag by Marv Albert.
Face mask. Okay. Sorry, Bryce Callahan. You got to be better. Tack on 15. Blood Robot says, sprinkle in some sprinkle, please. Carter says, haven't you all learned not to down Kaufman's punt play? It's come true. He's going to get a touchdown. Just you wait. 10-10 game. Ball at midfield, just over the shield, and Haskins gets rid of it. Good for a first after the 37, picks up 11. Haskins 176 passing, 1st and 10 on the way. He's happy, he's fired up, he's pulling in his teammates, yanking at McLaurin by the neck after the Inman catch, his 5th, closing in on 60 yards. Mike Bizzle says, I want the never-ending sim right now.
So J.D. McKissick closing in on the rushing lead in this one so far. Sprinkle still in the captain spot in the lead lineup in that contest. Pretty interesting.
What do we have in front at the moment here in our smaller free roll? It's Big Skis leading by about 3 points. Haskins got time, goes
Sprinkle
to the right,
again,
McLaurin
man.
again. Was it Sprinkle?
Sprinkle.
Yeah, it was Sprinkle, you're right. Yep, so sprinkling in some Sprinkle.
What is the
It's
deal
worked.
with Sprinkle, man?
Spoken into existence.
You play him, he doesn't do well. You don't play him, he does well. That's one of those guys.
You might say that he sprinkles in his production every once in a while. Inman again. Last time I don't roster that guy. 6 for 70.
Hey, you know what he is, Koff? A wide receiver 3.
There it is.
Always roster the wide receiver 3s. I do wonder.
From the 18. Yes, sir.
I do wonder if we see Dustin Hopkins on this drive.
It could happen. Not yet, though. That's going to help some
Broncos
people.
red zone D has been
Out
good.
to
Yeah.
the 6, McLaurin. Joker says Koff is dropping Lamarca dad jokes. Well, shoot, we haven't heard one from Lamarca's dad in a while. Somebody's got to do it.
Steve
Haven't heard
says,
from Lamarca in a while.
Steve says, I hope we go to 5 OT periods just so
That'd be a
Kenny
lot.
can't pick up his laundry. That's not nice.
They're going to give his clothes away.
Come on, run the
First and goal
top play.
from the 6.
Let's go, JD. Get in there.
Picked up 2. 15 for 57.
My lineup is going south quickly here, Koff. Only a JD McKissick touchdown could save it.
Who's the highest ranking member of our sim crew? Still Drew. He's sitting 10th. About 10 points off the lead. And touchdown, Washington!
Logan
Boy,
Thomas?
oh boy, Logan Thomas with the score, his first of the day. And a little golf putt celebration. Tight end 2, don't count him out.
That doesn't help anybody. 2% owned in the free showdown. Are you serious?
We'll see.
Of course, the one time I don't take a tight end 2. I feel like I've taken a tight end 2 5 out of the last 6 sim lineups I've done. Wow, now I'm in 46th. What the heck? Oh, because of Haskins. Yep, that'll do it. There's a lineup in front of me that has Peyton Barber in it, which he has negative 4 yards. That's just that just hurts. That stings, man.
See if we can get a touchdown out of Denver. Keep this thing interesting.
Yeah, let's see.
Melvin Gordon, 4.4. That's practically 2x value already. Logan Thomas, 2% owned in our small free roll, has himself 9 points, $1,400.
5 points for D-Hop.
Sims. 14 sims out of the 37 so far for Washington here in Madden 21. Jim says, I jumped over both you guys. We ain't done yet, Jim.
I ain't hear no bell.
Yells, OT, OT, OT. I just like
this
to
is
eat
setting up
something today.
to be another cough OT game. I had an acai bowl today. Very good.
First and 10 from the 24 here for Denver. Ball's caught off to the left and...
Was that Melvin Gordon? Oh, no.
Lindsay.
Nope, it
Phil
wasn't. Because he's not on the field.
Phil Lindsay is the receiving back, sir. Emerson
know,
Swearhead says Cobb is going for 4 in a row.
I'm just joking.
You keep it up. Just you wait till that Melvin Gordon game-tying touchdown. 2nd and 6. Oh, Locke hit as he threw it. Incomplete. Keep coming after Melvin Gordon. I'm going to actively root for 4 overtimes to prevent you from getting your laundry. Protect him like a child. 3rd and 6 from the 28. This could be the game, quite frankly. Locke dumped over the middle, caught. Drive alive here for the Broncos. Locke closing in on 200 passing. Ball to the 41. About 3 minutes to go here in the 4th. All timeouts available both sides, plus the 2-minute warning. And as you said, Noah Fant, another catch. Ryan says, Sims are upset city. I'm telling y'all. Would this be an upset? Washington over Denver?
No.
I don't think so either.
That's Fant again. Wow, where'd this guy come from?
4 for 56. There's a quick 10, basically. Out to the 38.
Now we got Arctic Man and Junk Man fighting it out in the top 10.
Junk Man. Don't call it a comeback. Incomplete out of Locke.
Well,
2:16 left.
Now he's in 7th.
Jimmy
shout out
first.
Yeah. Someone in the chat earlier said Arsenal was pummeling West Brom. They are Manchester City was 5-0. Higuain continuing his hot run of form. And then Arsenal, 3 unanswered goals after going down 1-0 to Southampton. Big throw, let's go.
Huge end zone, incomplete. Could have been picked,
He
probably
had
should have
him.
been.
Was that Hamler?
Hard to see.
Yeah, it was hard. It looked like it might have been Judy or Hamler.
Robbie says Adam's got that OT superstar trait. Still got some work to do to get there, though. This is long field goal range. That's not going to give you overtime. 3rd and 10. Who knows what Locke is shouting at his sideline, I guess. Dumped it over the top. Should have been picked off again. 201 for Locke, and I mean, I'd like to see them go for it here. Stay aggressive. Game's in the balance. Ignore the animations. Let's see what we get. I can't imagine it's going to be a McManus kick. Nope. Going to go for it. 4th and 10 from the 38. 2:06 left.
Okay.
Game on the line here for Denver. Locke, he's got time, space, goes to the right. Completed! Drive
Sutton.
alive!
Sutton.
We've hit the 2-minute warning and the ball to the 19.
Burt Macklin. Fant or Sutton would be sweet. Sutton's sweetest.
Emerson's forehead. If I had a nickel for every time Ducey said, "Is that Hamler?"
You'd have 15 cents.
First
The
and
other
10
times I
from
said
the
it was
19
I
here.
said it was Hamler. Because it was.
Locke passes to the right. Caught at the 15 and out of bounds by Lindsay. 2nd and 6 coming. Again, all timeouts available. We are past the 2-minute warning. Only so many opportunities to stop the clock, but doing what they just did helps. 2nd and 6 coming. Who's that in the backfield?
Doesn't matter. He's not getting the football.
Incomplete on a lot.
Drew Lock said,
3rd and
I'd
6.
rather throw this away than check it down to Melvin Gordon. Back up to 23rd. All right. Okay. Moving up there.
Not me.
Oh,
58th.
A
Jimmy B
TD
in
would really get me going here.
3rd and 6. Locke
Oh, what a catch!
completed it. Got it to the 8. 1st and goal on the way. 1st and goal. Sutton 7 for 93. The bonus is in play.
The bonus awaits Mr. Sutton if he can get into the end zone here. So close, yet so far.
Lindsay in the backfield. Locke fakes the handoff, goes to the end zone, incomplete.
Marvin Gordon for the TD. That's what Mr. T says.
Yeah, give it to Marvin.
David
Marv.
says, be nice to Carl.
Smash that like. Smash it for
All right.
Melvin Gordon, who
So
is
I don't
not in the
have to ask.
backfield. It's Lindsay. 2nd and goal.
Oh!
Incomplete again. Had a man, too. Ugh.
Who was that? I think that was Fant.
3rd
maybe.
and goal now.
It wasn't Hamler.
Was it
I know
Hamler?
that. It was not Hamler. I think
that
it was
Hamler?
Fant.
Catchable TD2, says Mr. T. It's true.
All right. 3 timeouts, 2 shots at the end zone here.
All right, Locke. From the 8, pressure coming his way. Passes again incomplete.
Oh,
Man, the
he
last
had-
two. The
he had
last
Sutton,
two,
too.
he could have hit a guy for a touchdown. This is on Drew Lock, folks. This is
Yep.
this is a throwback to Aaron
So-
Rodgers on Sunday, late in that game. At least
Yeah,
they're
he
not
had-
going for a field goal. 4th and
had
goal
Sutton
from the
there.
8. We know LaFleur's not coaching this crew. Locke looks to the right, passes,
Oh,
got
touchdown,
it!
he got him! Jerry Jeudy!
Wow! Jerry Jeudy evens the game up. And we are a minute and change from yet another overtime, assuming the extra point out of Brandon McManus.
3 timeouts for Washington. They can still go down here, kick a game-winning field goal. My goodness. The clutch genes.
Drew says, Locke was just eating clock, no big deal. Buzz Killington. Oh, well, Captain Jeudy rears his head. 62 for me. Jimmy B in front by 5 points on the nose. Criminal Bob is still there, though. He's in contention. Kenny's sitting 12th.
Criminal Bob. Yeah, I'm right behind CJ.
Criminal Bob out here stealing our winnings if he can get to the top. David says, sorry, Kenny, it's what you get for being mean to Koff.
What do you mean? I'm in 12th place. I'm happy. I have Drew Lock, man. Where have you been?
I've climbed to 58. Giggle Pigs, I'm not going to read it out loud, but I chuckled. 17 all, 76 seconds to go here in regulation. We'll see if Washington can avoid OT, get the field goal range. Still 3 timeouts. See if Kenny's hero, Dustin Hopkins, can end this game in a little bit.
Or J.D. McKissick, my other hero.
Haskins,
I mean, is someone
anytime
going
now,
to...
pal, like a statue. Throws to the left, completes it, TMC. To the 48. They're going to let the clock run.
Every time McLaurin catches a pass, an Angel loses his wings.
Pretty sure an Angel gets his wings.
No, we don't want to see McLaurin catching passes here. I want to see
First and
only
10 now.
McKissick and Dustin Hopkins.
Down to 40 seconds left.
There.
Haskins again, another completion. Sprinkle.
God,
There's
if
the
I
bonus
see
for Jeremy Sprinkle.
Catch one more pass, man.
Well, you've seen enough. He's in the bonus.
He had McKissick wide open, man. What is he doing? Down to 25th now. I'm never going to win.
Sorry, buddy. So this right here would be a 51-yard field goal, but obviously first and 10, 36 seconds left, still 3 timeouts, ball to 34, we'll see. It's a handoff. Interesting approach, but McKissick gets the job done. First down all the way to the 21, and there's a timeout.
Big one for me. That was big. I needed that.
Huge.
Everyone in the chat cares about me.
I'd like to say there's no way this one goes to overtime now, but after what we saw in the previous sim, it is absolutely still in play. Mr. T says he saw your lineup, Ducey. First and 10 from the 21. It's another handoff. They are just positioning for the field goal at this point, and another timeout here by Denver.
All right, so I should be all right here.
No, Washington. I guess Denver not.
Why is Washington taking a timeout?
That's what I was wondering.
So when the numbers get updated here, because McKissick is now at like 60 yards, I think I'll be in good shape.
I formation here, 2nd and 6 from the 17, 26 seconds left. Another handoff to McKissick, good for a first. No timeout yet. Gonna let the clock run down now. Denver doesn't appear poised to stop it. Fangio's
so Dustin Hopkins,
flag, I think.
Did I say 7 points or did I say 7 points for Dustin Hopkins?
You did. You did.
Lock in those 7 points.
Now, if this is like the last sim, Washington's just going to let the clock expire, and we won't get the field goal try. Timeout. Icing the kicker. Well, now they don't have a choice. They're going to kick it.
Does everyone have J.D. McKissick? Oh, that makes sense.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not going to move up the leaderboard. Oh, well.
Sorry, big guy.
It was fun. Yeah, it's okay.
Valiant effort. Well, we threatened for overtime, but Washington going to have a walk-off win.
I'll finish top 25. There you go. Thanks, D-Hop. Finishing top 25 on the leg of Dustin Hopkins. Look at that.
Barring some craziness on the return with 2 seconds left anyway.
He actually got me 8 fantasy points. Miscalculated.
See that? Hashtag listen to all of Ducey's takes.
Very nice lineup.
Good build. In an alternate reality, you'd finish in the money.
I beat Drew. I beat you.
BK?
I don't know about BK. I think I did. Melvin Gordon, 4.4 fantasy points. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
That'll do it. 20-17,
lineup.
Washington win. Nice work. Nice work. BK in 48th, according to Drew.
Oh, all right. There he is. BK Denver Sports. Yep, I beat him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it goes.
Not bad.
So it goes.
Got burned a little bit by by Sprinkle and Scary Terry. But other than that, pretty good sim.
We made it. We made it,
We
folks.
did make it.
Let's see. It's going to be Big
Seahawks.
Skis projecting toward the victory. You know, again, manual scoring, so we got to wait that out just a little bit. Our crew very quick, Jared and Derek, and you'll get an idea of where you placed ultimately. Haskins, couple touchdowns, same for Locke, both in the air, both right around 250 passing yards. McKissick, 18 for 82. Melvin Gordon, you got to love him, 9 for 44. Play him every single day. Lindsey, 3 for 10, more active as a pass catcher than as a running back, obviously, out of the backfield, doing it with his legs. We'll look at some of the receiving yards here. TMC, 7 for 59. Sutton, 7 for 93 and a touchdown. Sprinkle, 4 for 50. Why were we thinking he was toward a bonus? 4 for 50 and a touchdown for Sprinkle. Fant, 4 for 56. Inman, 6 for 70. And Sims, 1 for 56, and then gone to die. Did nothing else. Who is your Krusty Koff player of the game ultimately here for this one? Is it Sutton?
Well, first of all, I have to ask, why do we call you Krusty Koff when we should call you Commissioner Koff?
I would much prefer the term commissioner if you want to get it legally changed, but I feel as though it has been adopted. I have inherited
You can't
something.
do it.
Well, I have no control over it. The Sim fam would have to do it. And I don't know if that's going to happen.
So my player of the game in this one,
the Glash minions that put that into effect.
Glash does have a lot of minions. Has to be Cortland Sutton, the only guy that came close to getting 100 yards and the receiving bonus. 93 receiving yards, 7 catches, the touchdown. Very well done, Mr. Cortland Sutton. Not too popular in this one either. But honorable mention goes to Drew Lock. You know, no one wanted to roster Drew Lock in this one. Everybody rostered Dwayne Haskins. 17.6 fantasy points. Not bad.
Sure. I mean, Locke, you could Locke at 28% owned, 17 points. You could give it to him if you wanted to. It doesn't have to be Sutton.
No, it's fine.
You make the rules, my friend. So is my captain, Steve Sims, who finished at 6.6 points and was 50% owned. Is he going to be the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Maybe Philip Lindsay in contention for that as well?
I was looking at it. Lindsay and Sims really had pretty similar days. I think I would side with Sims just because he was $7,600 and he's basically
he was just one big play away from a goose egg.
Right, exactly. I mean, he had one play. At least Lindsay, you know, he was also a huge disappointment. At least you got like consistent involvement from him. 4 catches. Sims just was a non-existent. You know, didn't even get involved at all. Shout out to Jerry Jeudy for the late push. And other than that, I mean, it was everyone sort of had pretty boring outputs. I'll give it to Philip Lindsay. I'll give it to Steven Sims Jr. Just barely outscoring Brandon McManus. Shout out to Dustin Hopkins, 8 DKFP, man.
The Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award. Melvin Gordon player of the game, says Alex. Appreciate all of you.
Lucky I didn't give him the Not My Kid award.
Yeah. No, the ownership wouldn't have been there to justify that. Much,
I agree.
Funny as it would have been, obviously. Let's see. What is somebody asking? Was that Hamler? Was it Hamler? Hamler on that award? Who has more minions, Glash or Emerson? I don't know. I'm not on for those Sims.
That's a tough one.
You guys would have to chime in on that.
I
give him the boot, please.
I think Emerson has more minions.
Let's see. He might. Hard to say. Hard to say. All right. So with that, congrats to our projected winner. Looks like it'll hold. Big Skis. Here's the Sims for the rest of the day. You have got Jaguars at the Ravens with Kenny Ducey and Jason Rossi. That is on the way in about 45 minutes. For the happy hour sim, prime time, it'll be the Seahawks and Browns, Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll coming on in, and those two with you for Madden After Dark, Titans and Colts. I will be with you tomorrow for the Sims at 6 and 8 Eastern time. So the happy hour sim and primetime sim, I will be with Christian and Brandon for those two, Saints, Packers, and Chiefs, Jaguars. Look forward to it, obviously. Should be a fun hump day. But for now, Color Rush Tuesday will continue with Kenny and Rossi in just a little while. We want to thank our great Game Ops crew. Of course, Derek and Jared working with us for the last few sims, as well as our great Drew Stack, producer Drew, technical director Drew, and naturally, Kenny Ducey. Kenny, pleasure, buddy.
Great being with you.
All right. I will, maybe I'll get.
What's up, everybody? I'm Jesse Cofield here with you tonight on the DraftKings Dream Stream. We have another set of 3 Madden Sims on this Tuesday night. We have paid contests for all 3 showdowns and the full 3-game slate, including our featured Madden Stream 6K Tuesday night special. That classic contest is $10 to enter, features 6K in prizes, $2,000 to first place. But let's talk about tonight's schedule. At 6 p.m., Jags visiting the Ravens. Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey on the call. Then at 8, we head to Cleveland, where the Browns host the Seahawks in primetime. Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. Finally, Tom and Glash are back from Madden After Dark at 10 p.m. Going to conclude our coverage with the rivalry matchup between the Titans and Colts. All that's coming up, but first, here's some other stuff happening on DraftKings right now. The big game is coming. It's not too early to start looking at your lineups for the NFL $5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest. A $10 entry fee gets you a shot at $1 million grand prize, and that's just one of 3 contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big game in Tampa. So head to the DraftKings lobby now and check it all out. And of course, we got tons of action on the DK Sportsbook, on the NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, and more. By the way, big hello to the state of Virginia, where DK Sportsbook is now available. All right, time to get to the simulated action. Jason Rossi, Kenny Ducey, call of Jags Ravens. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, thank you for that warm welcome, Jesse. Give our best to Thor. We're thinking of him. We're thinking of him. We're thinking of you. We're thinking of everybody. Welcome in, DK Sim fam. Oh, we get a little shot. That looks like a full-blown bed, by the way. I know you're not seeing it. Bad for the visual, but nonetheless, Jesse literally has a full-blown, bigger than Kenny's bunk bed.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just have to interject and let you know that it is a Sealy dog bed, like Sealy, the mattress company.
Wow.
I don't have a Sealy. Like literally, I have like a Bob's discount, like layaway.
Hey, whoa,
sale.
whoa! Let's not besmirch the good name of Bob here. All right,
well, Thor only sleeps on human grade memory foam. Okay, I'll let you guys take over now.
All right, everybody, we all know a bed is waiting for you at Jesse's. It just has dog hair on it. But that's Kenny Ducey. I'm Jason Rossi, besmirching anybody by the name of Bob, but definitely not besmirching Kenny. Kenny, we got Baltimore. We got Jacksonville. Lineups have locked. We can get deep into it. Where are you going here tonight?
There's no way that I am not going to captain Lamar Jackson in this matchup. It makes sense. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense because there are a lot of high-priced names that I think I want to get in my lineup. There's Thompson. There's Eifert. You have, if you want to have Hollywood Brown in your lineup, there's also Minshew, obviously, DJ Shark. There's a lot of names, but for me, I'm okay passing on a lot of them to get Lamar in the captain spot because this is Madden. This is where Lamar does his best work. So I expect upwards of 30 points here from Lamar. Ooh. For him to far and away own this slate. Chris Thompson, Tyler Eifert are my Jags. And then I have Miles Boykin, who used to be a sim god back in the day with a touchdown streak.
Yep.
Ravens D, and I feel the need for Snead.
Oh, okay. Willie Snead. I like that. All right. My lineup is all over the place. I know Lamar is the chalk of the chalk. He's probably going to be like 90% owned in the contest, our contest as well. But I will say this. I rostered him, Kenny. I rostered him. Didn't captain him. I need the separator. I'm going to go with the captain spot with the Ravens defense.
Love the Ravens defense tonight.
I'm going to see where it gets me. I did put plenty of players from Jacksonville in here. So I got GJ Chark. I got the Lambo because I got to have a kicker. It's on brand. Come on. Hashtag stack them kickers. I put Minshew in there, which I'm regretting right now, and it's too late. And I also have Chris Thompson. So Minshew, I would have probably liked to exchange, but it would have left me with so much money. He's the best option at the price. So we'll see. I got both quarterbacks, but again, Ravens D, who I like a lot because Jacksonville, while there might not be a ton of turnovers, their offensive line can't protect Minshew often. A lot of sacks given up.
Yeah, I think that's pretty sound logic. I have the Ravens defense as well. I like them. Going into the chat here, taking a look, getting a lot of basketball questions. We might have to get into basketball in a little bit. We have people wondering if I like Clint Capella. I think I like the Hawks tonight. I think I like the Trae Young, DeAndre Hunter, Cam Reddish. I don't know about Capella, though. Clippers' weakness here should be their inability to defend the perimeter with no Paul George or Kawhi Leonard or Patrick Beverley, for that matter. 3 of their 4 worst defenders will be starting in their place, guarding the perimeter. It's not going to go well for them. I love Trae Young. Anyway, let's talk about some football, though.
No, it's all good. Dude, it's all good.
We talked about basketball in the last one as well. We don't need
okay. But either way, drop them in there. Go check out the playbook. Kenny did a write-up. Make sure before you set your lineups, go check that out. Bookmark it. Luke saying that is stupid, Rossi. No disrespect. That's okay. No disrespect taken. I also like how man, sometimes look at the YouTube. I'm all head over here. Look at this. I'm just like one big rocking head. I'm like Ellis Island over here. But we are heading to Baltimore. We got the Ravens. We got Jacksonville. A lot of football to talk about. Obviously, drop it from the J&J Ops team.
It's going to be all Sneed tonight.
Give me
all
Sneed
baby.
all night. We also learned as we started that Thor, Jesse Colefield's dog, has better mattress than I. Legit jealous. And I always think it's so crazy, in a good way, crazy good, like that how people like give their pets like the most amazing things. They really do. Like her getting her pet, like that's like legit a nice mattress. Like not like a dog bed, like probably very expensive, very nice. Good for Thor. Should probably make some steak.
I thought about Patrick Ricard. I just saw him on the animation for the kickoff. I thought about rostering him.
Well, that would have been.
But ultimately, the punt play was not to be. I couldn't punt in this one. I wanted to. I wanted to go with the Ricard, a ball, but I ended up just, you know what? I said, you know what? I love the Ravens defense in this one. I think it's going to be a big Ravens win, Ravens rout.
Yep.
Give me the defense, and then I was like, well, you know, Miles Boykin, you know, why not? We'll get another option here for Lamar Jackson as we get into this football game.
We sure will. And yeah, Ricard, this look like Armstead's a great dart throw in this one. You talked about Eifert, who I just really like most of the time. Don't know why I didn't roster him. Don't ask me. Again, because Luke Murphy said I'm stupid. Well, he didn't say I'm stupid. He said what I did was stupid. But he did it with no disrespect. Kaylee Green says, I never win, but my opinion is the DFS is great DFS sport. Yeah, get in there. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Fantasy Hawk says the Armstead Vulture. Be on the lookout for the Vulture call. I haven't had one in well over a week. I feel like it's been, the games I've called, it's been most of the people you would expect. First carry here. Going for the Ravens. Sorry, I mean for Chris Thompson against the Ravens.
That's right.
The thing is with Thompson is he's another guy. You can't. It's hard to avoid him, Kenny, because he's a 3-down back, catches a ton out of the backfield. You gotta love. I don't know. Like in Madden, when you have a player like that isn't going to get spelled often, you got to go with him.
I agree. You do have to love Chris Thompson. I think he is a great play here for the. You have to play a Jaguar, right?
Yeah.
So I think Thompson and then Eifert. That
there
man.
is.
Right? Two good ones.
By the way, ownership coming in for the Jaguars. Minshew, 37.3. Chark, 43.5, and 56 for Thompson. Actually lower than expected. Eifert coming in at 36%. Here is Minshew with time. Scrambles around. Throws it. Got a man wide open. Getting to the 31-yard line. Is D.D. Westbrook, another guy we really didn't talk about that can make plays, can show out scores. I would, pretty often here for Jacksonville as well when I was looking at his score sheet.
Score sheet?
Yeah, I look at his
in the
little
90s?
Yeah, I pull up the newspaper, I go through his score sheet, get my pencil off the back of my ear. There is Chris Thompson again on the carry, getting him to the 25-yard line.
I love a good ear pencil.
Honestly, I always wonder, like those small pencils, like I think they were made to go behind your ear, or those little pockets in your jeans, those watch pockets, which I found out that's what they're for.
Oh boy.
There's Minshew with
My
time.
ring light has begun to flicker. I don't know what to
yes.
do.
Oh, we gonna get Club Madden? Do you want me to do it? You want me to get Club Madden going for the?
I don't know what to do, man. What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. We can't. I can tell you right now from looking at you, I can't tell. So 9-yard line.
You'll be able to. I'm going to turn it off. You'll be able to tell.
We'll see. At the 9-yard line, Minshew in the gun. Thompson next to him. Got a wide open Eifert. Gonna go to him. Can he turn it up the field? He can. Breaks one tackle. Gets to the 2. Tyler Eifert bringing the Jags on this opening drive all the way to the 2-yard line. Not the start we thought here for the Baltimore defense, Kenny.
Not at all. Disappointing to see, that's for sure.
This set, I think it's
What's going on here with the Ravens defense?
Give underneath. Ooh, I can't tell who it is. Was it a vulture?
It might have been.
I can't even tell the number. I still haven't seen it.
What's 34?
Don't ask me questions like that. Just show me the back of the damn jersey. Don't make me
All
look
right,
bad.
well,
It's
I'll
Chris Thompson.
spoil it.
It's Chris Thompson.
Where's your depth chart, Mr. Play-by-Play man? This is 2 sims in a row.
Listen, I don't need it. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to
Clearly you
talk shop.
do.
No. Let's not be foolish. Let's not be silly. My depth chart is right where Michael left it. 34 doesn't seem like a number for a guy like Chris Thompson. Chris Thompson smells like a 20, doesn't he? Feel like a 20?
Well, he was 25 in
Washington.
In Washington.
34 doesn't fit him. All right, I'm gonna tell him to change it. People do it. Sure thing, he says, with a probably high eye roll. By the way, that is the 16th touchdown for Thompson. Again, he's owned in 56, just about 57%. In our little showdown here, there was 132 entries. We both had Thompson, right? You have him as well?
I do as well.
Let's see, where does that place us? I'm currently in 4th. I don't know how that's possible, but I'm very happy about it.
There you go. I have not looked at, let me see here.
First place after the first drive is JL9000. Sounds like a badass rap name. Lamar Jackson, Kenny, while you look it up, he's owned in 90. Oh, you're right there too. 92% of the contest, captained in over 54%. That has to be the highest I've seen a captain in a long time.
I mean, you have to captain Jackson at this rate. You really do.
David, don't say it. I've tried to send you it before. Put your screen name in there. I'll try for the 9,000th time. I promise you, I've tried, David. I love you. I love you individually. David Israel, S-P-E-C-K. Too scared to say that out loud. Here's the handoff again. Lamar gives it off.
Dobbins, where did that come from?
In the gun, Dobbins. Well, he'll sneak in those carries in the shotgun formations or sometimes even in the pistol.
Dobbins.
Oh, wait a second. That guy Zach Thompson tweeting at me. Oh, my. We've been talking a lot about air fryer cooking, and Zach Thompson tweeted about some taquitos. My God, this man looks like an absolute chef. Great picture taking.
That's got to be the most unhealthy thing you could possibly do. Cook with an air fryer?
That's the most healthy. Air fryer is just cooked with air. There's no oil. It's the best, Kenny.
I don't know. It sounds like a college setup to me.
Bro, you get with. It's air frying. Air frying. It's all air pressure cooked.
Sneed. That's a catch for Sneed.
That's a nice segue. I'm gonna send everybody. We're gonna start a GoFundMe to get Kenny an air fryer.
I don't want an air fryer. I watch Gordon Ramsay religiously. I follow his recipes. I think I'm a pretty good cook. I cook on the stove. You ever heard of it? A stove with a frying pan. I use a wok for my stir fry. Come on, man. I'm prolific when you get me in front of the stove.
We're talking. Of course, I'm gonna make a stir fry. I'm not gonna throw it in an air fryer. But if you're making you got to look at these pictures. That's at ZT_sports. He tweeted at me and Emerson. I'm just gonna pull in Emerson. I'm gonna tell him to get these things inside of me. If you're making like wings, dude, like you put them in the air fryer, God, man, it's
or
the
the
best.
oven. You know, the oven's there too.
Yeah, the oven is there, but the oven obviously is just more power, more time. Air fryer is done in 20 minutes. What a grab. Down the middle. Is that guy Sneed again, or is that... No. Yeah, it is. Look at him. Sneed, I'll tell you, Kenny, good start for him.
I'll do a petition to get you some glasses here, because you can't tell who any of these people...
Here we go. Glasses, depth charts. Kenny's coming out swinging. Is this your last one of the day?
It is. That's why I'm emptying the clip here.
Who'd you work with last time? I've been extremely busy outside of Sims today.
Mr. Kaufman.
Oh, okay. So you got a dump on me. I got it. I understand now. I'll accept all dumperation.
He kept telling me how him playing Melvin Gordon was going to win him the tournament or the slate. And
I'm gonna go ahead.
Like 4 points.
Way to go, Koff. Yeah, everyone, look at this. The chat's all about it. All about the air fryers. We're going to get Kenny an air fryer. We're going to do it. I'm going to send it to him.
I'm trying to eat healthier.
Kenny, it's literally you Google eating healthy and then just put air fryer next to it. I guarantee you're gonna solve all your issues. Like if you want to have like a healthier version of, I don't know, I'm just throwing out like a chicken nugget or like we said, chicken wings. You can, of course, bake them in the oven. Yeah, you can look. I got this.
There are more powerful way to.
What is going on here?
More helpful way to cook deep fried foods.
Thank you.
They're still deep fried foods, though.
No, they're not. No, Kenny,
yes,
just.
they are.
No, it's not deep fried if you air frying, you buffoon. It's air frying it.
But you're still making like chicken nuggets, French fries. Those are things that are just not healthy foods inherently.
Yeah, but you zap all the oil and grease in situation out of the baking of it, and you don't have to. If you're throwing in some crinkle fries out of your, I don't know, your freezer, it's a different story. But if you want to make,
but air fried chicken is not going to be healthier than chicken that I roast or make on the stove. That's my point.
Here's the real point of it. If you bread chicken and then you deep fry it, if you have put like oil on your pan and flip it over a couple times like a good cutlet, then yes, it's much healthier to put it in the air fryer.
My point is like if I'm going to continue eating, unhealthy foods like chicken nuggets and buffalo wings and French fries, right? Then yes, if I want to continue eating them, and I'm not going to eat like healthy dinners, then sure, an air fryer makes sense because it is a healthier way to eat, crispy chicken, right? But that's not a healthy dish. Like a grilled chicken or a pan-seared chicken with vegetables, that's healthy dinner. And so if I have an air fryer, I'm just going to be throwing everything in the air fryer and eating unhealthy.
No, you can put a chicken breast in the air fryer too. Dude, it will blow your mind. Get an air fryer, trust me.
I'm looking it up.
I threw steak tips in an air fryer. You can air fry everything. Look at our guy Jim, one of the J&Js. He says you can air fry vegetables. You can air fry anything.
Of course, you could deep fry everything too.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a deep fryer, you buffoon. We're talking about an air fryer, and you're telling me it's not healthy. Trust me, it is. I think it would do you wonders. Where you could put your air conditioner. I got it. Kenny, I solved all your issues. We got a field goal there, by the way.
Although a low-fat, air-fried diet sounds enticing, you'd end up missing out on the wonderful benefits of plant-based fats such as avocado oil and olive oil. It's easy to forget that high-quality fat in moderation is critical for brain and hormone health. It's not. It's a healthy alternative, is what I'm trying to say, but it's not like it's a healthy thing.
Well, nothing.
It's healthier, but it doesn't mean it's healthy.
Health is different for everybody, by the way, so depending on what that means. But yes, I will also say if you're like into reheating food, nothing better than reheating through the air fryer as well. Instead of like a microwave, the devil's project, the microwave, yikes. But that thing, it's just the best. You can try to poop on my air fryer, but I'm not letting it happen. Justin Tucker, by the way, kicking a field goal. Hashtag I took the wrong kicker. There is Tyler Eifert across the middle.
I took a kicker last sim. It was fantastic.
What do you do? Tell me about it.
Dustin Hopkins had 8 points, and that, it helped me get into the top 25. That's it.
Love it.
Let's see if my ring light stays on here. I'm a little worried.
Oh, nice. Again, Tyler Eifert, another grab. Going to wrap up the first quarter. We'll check out Kenny's ring light. Get him an air fryer. We're going to solve all Kenny's problems right now. No more AC needed. Turn the air fryer on all night. That's the hum.
God.
That's the hum that will get you all to sleep. It's 7-3 here. Jacksonville touchdown from Chris Thompson, who wears 34, but don't ask me why. And Justin Tucker booted in 3, 4-3. 6 for 6 for Minshew, 90 yards. Kenny's ring light looks aces, by the way. I don't think you're going to need to pop on the shades just yet because Thompson's got the score. 11 yards. I don't think we're getting excited. Lamar, the shocker of all, -3 rushing yards so far. The man who set the single game record for the most points, Kenny, just -3 rushing so far. We'll see if he can.
Yeah, well, we've seen this before. We've seen it from Dalvin Cook, from anybody else that's good. I don't really know. Dalvin Cook's the first one that comes to mind. Austin Eckler.
Yep.
Big monsters. They end up showing up in the second, third, fourth quarters. They have a slow start. So I'm not reading into Lamar's slow start quite yet.
No, not reading into Lamar's slow start or air fryers. By the way, I'm drinking this blood orange lemonade.
See, and I'm drinking tea.
Is it the green tea again?
Sure is.
Look at that, Mr. Health right there. Get him an air fryer. But you know what I was saying is blood orange tastes just like it's like the like there's certain things that taste the same, but they have like these fancy titles to them, which I don't understand. By the way, this is not an ad.
I never really understood blood oranges either. I don't really get it.
Yeah, it's like oh, by the way, stats are good. Thank you, Daniel. Tucker, 20% owned. Love to see that from a kicker. But I don't get it. It's like red velvet cake. It's just chocolate cake. Just a little red food.
I'm with you. That's a take I can definitely get behind. I don't really know what's going on with those.
I really just, it doesn't make sense to me. I've never been a red velvet cake person, by the way. I don't get the hype. It's just chocolate cake with cream cheese frosting. You know where you can make one of those, Kenny? Air fryer. Cake in an air fryer. It's unbelievable. I gotta talk to ZT. But here's another pass from Lamar. Gets the completion. I'm just kidding. That was not Lamar. That was DJ Chark, my guy. Looking at the wrong team. I'm all jacked up. Air fryer on the brain. Jeff says, you're eating the red velvet for the cream cheese, not the red. That is 100% true. Jeff, formerly of Ops. Red velvet cake, too sweet? Do you mean it like too sweet as in like NWO, like too sweet? Or like it's way too sweet for you, Jordan? People are unbelievable. All right, so let's see here. It's Jacksonville at second and 8, should I say, from the 34-yard line. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. Again, you could drop your questions. Maybe your recipes. Maybe some statistics.
And real recipes.
Like the ones you're putting in air fryer. Favorite. Here comes Minshew. He's going to scramble out. He has room to run. He's going to throw across his body. Has a receiver.
Oh!
That Tyler Eifert again?
I don't believe so.
Is that O'Shaughnessy? Are we getting an appearance?
Yes, O'Shaughnessy.
O'Shaughnessy. We haven't seen him since Madden 20. Makes the grab. Look at Minshew across his body, fading away. Nice grab down the middle. That's what you want when you throw those pump plays out there with a guy like O'Shaughnessy in there. Here comes Minshew again. Wide open receiver in the end zone. It's caught for a touchdown. Jacksonville's laying it on here in the first quarter. Unbelievable start. Both drives by the Jacksonville Jaguars scoring on this Baltimore defense. Kaylee says Minshew toying with him. Sure is. It's Conley with the touchdown. Woo. Quickly just picking apart this Baltimore's defense. El Paso #1 says called it.
Yeah, he also called Julius Randle being a slate breaker tonight, so let's see how that goes for him.
Hey, hasn't happened yet. Coyote says so much for Ravens D. Yeah, I hear you. It's early still, but not good. That's why you have to, if you're ever going to really, like I took a real risk by captaining the Ravens D. That's why you got to still have the quarterback for the other team, just in case. You got to back that risk up. To be honest, this probably wasn't the slate to do it. It's Conley coming in with 33% ownership.
How about the Ravens D? 1 point.
Yeah, not good. Not good right now. It's looking good.
It was looking good before the sim.
That's why, I'm not judging anybody making any calls before. You see what happens. Michael informing us that is the 59th touchdown for Gardner Minshew here in the wild Madden 21 Simland.
Are they showing Hollywood Brown like he's the quarterback?
Maybe they're saying we're going to get you some. We're going to get you there. Here is Lamar in that pistol formation to give. Oh, RPO. Lamar takes off. He's going to get about 6 yards on the ground, get him out of that negative, Kenny. He's sitting in there a little too long.
Needed that.
Oh, excuse
me.
Here
it comes now. Here it comes now.
Here we go. Here comes Lamar in the gun. 5:20
Comeback
remaining.
starts now, Rossi.
Lamar with time. Throws it. Has a receiver. It's caught, but Willie Snead did not get the first down.
I feel the need.
The need for Snead. You should feel the need for an air fryer. Here's a gift to Dobbins. Dobbins gets the first down on a 3rd and 1. Plenty of room.
I think that was Ingram.
Oh, Ingram. So it is weird. So they shift around that backfield because last time in that
Dobbins
formation,
doesn't really. That's why I was shocked. Dobbins doesn't really get the ball on.
that last almost same formation. Maybe there was because there was the fullback or the tight end to the flex on it. But let's see. Here's 2 tight ends set. They get them all bunched up. Lamar in the pistol. Nice run. That's Mark Ingram, currently free agent in the NFL. Sorry, nice tweet from Dobbins to him saying that he's more than a teammate, more than a brother, but a mentor. Oh. I always wonder what that's really like from the outside, Kenny. Like, when you're like, see ya.
Yeah, especially as a rookie, right? Like, you come into the NFL and you're like, this is the NFL, this is the team I know. And then, I think about that too with like rookie quarterbacks and coaching turnovers, or coaching turnover, I should say. It is definitely weird.
Yeah. I was listening to Aaron Rodgers say, kind of clear up a little bit of the comments he made today. And he said that, when he said the comments after the game, he meant more like it's not really up to him all the time. Like, people don't especially knowing kind of the situation the league's going to be in next year. He's talking about the cap. Obviously, there's Dobbins, by the way. He just said he didn't mean that he was trying to leave. He does want to leave, or the team's going to get rid of him. He believes he'll be back next year with the Packers, but he just, right after a game when someone asks him a question, he's like, people don't understand. Like, you were saying this about lights. Remember, lights in people's faces and answering questions? Like, he was saying, when you come out of, a loss, he said he was crying with some of his teammates, clear that up, then they go and do press, and there's a nice run. Mark Ingram dancing to the left, not crying after that one, just the people who didn't roster him. To the end zone, touchdown, Baltimore. 37 yards for the touchdown. I did not roster Ingram. Not feeling good about that right now either. But yeah, just to clear up, it was interesting. He basically said it's hard to answer those questions, and everyone's reads so far into everything you say in that moment when you're basically just trying to just answer questions the best you can. I don't know what's happening next year, and I don't even know what's happening tomorrow. Is more or less what he was trying to get across. Found that kind of fascinating. He then also went on to talk about that with teammates. He's like, the real thing that's sad when you think you have it, because he thought this was Green Bay was a championship roster team. He said, there's years when you think maybe we can overcome a couple of things. He thought this was a Super Bowl team, and he said you looked in that room and you knew all these guys wouldn't be back next year. And he goes that you have to really as normal people, wherever you work, imagine all the people you're getting to know, even the ones you don't like all that much, just or a big pack of them are just gonna be gone, doing things other places. And I was like, oh man, Aaron Rodgers, you thoughtful son of a gun. Vince, I'm not a coward. I'm in the middle of stuff here. I'm not yelling. Here is the Jaguars now. They're going to come out at the 25-yard line. 14-10 Jags. Kind of still shocking the Baltimore Ravens. We just had the Ingram touchdown to make within a score. There's the give to Thompson. Gets stuffed in the backfield. Blaise Campbell coming through. I also saw, who was it that reported? I know we've been talking a lot about quarterbacks, Kenny, but I think it was Schefter who said 18 quarterbacks are going to be different. For all we know, Deshaun Watson could still be in Houston next year if they want. And same thing with the Jets could remain the same as well. But I was shocked.
At what, Deshaun?
No, just hearing just the thought of 18 starting quarterbacks moving. Again, last year, there was a lot of movement where
We've talked about this though. I mean, that's just what the NFL is now. There's so much turnover.
High quality turnover. It's just, I don't know. They were talking, I forget where I heard this, but last year, if there's that much turnover, is Mitch Trubisky not a starter next year? Which probably is going to, is he going to be the Andy Dalton, Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston of last year? Just gets a job at a decent rate for a backup. Like, do you envision Mitch Trubisky starting going into the year
No,
somewhere?
absolutely not.
Yeah. It bounces off a tackler's Thompson. He's going to keep it alive. Gets tackled in bounce. Doesn't reach the first down. It'll be a punt here. 4th and 2, so the Ravens will get it. They called the timeout. 2 remain. Yeah, I was kind of fascinated. And, like, are those guys, like Andy Dalton, like, I don't know. It's just very strange to me. Like, Jameis Winston, is he the incumbent in New Orleans, or does he go somewhere else? And does he get a starting position?
Jameis isn't going to start New Orleans. I don't think that's what they want.
Do you think he gets a starting job, though? Like, obviously this can change, but, like, right now, does he
No.
start?
Why? I mean, he's Jameis, man. Like, I don't know. He could start, but I don't think he's going to get a starting position.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like, what team says, yeah, let's bring in Jameis Winston to be our starter because he sat a year behind Drew Brees? Like, I feel like if anything, it would be the Saints, but clearly they didn't see enough. Maybe it's going to be interesting. Here comes Lamar, getting up there. What is he up to? He's up to 19. Still not what you expected here in the first half, but plenty of game to go and plenty of drive here at the 43-yard line. 1:30 and counting remaining. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi with you. You're enjoying your Tuesday. Maybe having some tacos. It just rolls off so easy. Kenny, what are you having for dinner?
I am having turkey burgers. No buns. Turkey burger and avocado.
Nice. Wait, how you cooking them? Stovetop?
On the pan. Yeah. Frying pan.
A little oil on there? A spray?
Little avocado oil. No spray. Spray is gross. That's not real oil.
Dude, hey, lower calories, just saying. Could, where you could put your turkey burgers. Air fryer.
No, if I was gonna get something, I would get a real grill.
Wait, hold on real quick. Did that just come out, Michael?
Yes, no players, no Bonds, no Clemens, no
players?
Oh,
Wait, no players. Literally not a player just got elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, it happened It happened like 5 years ago, right?
I know, but like, this is... thank you, Michael, for us. That is just foolish.
Yeah.
What are we doing? Like, I'm not going to get... Well, we can't. I don't know where we want to go with that. But, like, I think the Baseball Hall of Fame... I think all Hall of Fame is kind of a crock. I think it's all ticket sales. And I think clearly this year they know there's no tickets to be sold, so they were even less likely. Was it really 5 years ago there was no Baseball Hall of Famers?
I believe maybe it was like 7. Hey, 6 more years in the Baseball Writers Association of America, I'd have a vote. So you better watch it. Calling it a crock.
Oh, it is a crock. And when you get in there, it'll be even more of a crock. You kidding me with this? Not like, are we? I don't know. I think that's dumb. What's the point? Why even have the votes if we're just nope.
No, of course not.
Remember that, folks. Clip that. Save it. Come back to him.
Wouldn't just vote for one person. That's a waste of a vote. That's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. Tucker trying to make it a 1-point game. This guy is automatic. What a boot. Should have paid up for Justin Tucker. Got Lambo sitting there stinking out the joint with 2 points. Yeah, I can't. It really is. These baseball writers, right? To be honest, Kenny, they're cowards. It's a coward move. Just get these guys in there at this point. Get the ball. Like, I don't agree, but like, what are we doing? Kurt Schilling should be in there by the standards that are set. Just get Barry Bonds, Clemens, whatever. Like, let's get over it. It was what it was. It was an era that people were doing steroids and whatever. There was probably tons of things going on before it was all caught. Can he get the steroid guys in? I don't know if there'll still be time if you do get that eligibility and get in.
I would love to. I don't think I'm going to have the chance, though.
Never know.
Speaking of steroid guys, David Ortiz on next year's ballot.
Oh, he's got to get in there, too. Let's not be foolish.
All right, as long as you don't... I mean, he is a steroid guy.
I don't care. I don't care. Like, I used to be like that, and then I realized, who cares? They all were. I'd be popping some greenies in there. Yeah,
my life's work would be voting A-Rod into the Hall of Fame.
Well, he should. He was amazing.
He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. One of the best players ever.
Steroid guy as well. Look, Kenny, drinking. What is that? Is there water? On camera.
Just water.
Oh, I thought you were drinking something special for the fam. All right, it is a 1
like
point
sparkling
game.
Water.
I don't know. Yeah, like I don't know, polar blood orange. #not an ad. 14-13. Minshew yet to throw an incompletion. Look at these. Look at this line. 10 for 10, 100 yards. No shades needed. He throws the touchdown again to Conley. 59 yards for Lamar, though. Come on. And he's guzzling. Chug. Turkey
I wanted
burger.
to finish the water so I could take the tea bag and put it in here. I don't want to oversteep the tea.
Needed that information. Lamar Jackson on the ground, just 28 yards on 4 carries. Scores for Thompson and for Ingram, 55 yards. There he is. Nailed it, Kenny. That's why you drank the water. Forget about the tea bag. I guess it's just Ingram so far. You giving
You're
Tyler
staying
Eifert?
on for Tyler Eifert.
All right. 49 yards so far. He's got the 4 grabs. Snead, your dude, 3 for 25. Mark Andrews, 2 for 21. Dobbins, 2 for 8. Chark, 2 for 26. And Thompson grabbing 1 as well. And Conley's got 1 catch for the tud. Didn't see that one coming. So
No, I didn't either.
everyone wants me to talk about you wearing that NASA shirt. I think it's an awesome shirt.
Thanks.
I don't know why people want me
Just
to.
a shirt.
Yeah,
Yeah, what do you want? What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. Are you a big science
That
dude?
I have cool shirts?
You like been to Target recently or something? Like I like your
No.
repertoire. Or
Thanks.
did you buy that from the NASA website?
No, I didn't. No. I do have a friend who's pretty big into covering space travel. Who works at Time? Yeah, Nabi Roble. Ducey is drinking Patriot Tears. That's right.
Excuse you.
Right.
Why are the listen? Let's all calm down on the Patriot tears.
It is amazing how much I like Tom Brady now that he doesn't play for the Patriots. And everyone, Frank, he's just such a likable person.
He was the same dude.
Not really.
He's the exact same person. What are we talking about here? Great football player, humble, kind, nice, great jawline. Definitely had a lot of work done. What's the difference? What changed? The Tampa Bay jersey?
Yeah.
That's no different.
Evil regime.
He was like that's a ridiculous. He is the evil. Like, so if Belichick left, would you like Belichick more if he went to the Tampa Bay to coach?
Probably not.
Okay, fair. Doesn't. I just that Brady's the same guy. Awesome dude. Winners. I would hate him too if I wasn't a Patriots fan before. Like I told you, he's like. I can't. People try to relate him to LeBron James, and it's not even. We're talking way apples and oranges on that one.
Yeah, because I mean it's a different sport, right? So it's
yes.
it's like that's a sport that's more dominated by. It can be dominated by one player. It's hard as one football player to take credit for a whole game. Although I guess the quarterback position, it's kind of been commonplace these days to do that.
Yeah, Stephen Boss says, "Whoa, Rossi, take it easy, you buffoon." Appreciate that callback to the buffoonery.
I love calling people buffoons.
I called you a buffoon like 10 times earlier. It's good. Yeah. It's a great word, and it's so light. It can't hurt anybody.
You do have a point there.
Yeah, it's just friendly. You dumb. Like, that's okay. Like when you say vicious words because you're trying to hurt people's feelings, I'm not down for that.
The Bad Boys of Pop has made the same joke now 8 times. Still no one has called out in the chat that they think it's funny or that they've noticed. So he's going to keep making it.
But Kenny's noticed.
Well, now I have. Looked at the chat. Well,
Kylie saying, "Stop running." Well, looking for Lamar. He's running. He's going nowhere. I'm telling you, this has been, told you, I commented as soon as I came in and said, "Hey to the fam." I said, this is a good time to not captain Lamar. This week. By the way, speaking about this week, we were talking about NASA. Daniel, who is just knowledge of everything, says he can't wait for the SpaceX SN9 text launch this week, which, by the way, when is that? I did see that. There's so much stuff going on this week from, very important things in my life, like the Royal Rumble, which we talked a little bit about last night.
yeah, looking forward to that.
Edge
will it be any?
Edge declared last night, not going to make a big return.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
See, I did. I didn't.
Why can't you do it twice? Have him come out.
Because there's no crowd, so I don't think people are all they even announced that they're going to announce the number 30 and their backstage special, which they're doing on Saturday, and the women's number 1. And everyone's all up in arms. I'm like, it's not like from a viewing standpoint. Yeah, that I don't want to know, but like I understand it's not the same situation. It's not like there's gonna be a big live crowd there that's gonna pop. It's just gonna be all pumped in noise anyways.
I really don't like that Kevin Owens is gonna win it. You know who should win it this year? And I'm not. I mean, no, they wouldn't do it yet. They'd wait. I was gonna say John Cena.
See, yeah,
It would be perfect time for that, but no, because they would want him to break Ric Flair's record in front of fans. They would. Well, I mean, there's gonna be fans at WrestleMania though.
Yeah, it's true. Right now, like they said, they're monitoring the Super Bowl. It's going to be taking place at Raymond James Stadium, right where the Super Bowl. Right now, Super Bowl has 20,000. 2 nights in April. We'll see. Oh, a sack. Finally, this Baltimore defense makes a play. A sack. It was just bullied him down.
I really do feel like the only way to bring John Cena back is in a situation like that, though. If it's not going to be this year, it might be next year.
Could be. I just don't know where we live with that. Like, are we at the point where where's the right time for that? It's such an interesting. It might actually be now. They might have a point, but like, right. I think these two champions. I'd like to see them keep going for a while. So,
right. But he never actually retired, right? Or said,
no.
You know, that's the thing. So he's still active, right? He just doesn't.
Yeah, he was engulfed by Bray Wyatt.
Right.
I think that's where you see him. I think you're going to get like a Randy Orton, Bray Wyatt Funhouse match and Mania again this year. Maybe Cena is in there somewhere. And then you can kind of use him thereafter, because I'm assuming we'll start to see pilot crowds as we get into the springtime. I've been watching WWE information. Speaking of which, more importantly, even if you're not a fan, this whole Peacock situation has got me all thrown off. So there will be no more WWE Network as of March 18th. Everything going over at Peacock, which, by the way, right now, Peacock stinks. The search function in it kind of stinks. They got to get their crap together.
Peacock does stink, but I mean, I do enjoy having like all the Premier League matches on Peacock. It's great. Like, I used to have to look for a stream, and you'd have to pay separately for all that stuff. Now it's just all on one app. This is gonna be a touchdown. Oh,
almost. Oh.
Well, I was right.
What in the world just happened? Kept trash the entire time, and then boom, nails it. What? I'm stunned. I'm shocked. Take it to the house is right. Look at this. Nobody's catching him. We went the wrong defense today. Lamar fumbles, picked up by Jacksonville. Takes up and is gone.
Giggle pigs. It is a touchdown. He's right.
Is that what I said?
That was too good, man. How did that happen? To be honest, it was all about that tackle. Like, if he broke that tackle, it was going to be a touchdown.
You didn't say which way. You just said it would be a touchdown, so you can't be wrong.
It's true. I said it's going to be a touchdown.
Wow. Whew. Jags D, 2.5% owned. Guy Daniel picking Seth Rollins as a dark horse to win the Rumble. That would be interesting. I also, I'm going to read Daniel, your comment in a second, but the other thing with the streaming service stuff, it makes total sense. Like, this is such a good business move, but I'm bummed because I think the WWE America, even if you don't care about wrestling, even if you went back here or there, like, it's one of the best search functions in the history of any, like, Netflix. None of them come close. Like, if you want to search for just a wrestler, you can see all their old matches, or a year, you can see everything is just so well done. But now being on the Peacock, obviously bigger audience, like there's like over 7 million subscribers to Peacock as we speak. I just wonder how it's going to like look inside of that. Like when Emerson wants to bottle you up and put him inside you, like crazy. Oh yeah, and we talked about this. Michael dropping the, this also. Now we talked about this with Daniel, like why the NBC Sports Network's going away. Now we know it's all going to be part of this Peacock. Peacock's going to be getting a lot of attention over these next few months. Going to be putting some of the. I heard some hockey playoffs might be on there, which isn't good for hockey, by the way.
No, they'll be on NBC.
Well, some of them, but like some go to like USA in the past. They've already said that they think they're going to lean some of that stuff over to the Peacock, at least like 1 or 2 games just to test pilot, like, hey, can we put some live sports on this thing?
I mean, it's gonna be a good way to centralize a lot of stuff, and I think so. If you want to go into some media takes here, Rossi.
Oh, let's go.
Talking about sports media, I mean, it makes sense because no one's watching original programming on NBCSN. People are watching NBCSN does well, right? But it does well because they have hockey. Like, people will tune in for hockey. Nice Miles Boykin there. And people will tune in for the Olympics. People will tune in for
NASCAR,
Premier League, right? Yeah, right. Yep. So they can put that stuff on USA Network. They can put it on CNBC, and they can put it on NBC proper, right? They can put it on the broadcast channel. So they can do all of that, and that's why they don't really need NBCSN. They're like, well, we'll probably get those viewers regardless because they'll have they'll have the NBC package, and so they'll just go to USA to watch hockey or whatever. And I think it makes a lot of sense, just thinking about how, especially like Premier League, right? They're trying to put as much Premier League stuff on Peacock as they can, and you also consider the fact that their NHL contract is up at the end of the year, so perhaps they're planning on just not having NHL anyway, or putting it exclusively on Peacock. Either way, the NBCSN thing doesn't really, to me, it's a little bit of a surprise, but it makes sense to me when you think about it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I agree overall, and it's just like NBC's, like you said, centralizing things. They're not saving. Like, I thought when they first did the NBC Sports Buzz, like, oh, they're going to save a ton of cash by this, but no, they're just redirecting stuff. They use Peacock there's live sports talk radio on there. The former guy I used to produce with, Michael Hawley in Boston. He does a show with Michael Smith now. I think it's called like Brother from Another or something like that. They have live shows. Dan Patrick, all that stuff is now on Peacock. So it's a very interesting thing, and they're obviously gathering as much content as they can, bringing in the wrestling fan, bringing in some of these other sports fans, again, people that want to watch The Office when that thing just pieced out on us on New Year's Eve from Netflix. It's it's kind of like what Disney Plus did. Like, there was a bunch of stuff that was out in other areas, like all these Avengers and Marvel products, and now they're all centralized, or almost all centralized in Disney Plus. Yeah. Nice grab down the middle, got a seam catch there. Nice grab. Boykin getting involved. It's like Kenny calls the touchdown. Had no idea which way it was going, but still called the touchdown. Now his players are coming to life. Lamar Jackson doing everything he can to get his team back into this one. Let's see if they get one more play here in the third quarter. In the gun from the 10. Lamar still got that X factor. Gets the ball off.
Run it.
Oh, absolutely smashed the Miles Jack. Where are we going wrong? Picking the wrong defense in this one.
Yeah, it really feels like we should have flipped the script, right? Because we took the Jaguars running back and then like the rest Ravens, right? You should have taken the Ravens running back and then the rest of them be Jaguars, including the defense. But yeah, Mr. Minshew not looking good, tracking to the bonus.
No, nobody's getting there.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a bonus in this one. Lamar just 106 passing yards. Although I will say Lamar Jackson could hit the rushing bonus in this one still. He could have a big fourth quarter. Mark Ingram, come on down, 72 rushing yards, 10 carries down. Now. Yeah, yep. Get the glasses for that one. So well done, Mr. Mark Ingram.
So far, I'm in 99th, tied with Jimmy B. Absolutely getting destroyed. Absolutely. I see ops. You guys are killing it. We got our guy Joe and Jim dropping their favorite air frying recipes. Daniel, Michael, Kenny Ducey. Follow Matt Kenny Ducey. I could be followed at Jason D. Rossi. See what goes down here in the fourth quarter. Ingram get the one catch for 5 yards to accompany that big rushing total so far. We'll see if we get a bonus here in the fourth. Starfighter says, when I was 12 growing up in Connecticut, I somehow saved enough money to go to the box office in Hartford for 2 tickets at 6 a.m. Don't remember how I got there for tickets. It was the worst WrestleMania of all time. Talking about WrestleMania 11, which was headlined by Bam Bam Bigelow and Lawrence Taylor. I don't know if it's debatable as the worst of all time. Bret Hart had the worst match. And there's Lamar going again. Nowhere. Bret Hart versus Bob Backlund, which was known as the worst Bret Hart pay-per-view match, according to him. Yeah, it might be. 27's pretty bad, too. Why don't Kenny? You getting these random texts from people that like are political in your area by chance?
Not really.
I just got a text. Hi, Jason. It's Ruth. I'm like, who's Ruth? It says a volunteer with Act on Mass as one of the least transparent state houses. And like, no, I don't. Get out of here. I know I didn't sign up for anything political in my text.
I've been getting weird texts and spam emails though. So someone got my email somehow.
Lamar, no, he can't do it.
Couldn't get it. They're gonna have to go for it, right?
Yeah, down one score. No, I don't know. At the 4-yard line.
I think you go for it here. You got Lamar Jackson. You definitely go for it.
Really saying WrestleMania 1 was the best. What are you nuts? One was obviously groundbreaking, but very hard to rewatch. All right, let's see here. What are they going to do here? At the 4. 4th and 4, so they could still technically get a first down as well.
Yeah, I think you definitely go for it here. Come on, let's go.
Fake
the give, run it with Lamar.
All right, here it is. Lamar looking, searching, throwing, has a receiver. Was he out of bounds?
It was Boykin too.
Not a good day to Captain Lamar. This vicious Jacksonville defense. Look at Minshew's numbers. Got the Friday the 13th double for 148. But we are in safety range.
Yeah, Daniel's saying time for the Ravens defense to show up. Maybe they score a touchdown here.
Oh, that'd be nice. Handoff to, oh boy, here comes Thompson. No. Makes 2 moves, gets out to the 20, a 16-yard carry for Chris Thompson. He is doing his thing up to 36 yards on the ground.
They could still get they're still at their own 20. They could still get the return for a touchdown here. Don't lose your hope there, Daniel. And the Slack chat, one of our crew saying that he didn't believe that this could happen anymore.
We can call each other bozos this whole time. Jay is like Bozozo or whatever, is in first place in our contest.
Bozo,
Luke, Dumbos.
You and I both, man. I needed Boykin as well. Gosh. Just a bad throw from Lamar there. He had him in the open at the back of the end zone.
Right now, first place roster looks like this. Conley and the captain, Jackson, Minshew, Ingram, Thompson, and Boykin. So we all could have used them, but in first place would have just taken it a little bit further. Here's Minshew. 2nd and 7. Has a receiver open. Scott. Nice grab at the 37-yard line.
What did you say? Scott?
No, it's Cot. Cot.
It's Cot?
Yeah. That was my New York accent. I'm just kidding.
I'll give you like a...
No, it was not.
3.5.
It's like Boston. It's like a Connecticut accent because it's Boston and...
There we go. Another one.
New York. Yeah, another run up the middle. Chris Thompson still looks uncomfortable in that number 34. Maybe that's why he didn't have a good year and gave it all over to James Robinson.
Probably.
Dante saying, how am I in the top 20? My captain has 0 points. Well, you explain to us. You probably have good other players. I've been in the top 5 once without a captain having a point. It was weird. Didn't last, but I also have to realize this contest is kind of chalky from the scores.
Yeah.
So here we go. 2nd and 8. 4.5 minutes remaining here in the 4th quarter. It is a shocker of the day with the Jaguars beating Baltimore currently by 8. Need a stop here if you're Baltimore. 2nd and 8. Minshew, who's had it all day. Got sacked once. He's going to scramble out. Has the first down and then some. He's got down to the 30, down to the 26-yard line. 35 on the ground for Minshew.
Unbelievable.
Kenny, I see you teaming up with Reed tomorrow. I feel like you two are going to be great. Have you worked with Reed on these often? Or
yeah, plenty of times. Reed and I, we also do a lot of breakdowns together. Like, we'll tape some segments.
No, I know that stuff. I just didn't know
if the shows together as well. Yeah, we've done sims together.
Okay, because I feel like Reed's like a specialty item. Reed's like a dessert.
Yeah, Reed's great.
He's a good dude. You guys will have some fun tomorrow at noon when you're back. You're doing a double tomorrow, doubleheader, a little noon and 2.
I guess I am. I haven't even looked.
Spoiler, you are.
I knew I was filling in for the noon. I didn't realize I was doing the 2 as well.
Thought I saw that.
I probably am.
It also could be the blood orange going straight to my brain cells. No, it is, yeah. You and Christian. So you and Reed, you and Christian. You got wacky weather Wednesday. You get a little snow, a little rain, and a whole lot of fun.
Excited about it.
Here is Minshew. Oh, is that his first incompletion of the day? Come on, Minshew.
Yeah, it was. Wow.
You stink. That bummed me out. I wanted to see him go perfect. So right now, it's like you get a couple of different options here for your player of the game, but he had a perfect passer rating. That would have been fun. All right, let's see. 2nd and 10 here, Kenny, from the 15-yard line. Chris Thompson going out as a receiver. Open end zone. Too easy. DJ Chark.
Baby.
Get in the end zone. He's in my lineup. Will I jump from 99th to somewhere higher? Oh, I'm right there with Mayor of Simland. So Gregors. Ooh, am I jumping up? I was in 72nd. 23rd touchdown for
to being
Shark.
in contention here.
Let's see where I am. Come on, baby. 39th. Come on, we're climbing back. Oh, wait. Moved again.
Big,
I move up?
big congrats.
I don't know. I might have moved down, actually. Hold on. Ops is working hard and fat. Oh, 53rd. Never mind. Screw you guys in Ops. Don't like you anymore. Just kidding. Love the Ops team. That one hurts. Chark, another one of those guys. Whenever this team comes up, I usually go Westbrook. So today I felt good about Chark. He gets in the end zone there. He's got 13 points. Chris Thompson with 15. Minshew 19. Lamar is just brutal so far. He's got 8.14. Non-captain. My captain's about to rape. No.
At all.
David saying captain. Let's go. So unless the captained Chark there. Jordan Lindenbaum saying
Lamar gets a big run here.
Let's see there, Tony.
It's all coming up Lamar Jackson on this final drive here.
He's going to need it. 2:23 left to go. I would ask, shout out who you need, but I'm assuming it's Lamar. Andrews with the catch there over the middle. Could be the last play before the 2-minute warning.
We've talked about this, right? I hate the 2-minute warning. I think it's the worst thing in sports.
Ooh, of all sport, not the Baseball Hall of Fame not getting anyone voted in because they're cowards.
The 2-minute warning is so bad.
It is. You know what? I've never
it kills the momentum of the game. You go to a commercial, and you lose all that momentum that you wait in agony.
When you really think about it, you're right. It kind of doesn't make sense. Like, what's the point of it?
Have it in college. The thing is, when you watch a college game or you watch enough college games, like I was watching the entire bowl season, you start to realize how much you hate the 2-minute warning because they don't have it in college, and then you realize like, oh wow, like the end of this game is really exciting because they can only stop the clock with spikes and timeouts and or first downs briefly, right? So I don't know. It's more fun.
But the only thing I don't like about college football is how they don't start the clock till they place the ball stuff and like after play. I'm not a big fan of that.
I don't like that. I don't mind that
keep
at all.
the clock
going. If that's the trade-off to having no 2-minute warning, I'm totally fine with it.
I guess that. I don't know. I feel like college football games are super long sometimes because of it. Here is Lamar trying to salvage his day.
Wow.
Nice grab. Andrews again on the catch. The 35-yard line. Here we go. Time is ticking. 44 seconds remain. Baltimore sells all 3 timeouts, but they're like, nah, we don't need those. Kenny's complaining about the stoppage. We don't have to do it again. There's the pass complete. Boykin.
They're going to save him for
next game. They roll over.
Yeah, well, no.
Oh, there it is.
There's one.
To stop the 2-minute warning. Yeah, we understand, obviously, that part of it. But, like, as fans, who cares? Like, you can find ways to put advertising. I'm never looking at it like, oh, well, they make a lot of money from it. You could put advertising on the field. I don't care. Well, you already do, but put more. Catch again. Andrew's like, I'm so surprised a lot of the time that we're not seeing more advertising on things. Like every time you watch like European sports, there's so much ads everywhere, littered all over your screen. Your screen has them. The sideboards have them. Everything. Like hockey, I'm surprised they don't have more. I know the sides are like on the like I like even as a wrestling fan, I'm always surprised the ring doesn't have them. UFC has all sorts of advertising. You saw Conor McGregor get knocked out.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I think he's gonna go to WWE.
Yeah, it's always what they do. Once their careers kind of is done. Which, by the way, I'm proud of that guy for just going out there and doing it. You know, there was no passion behind this fight. Yeah, that's what happened with Ronda Rousey. She got knocked out a couple times. It's like, all right, let's go make some money and not kill myself here. Love to have him. As long as he isn't like Cain Velasquez, who came in for one fight and it was brutal. Saudi Arabia.
It was.
So dumb. 18 seconds remain. Another catch within the 10-yard line. Can Baltimore score? Let's go around real quick. Kenny, are they going to score? Daniel, are they going to score?
No.
Michael. Jim. Joe, throw it in there.
Daniel says no as well.
Michael says yes, because he's a positive guy. Let's see. Ops not chiming in yet because they're like, dude, I don't want them to score because it's going to make me do more. I changed my mind. Daniel says yes. I'm going to say yes as well. Lamar.
I'm the only one saying no.
And Kenny's the only one wrong.
Oh, I got it. Hey, I got Willie Snead. There we go.
Good to be wrong when that happens.
Help me out to not finish last.
We'll help you there.
Willie Snead, great play today. Always a good play in Madden's teams, but 20% in your contest owned, 6,200 and 13 DKFP. That's a pretty good day there for an unpopular receiver. Snead and Boykin, low key.
Yeah.
Good days with 23 combined points. I mean, obviously overshadowed by the likes of Chris Conley and the and crew, but I don't know. He's had a pretty good day. Sharp really hasn't done that much. 13 points as well.
Yeah, he scored a touchdown.
He was much more chalky.
Yeah, he's really aided in my lineup.
$9,600 too. $9,600 and half owned.
Yeah. Well, he's really helped me get to 98th, so I appreciate him. Love that guy. All right, we're gonna give these last 11 seconds. Kenny,
why don't I just give them to you right now?
Let's do it.
The MVP of this game, Mr. Gardner Minshew II, 10.2K in the flex, 34.6% owned in your mini contest.
Yeah.
And obviously he gets a little bit of a hit here, but still finishes because of the kneel down, but still finishes with 18.92 DK fantasy points, 2 passing touchdowns, 188 yards, 34 rushing yards. He was the biggest reason why the Jacksonville Jaguars were in this thing to begin with. And you can also point out the fact that yes, the defense was very good in this one. So shout out to the defense.
Shout out.
In terms of this free showdown, Gardner Minshew just played his face off, and I got to give him my MVP here for the job that he did, sitting in the captain spot of the leading lineup in the free showdown.
Yeah, and he was in the lineup for our winner as well. Chris Conley was the captain. So Gardner, Flint, Minshew, go get you some. We'll give you a Krusty Kenny award. And who is your babysitter, Michael? Producer Michael, not my kid award. Yeah. I'm saying all the wrong things.
I was looking in the free showdown for the ownership number, and I can't really find it. But I know for a fact the Ravens defense, 1 point. I think that they were sort of owned here in this game. I mean, you can look at other people, that didn't necessarily perform well. Hollywood Brown was not expected to do that well. Lamar ended up, saving his day. He was fine. I would say the Ravens defense, 1 point, considering the fact that you're going up against the Jaguars, pretty disappointing.
Dude, I put him in the freaking captain.
6% owned.
So 20%.
Yeah,
oh,
1 point.
Gross. Not good. Captain him, stunk. Let's get out of here, Kenny. All right, on behalf of the wonderful Michael, appreciate you so much producing. Daniel on the 1s, 2s, all the way through 7s. Our J&J Ops team, Joe and Jim. Make sure you follow Kenny at Kenny Ducey. Look at him slugging that green tea. He's going to go buy an air fryer. Where are you going to get it from, Kenny?
I am not going to do that. I'm going to go cook on my stove.
Oh, well, air fryers are great, and it would solve all your issues, and you don't have to put an air conditioner, so you don't have to get sick. Just saying. I'm here to help you. I'm on your side. You're looking at me like this is a problem. So we're going to leave. It's going to get awkward.
I'm ready for it to end.
Oh, okay. Well, geez. Sounds like everybody else here. All right. That's at Kenny Ducey. Go praise him with all the love and glory. He's a real peach. We'll catch him tomorrow back here at noon.
Thank you, Rossi.
You bet, man. I'm going to come over there and give you a big hug when the time is right. Squeeze you real tight. All right. Jesse Cofield, got you. And then the Red Glash and the whole crew is going to take over from here. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy your night. Here's Jesse. Smile.
Haha, me. All right, we have more Madden coming your way at 8 p.m. Seahawks heading to Cleveland for a matchup with the Browns. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker, 1K prize pool, $150 for first place. Plus, the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool, $25 going to first place. Head over to the DraftKings lobby to get those lineups in now. All right, guys. Everybody knows we have to wait until February 7th for the big game, but in the meantime, there's plenty to do on DraftKings, including contests for the NBA and NHL tonight. So DK Live editor Sharad Kira is going to join us in a little to break down the rest of the NBA slate. So if you want to ask any questions, start sending them in the chat right now. In the meantime, let's hear from Jeff Ulrich and Adam Kaufman breaking down tonight's NHL slate of games.
It is a massive 13-game slate in the NHL tonight, of course, underway. Let's get into it because we got a late slate remaining, a turbo slate remaining, and a guy eager to talk all about it. He is Jeff Ulrich. How are you, buddy?
Doing good, man. Yeah, we got a lot of games after just having one last night. So big slate, lots of DFS going on.
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't start with your beloved Edmonton Oilers, who are, of course, matching up with the Winnipeg Jets. Now, there is no more Patrick Laine. The Jets do obviously have a newly acquired Pierre-Luc Dubois, but he has to quarantine before joining the team, so he is not a factor here tonight. So are you drawn to somebody on the Oilers?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, the Edmonton offense definitely picked it up a little bit against Winnipeg. Winnipeg's typically a pretty good opponent for your DraftKings skaters as well. Not the greatest penalty kill. They allowed a lot of shots on goal last year, and they're probably going to regress towards that kind of similar team. They don't have a deep defense. So, when you're looking at the Oilers, you got to point out, like, Connor McDavid's shot rate is way up this year. He's averaging 4.5 shots on goal. That's over a shot on goal more than he averaged last season. Is he going to keep up the whole year? I don't know, but he looks way more aggressive with his shot. And if you're talking studs on this slate, I mean, he's got to be up there. Even if we were talking about the 13-game slate, I'd prefer McDavid over Nate McKinnon tonight just because of that shot rate going up and the matchup. So McDavid's got to be at the top of the list for the studs. But realistically, Edmonton is a team right now where you can really look at value. Jesse Puljujarvi, $3K. He's now skating on the top line, just like all Oilers fans have been asking for since preseason. He's there. This is a very skilled player. It was a top 5 overall draft pick when he was picked. And he is back, and he looks good, Kaufman. So 3K, Puljujarvi is one of the top values on the slate. But Kyler Yamamoto, also skating in the top 6, just continually underpriced at under 5K. So point-per-game player essentially playing along with Leon Draisaitl. You can find a lot of value with the Oilers tonight. You can start with McDavid if you want, but those wingers, absolutely one of the best pair of values you can get on the slate.
Those wingers have some names on them, too. Good for you. Now, maybe you want to stick with one of those. Maybe it's somebody else, but do you – in sticking with the turbo slate, the 4 games available, have a favorite play?
Yeah, I think there's, obviously the Edmonton offense I'm kind of building up here, but we got to look at this Chicago-Nashville game as well. Chicago's coming off a couple nice wins against Detroit, but let's not forget, this is a team that, allowed a ton of shots on goal last year. They got destroyed by Tampa Bay in the first couple games of the season. And this is a Nashville team that's ripe for a bounce back after getting kind of embarrassed by Dallas 2 games in a row. So I'm expecting some goals here, and I'm expecting the Nashville offense to get going. Philippe Forsberg at 6,600. That's a good price. Whenever you've got a top winger who shoots consistently, Forsberg is a guy who typically averages well over 3 shots on goal per game. That's just a guy you want to take advantage of against Chicago. He's already got 4 goals on the season. Yeah, he's not much of an assist guy, but the upside is going to be there against Chicago for the shots on goal bonus. So I'm really looking at Forsberg. I do think you should take a look at kind of like all of the Nashville defense, though. I mean, Roman Josi, if you can get up to him on defense, is definitely in play. I like pairing Forsberg and Josi tonight. I mean, they're definitely still affordable. It's only a 4-game slate. So, after Edmonton's offense, Nashville will kind of be the next one on my list.
Turbo slate locks at 8 Eastern. The late slate, 9 Eastern. You got 4 games there as well. Who's your favorite play?
So the late slate is really interesting because we do have a couple teams here who I'm sure will get targeted heavily. You know, the Toronto Calgary matchup has some top end offensive players. You have two teams who, quite frankly, aren't that great on the defensive side. Toronto's generally a really good matchup, and they have Austin Matthews, one of the bigger stars. People love to roster him in DFS, but I like looking at this Vegas team on this late slate. They're going up against St. Louis, and look, the Blues are still a pretty good defensive team, but they certainly have not been that good defensively in 2021. I mean, this is a team that's coming off a big loss to the Kings. They got absolutely annihilated by the Colorado Avalanche in their second game of the year, allowing 8 goals. They've lost the big piece on defense. You know, their goaltending, they still got a young guy in there. I like targeting the Vegas Golden Knights power play here. The Blues have also been really terrible on the penalty kill. They're 6th last in penalty kill efficiency right now. So Max Pacioretty is really tempting here at under 7K. I like targeting him. Again, I think you're going to get lower ownership because most people will be looking at other matchups in the perceived bad matchup with St. Louis. So Pacioretty under 7K. You know, you can pair him with kind of whoever you want from the power play one for Vegas, but Shea Theodore, obviously a guy who gets a ton of shots on goal on defense as well, is going to be out there on the power play one with Pacioretty. You can go with that high price combo. It gives you a really good anchor spot for this 4-game late slate. And again, I don't think the Vegas Golden Knights offensive players are going to be that highly owned. So why not take the discount here and the lower ownership for those GPP lineups?
Let's build on that a little bit, and I'll defer to you on the slate. Turbo late, up to you. Where are you finding value?
Yeah, so I mentioned those Edmonton wingers, and I mean Yamamoto again. I just feel like Kyle Yamamoto is kind of a must play right now at 4,700, but Puljujarvi at 3K is definitely still in there. You can look to a guy like Matt Duchene though as well, second line center for the Nashville Predators. Look, Duchene's been a disappointment with Nashville, but again, we're getting Chicago here. Like if Duchene's ever going to come alive with a decent game, this is going to be the spot. He's only 3,900. So Matt Duchene's still a really talented offensive player, or at least he used to be. I think this is a fine spot to take a shot on him because the price is just so low. And then on the late slate, I'm looking at a guy like Mike Hoffman. His minutes are going up for St. Louis. He's still big part of the power play. They didn't bring Mike Hoffman in to play him 10 minutes a night. He's going to be on the power play one. His minutes are going up. He gets a lot of shots on goal. So Mike Hoffman at 3,900 is way too cheap as well.
Let's shift to the DK Sportsbook. There are a few games with a very high expected goal total. A matter of fact, 6.5, which is pretty remarkable. Now, there's one of the games that you already mentioned, spent a lot of time on. That was the Jets and Oilers. Another game that obviously you fixated on as well between Chicago and Nashville. Let's not forget the Leafs and Flames as well. So if you had to pick one that is going to go over, which one is it?
Yeah, so right now, as we're talking, and look, this can fluctuate, but the Chicago-Nashville game is actually down to a 6. So we got over under 6 goals instead of 6.5. It's minus 122 to take the over there. I really like that. That's one of my favorite bets on the slate. Whenever you can get a 6 on Chicago, quite frankly, you should probably take it. And look, the Predators offense, like I said, they still got a good power play quarterback. They got Forsberg up there at front. I think this is a bounce back spot for them anyways. I love the over in this game just because of Chicago, but you know, the Preds haven't been that great defensively either. I mean, the Blackhawks are coming in off a couple of good offensive games. Patrick Kane is getting it going a little bit. They're thin up front, but against a team like the Preds, the Hawks can put the puck in the net as well, in my opinion. So I love the 6 handle you're getting there. Give me over Chicago Predators as my favorite total on the slate.
Okay, and since you're locked in, sitting there on the DK Sportsbook as we speak, what is your favorite bet on the slate?
Yeah. So again, I mean, I gave out my favorite total. So let's move a little bit to the just the lines. I'm going to stick with Edmonton here. I think they found something with moving Puljujarvi up to the first line. When Edmonton has been able to roll top 2 lines out and getting McDavid and Draisaitl going, that's when they've typically gone on runs, and they're getting okay goaltending, or at least good enough here that I think taking them on the puck line tonight actually makes a lot of sense. Minus 1.5, you're getting plus 215 to take Edmonton on the puck line. I really love that price. That is big odds. Those are what you want to target here when you're taking a puck line bet. And quite frankly, you know, the Jets, like you said, like we said off the top, they don't have Dubois. Liney's gone. I mean, this is a team that's a little bit shorthanded, and I think their defensive issues are going to catch up with them here. So I'm looking at the Oilers here to put 2 in a row. They're due for a couple wins in a row here, and I think they figured some things out up front. So give me the Oilers on the puck line, plus 215 right now.
All right, Moose, we talked about it. 13 games tonight, more than making up for last night's one-sided clunker that we had in the single game in the NHL. Should be fun. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, man, anytime.
All right, thanks to Koff and Jeff for that NHL breakdown. Now let's transition to the NBA, and all the way from sunny California, let's bring in DK Live editor Shirag Hira. Shirag, thank you for being here. The Clippers and Hawks game is moments away. Do you have any strong opinions on that one?
Yeah, you need to play Trae Young tonight. That is what is necessary for this slate. Trae Young is mandatory from the Hawks. Nobody else really is who I'm looking at for this slate. But the Clippers, let's look at some other Clippers. You need to have at least 2 Clippers in there tonight. If you're making any single entry lineups, Marcus Morris is likely going to be the projected popular play with Lou Williams. Luke Kennard, potential pivot play at forward, but definitely need, since it's a 3-game slate, you need to have at least 3 players from this Clippers and Hawks game.
All right, well, there are 2 more games to get to on our night slate. Like you mentioned, 3-game slate. So we got the Wizards and Rockets at 8 p.m., Knicks and Jazz at 9 p.m., making up our contest. So let's focus on those. Any injury news we should be aware of on those 2 games?
Just Christian Wood is doubtful for the game, so that's going to set up DeMarcus Cousins. So if you're making lineups still, DeMarcus Cousins is somebody that you really need to consider. He's coming off a monster performance, 50 fantasy points, and he's only $6,000 in that range. So I think it makes a lot of sense at center to go with him, and then potentially using Serge Ibaka even from the Clipper side as your double center lineup.
All right, let's talk DFS. Like, who do you want to pay up for tonight?
Bradley Beal. Yes, I mentioned Trae Young earlier, but Bradley Beal is my lock of the play. He's not even over 10K, and it's just a short 3-game slate, so you really have to consider him. Russell Westbrook has worked his way back from a quad injury, but he's not his old self just yet. And this game total is one of the ones that are tops on slate, and he's the best player available there.
All right, Chirag, hit us with your value play.
I mentioned them just right now with some of the injury news of Christian Wood. I really like DeMarcus Cousins. Even though he's at 6K, he's not considered a normal value. So if you're looking down a little bit more, Marcus Morris, he's projected likely to start in place of Kawhi or Paul George. And you could see him played anywhere from 32 to 38 minutes right now. This team is really shelved due to this whole COVID health protocol situation. So looking at Marcus Morris as a value.
All right, let's look at the sportsbook angles for tonight. Rockets favored by 4 at home against the Wizards. Do you like them to cover?
I do like them to cover. You know, John Wall is going to be returning to the Rockets, and he's on a little bit of a minutes limit, but this Wizard team is just decimated. They are switching their lineups, trying to figure out anybody that can play right now. They're running guys out 35, 38 minutes, and these guys are not very good. They're good enough to be G League players. So the Rockets, yes, they have old superstars in John Wall and DeMarcus Cousins who were great at one point. They still can ball. Eric Gordon is there on there, especially on their front line.
All right, Jazz, heavy favorites hosting the Knicks, 11.5 points. Do the Knicks keep this one close?
I'm not exactly sure that they can. The Knicks have been on this West Coast road trip and have lost the last 2 games, and then going to Utah is a pretty difficult task. So, you know, the Jazz have won 8 in a row. They're playing really well, their best ball, and they're not really in the spot to let down against the Knicks. But if you're looking at any direction, you have to look at the Knicks side because covering such a large spread, anything can happen in garbage time. So a little bit of a lean towards the Knicks just because they do have decent quality depth now.
All right, do you have your eye on either total to go over or under tonight?
I like the Wizards and Rockets to go over. Both teams don't really play in defense, setting up this game to be a really high-scoring affair. Like I said, the Wizards are practically missing their entire front court, and they're on the front end of a back-to-back. And considering how short-handed the Rockets have been, they don't really have any, lockdown defenders coming out here to stop Bradley Beal or Russell Westbrook. So I like for this game to go over.
All right, finally, give us a quick preview of tomorrow.
Joel Embiid should return. He sat out due to back soreness in his previous game, but I'm expecting him to play, even though he's listed questionable. LeBron James just went off against the Cavs, and he's going to be now traveling. The last time that LeBron James was in Philly was the night that he passed Kobe Bryant for third on the all-time record, and today is the 1-year anniversary of Kobe Bryant passing. So RIP to Kobe, but I think this is a really emotional situation for the Lakers in general, coming back to Philly where Kobe was born, and the game's on ESPN. So that's the one I'm looking out for.
Oh man, Narrative Street right there. All right, thanks, Sherrod. Now it's time to tell you, in PGA combined, you win a $10 ticket to our Big Game Millionaire contest. So just spend 50 or more in entry fees into any of our NBA slates or contests for this week's Farmers Insurance Open, and you get a shot at $1 million top prize on February 7th. So go check out what's available in the DK lobby right now. And while you do that, you can listen to the Action Network's Jason Sobel break down this week's PGA tournament as a strong field heads to Torrey Pines for the Farmers Insurance Open.
Time for a little golf talk with Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Of course, Jason, we have got the American Express behind us, and just to channel our pal Pat Mayo, Kim was victorious in that event. How'd you enjoy it?
Yeah, that was a good one. But the first 3 events of the year, all up against NFL playoff games in the final round, that felt like the appetizer. This week, Adam, feels like the first bite of the main course into the season.
Okay, let's get into the Farmers Insurance Open. That is what is on the way. Jon Rahm, of course, has won here before. It was a few years ago. He is plus 700 right there at the top. What do you think of him?
Look, he's played this event 4 times. He's got a win, a second place, and a 5th place finish. If you like him this week, I'm not going to talk you off of him. I'm not a big fan of taking the field favorite going into an event, especially Jon Rahm, who, first of all, switched equipment manufacturers to Callaway at the beginning of the year. Secondly, missed last week's event after tweaking his back in the gym. I don't have any reason to be too worried about Rahm, but you better be very confident if you're going to go with him this week. But again, the course history is certainly there.
Interesting situation for Rory McIlroy. He is sitting at plus 850, and this is a guy, I mean, he's making his return to the tour. Yes, he played last weekend. It was, in Abu Dhabi, it was a tune-up event for him, but he hasn't played an event on the tour since the Masters, which, as we know, was a little while ago. So how are you feeling about him?
I like Rory. Look, I love Rory for a top 5 finish this week, which seems to be Rory's MO, whether it's a front door or back door top 5 finish. I think he's going to be at or near the top come Sunday afternoon. That said, it all comes down to whether he can win a big golf tournament right now. And he's struggled on Sunday afternoons when he's in the hunt. He was there in Abu Dhabi, got lapped by Tyrrell Hatton on the final day. And so I do think Rory will play well. He's played this event the last 2 years. He's been 3rd and 5th. And so that top 5 prop seems like a better play to me than going outright for Rory McIlroy this week.
Okay, let's move down the list then. You have Xander Schauffele, 3rd best odds, plus 1,100. You could continue to go down a little bit, whether it's Harris English. There's also Tony Finau. Those guys plus 2,000 apiece. So if you had to pick one out of the pack, who stands out?
Yeah, well, once again, I'm not putting my outright money on Tony Finau necessarily, but we saw him get into contention again last week at the American Express. He was 54-hole co-leader, shot 68 in the final round. Not terrible, but only finished in 4th place. Same old story for Tony Finau. That said, there's no tournament that I like him better at than this week's Farmers Insurance Open. Every year, he's played 6 times. He has 6 career top 25 finishes. Hammer those top 5, top 10, top 20 props on Finau this week, even if you're a little gun shy to go outright. But as far as outright from the top guys, if I'm looking at somebody, Hideki Matsuyama, right around 25-1, 28-1, depending on where it's moved to right now. But Hideki Matsuyama is a guy whose ball striking has been fantastic. Same old story with him as well. If the putter gets hot, then he can make some putts and get into contention. He doesn't need to putt great. He just needs to putt average. And most of the times he doesn't even putt to the field average. But on the Poana greens at Torrey Pines, he's putted better in the past. And so I think Hideki Matsuyama is a nice play this week.
We are sitting here in late January. I remind you of that because, of course, Jason Day hasn't made a start on the tour since November. It has been a little while. He's plus 3,300 this weekend. But wait, there's more. He has been working with Tiger Woods' former swing coach. Does that draw you to him at all?
I love Jason Day on this golf course, a 2-time champion. I think that he's shown he can come off an extended break and play really well at this golf tournament. Boy, but what we've seen over the past few weeks, Adam, is that the guys who already have played this year, the guys at the Sony Open who had played the week before at Kapalua, the guys at the American Express who had played somewhere in Hawaii, those guys had a major advantage just getting those competitive juices flowing. So whether it's Jason Day, who I do like, or Bubba Watson, who I like a lot, or Dylan Fratelli, any of those guys who have yet to play here in 20, just recently having been inside the ropes and in competition.
Who wants to pay up for, favorites? That's too easy, right? The real money, that's in getting a long shot right. You have 156 players in this field. So when it comes to long shots, who are some of the good people to look at?
Well, I'm looking at guys who hit the ball a long way this week. I'm looking at guys who can move it out there. Not only is Torrey Pines South Course a very long course, but it's been raining all week. It's going to be wet. It's going to play even longer than it usually feels. So you're going to need guys that can really bang it off the tee. I'll start with Cameron Davis, who shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. The Aussie finished right up on the leaderboard at the Amex last week. And then I'm going to go with the guy that I always like on the West Coast. I think he's primed to have a really good next 4 to 6 weeks. That's Wyndham Clark. Basically, Wyndham Clark hits it a long way and makes a lot of putts. Even if he does nothing else, even if everything else is just average, that should equate to some good scores, some good results for Wyndham Clark coming up. So I like him as a long shot play this week. And if you want a super long shot, Justin Suh is playing on a sponsors exemption this week. He's one of those guys who he was thrown into the Matthew Wolff, Colin Morikawa, Victor Hovland crew in 2019 when they all turned pro together. He's the one that, quote unquote, hasn't made it yet, but he's getting there and he's a really good player. Don't write him off just yet.
It's a regular Rat Pack. Who's going to win this thing?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the guy that I mentioned earlier, Hideki Matsuyama. I think it's a good number on him. I love him outright. And he's ready to win. If there's been a trend so far in the 2021 season on the PGA Tour, it's that all these guys who are past champions have come back to find the winner's circle. Stuart Sink, Sergio Garcia, Robert Streb, Martin Laird, Brian Gay, Harris English. I mean, how many guys can I mention that have gone multiple years without a victory and then have come back already this season to win one? Hideki Matsuyama has gone nearly 4 full years since his last PGA Tour title. That's too long for a guy who's number 21 in the world right now. I think he can go do it this week.
See, I need a script for Sobel here. It's all right up there. Jason Sobel, thanks, buddy.
I was reading that whole thing, Adam.
All right, guys, the 8 p.m. sim is coming in hot, but first, here's what else is going on DraftKings right now. We still got NBA and NHL contests available tonight, including a showdown contest for the Knicks and Jazz with a $200K prize pool. $15 entry gets you a shot at the $50K first prize tonight. And on the ice, we have a 4-game night slate starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. Contests include the NHL 8K Twine, which is a $10 entry for a shot at the 2K top prize. Plus, you can wager on all of these games over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, as well as PGA, college basketball, UFC, and more. All right, guys, it is time to get back to the Madden. We got the Browns and the Seahawks with Brennan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, Jesse, thank you so much. We have the Seahawks. We've got the Browns. As Jesse said, it's the 8 p.m. sim, second of 3 on the late slate. Daniel is here. Producer Michael is here. Lineups are going to lock in a couple of minutes for this contest. Right now, reading 168 entries in our free roll, so you love to see it. Look, man, I like to play Russell Wilson and the captain. I'm gonna have to sacrifice a bit at the bottom here, but that's what I'm going with in the captain spot. What about you?
I don't think I'm gonna do Russell Wilson in the captain spot because I want more flexibility. So I think I'm gonna roll with either Kareem Hunt or Chris Carson. I just feel like I get more bang for my buck on the back end, and I know Russell Wilson is likely going to be the high point man. But I've done some Brown sims, and Mayfield has gone off at times. Kareem Hunt, seemingly, even though he's not the running back one, and Nick Chubb is really good, Kareem Hunt has impacts on these sims. So I feel like I can get some value. These are two teams with guys that you want in your lineups. So I'm curious to see how the rest of your lineup shakes out.
It's a great call. Might be too late. Yeah, it's too late.
Don't. It's mine.
I wasn't going to make it exactly like yours, but dang, I wanted to put Kareem Hunt in my lineup because it's so true. He tends to do a really nice job in Simland, and he was nice 2 weeks ago, divisional round weekend, from a fantasy standpoint, because Chubb struggled to get going in that game, and oftentimes I'm reminded of how good Hunt can be. So we're together for Titans Colts as well for Madden After Dark. Looking forward to it. A lot to unpack from the weekend we can certainly discuss, and also bragging rights on the line. We can discuss what you guys have been talking about all day. I know, like, you've got some thoughts on the Baseball Hall of Fame. You were just rattling off some takes there on Twitter a few moments ago. But maybe we won't get to it because we should do it in baseball fashion. We should just take our time, and then maybe we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. 3 hours later when no one's watching and no one cares, or like announce something really important while a live event that everyone else cares about is happening, or just do as little PR as possible on important things for your sport to continue to grow, or not honor all of the most popular players for a 25-year span while all of those people are aging into the demographic that love baseball.
Yeah.
But now, who are we going to vote in for the Hall of Fame for the next 20 years if we can't have any of the steroid guys? Yeah, sure, we'll do it like baseball does it.
Wow, Richard Comfort, who was spending time with us last night about his dog, made the difficult decision to put his dog down after he couldn't find a new home. I don't know if he's joking, though, because his dog's name is Glash. So Richard says.
Okay, wow, all right. You talk about a lot of things to unpack. Now that needs unpacking. He has a pet named after you?
Yeah, that's what he said last night on the stream.
Glash is not a bad pet name, though. So
Hey,
it's
Glash.
short, it's sweet. Glashy. Hey, Glashy. Glashy Poo. Hey, Glashy girl. So what you do with the rest of your lineup?
Let's see. Yeah, that's a good question. Because the chat is just out of control right now. I'm going to read.
What's your lineup CAD look like?
Yeah. So I've got Russell Wilson and the captain, Baker, OBJ, Chubb, Carlos Hyde, and Philip Dorsett.
Okay, I have Kareem Hunt in the captain spot, Nick Chubb, Philip Dorsett, Austin Hooper, Baker Mayfield, Russell Wilson. Only had $400 to spare.
Right.
Yeah, I went with Hooper because I had like $4,000 left, so I didn't really need to do a punt play. So I went with Austin Hooper.
Right, you've got plenty of balance. Jake S., what's going on? Chris B., Jimmy B., Giggle Pigs, Chef Duke, Mike Ament, Brother Phil. Russell Wilson with the ball first. He will fire and complete for a gain of 7. And they'll give him 6. Tyler Lockett with the catch. Hi, Sarah Privatera. How are you? The Guru, 805. You guys want to talk about the sim, right? Let's have ourselves a good time.
Talk about the sim, talk about the sim, talk about the sim, talk about the sim.
Strap on in, for sim. Yep. There's a first down for Seattle. We'll take it.
Shut up, talk about the sim.
Hey, that guy who caught that pass, Philip Dorsett, former Patriot. Nice play.
Go Pats.
Yeah, go Pats. Shanira Hall? Glasheen is trash, dislike. You can get behind that. Just for you, though. Oliver McDonald, Lewis Daniel. What's up? Oliver wants to talk about gossip.
What's the hot goss?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I miss a lot during the day leading up to 8 p.m. Same for you. I mean, at least on the East Coast, right? As Wilson takes off. He's got a first and into Browns territory. Mockingjay 2020. What's going on? How are you guys? Carl says, I'm here. Let's rock and roll.
Hey, rock and roll, baby.
Ralphie! Hey, Ralphie! Metcalf, first down. The Pats should have drafted him, huh?
Yeah, they should have drafted a lot of different receivers, Glash.
Would have made their offense a lot better in years past.
Yeah, well, you know what, though? It wouldn't have mattered who was playing receiver this year. Cam Newton did not know how to throw the football. Big problem when you're playing quarterback.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Cam Newton, great athlete.
Can't throw.
Carson, 2 for 2 out of the gate, 28% owned. Olsen retired in real life, yes.
Yeah, that happened a few days ago. He announced it on the Fox Sports pregame show. He'll be a good broadcaster. He did some good work with the XFL.
Wendell Smith, let's do this. Yeah, I'm in. Let's do the sim, man. Russell Wilson, 4 for 4. It's too bad he lost that Super Bowl a few years ago. Underachieving kind of year for Seattle. Everyone was healthy. All their pieces were in place. Offense was moving. The ball was coming out of the hand quick for most of the year. He was He was like the MVP of the league, arguably, through 6 weeks.
Totally. He
right?
was the can't-miss MVP candidate through 6 weeks. There's no question.
Brother Phil, enjoy the trivia tonight. Ralphie, I've heard this today, too, about Jimmy G going to New England. Seems right. Belichick can get things right at the most important position in sports. Myers kicking it from 42. He got it. Chris B says it's been a good day. That's good. Good to hear, Chris.
Could you guys hear that phone call that just came through on my laptop?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, that's not good.
Is it important? You can take it.
No. I tried to make it so that those things wouldn't happen, and it didn't work, so sick.
Jason Myers, 12% in the flex. Smash that like button, everybody. Let's get to 400 likes. I like the energy here. Might have been just me who heard that ring. It was very brief and quick.
Cool.
So what's your top takeaway from the weekend? I mean, we haven't had a chance to talk. This is your first time on a stream since Championship Sunday.
Yeah, look, you got Brady versus Mahomes. Does it get much better than that?
Oh, man, I mean, Mahomes against that Bucs D, I'm so curious how it's going to look.
So I think it's going to be a shootout. I think the Chiefs are going to win. My heart says Brady. My head says Chiefs. They just don't lose. They're like 25-1 in their last 26 games or whatever. It's nuts. They're unstoppable. Tyreek Hill is a beast. The last time these teams played, Bucs couldn't stop him. Antoine Winfield Jr. is banged up, so that's going to make it more difficult to cover a guy who's basically impossible to cover with that speed. And you got a guy like Mahomes who can make something out of nothing at all times. I just think the Chiefs are going to be too much to handle. And I love Brady. Look, I mean, come on. Who are you talking to here? But, yeah, I just think the Chiefs are too much at this point. I think they get that second ring. Third as a franchise.
Steven's talking about Quinn. I don't know. I don't think it's the guy we're talking about, or he was talking about.
Quinn, like Brady Quinn?
Yeah.
No, we're not talking about Brady Quinn.
Good analyst.
Yeah. Decent quarterback in college. I think he was a slightly overrated player, and that showed in the NFL.
Right. Speaking of a little overrated, Aaron Rodgers walked back some comments today after the result against his nemesis in Sunday's game. Funny how that works, huh? Aaron wants to be in that conversation, and then boom, he got beat.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of my biggest takeaways from Sunday is Matt LaFleur is just not a good coach, man. You have that play call at the end where you take a field goal inexplicitly, and before that you aren't in prevent defense when they decide to throw it deep at the end of the half. You have multiple 12 men on the field penalties in the same game. Like, that's all coaching to me. You're just not ready for the moment at that point.
Right.
So if I'm Rodgers, I'm still heated. I mean, I don't know that he has a better chance to win a Super Bowl anywhere else at the moment, unless you were to just trade him to, the Chiefs or the Bucs or one of these teams that clearly doesn't have a need at quarterback. I think the Packers is the spot where he's going to have the best chance at the moment among the teams that need quarterbacks. So I don't know that he demands a trade, but I would demand more excellence out of my coaching staff.
No, for sure. And it's year 2. I think he just lost a big game. He was speaking, probably venting a little bit. I don't think it's a great look to immediately make sure the thumb is not pointed at him. Yep. And he went there right after the game. Baker's looking here from the 12, and he's brought
It's a bad leader move. It's a really bad leader move. It's something, not to be the Patriot honks here, it's something Brady would have never done in his 20 years. And I know they're completely different personalities. Rodgers lets it fly. Brady is a lot more calculated, but in that moment, it's just a really bad look for that franchise.
2nd and 12 to Hunt, and he stopped at the line. Want to check out how many entries we got wound up with. Got producer Michael with us. Shout out to the Game Ops team, Joe and Jim. Those guys doing their thing. Greatly appreciated. We're with you for the next couple sims. First quarter is winding down. Got the Twitch fam here as well. What's up, Twitch? About 60 folks on Twitch. You love to see that.
Twitch fam, what's good, fam?
And that is the man you found a way into your lineup, Austin Hooper, but they come up short.
Hoop-a-loop. Hoop. They're trying.
All right, one down. Let's have a look here at the free roll. Big public contest. 14,357 entries. I am actually looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at the classic. Looking at our free roll. First place is Finley241013.
Let me check where I am.
All right. I'm in 62nd.
Okay. Let's see. You're in 62nd. I am in 131st. Ha ha! Well, you look at that. Not good.
Not good. Sorry, man.
It's still early. It's what I'm telling myself. It's still early. I have a lot of Browns in my lineup, so them not having scored yet, not great.
They're close, and look, I mean, they might just respond with a field goal here.
That's going to happen. They're going to pull Matt LaFleur and take the field goal.
It's just a damn cough, man. I'm glad you're laughing and having a good time. It's good. What's up, Kareem? Earl Sparks? Chef Duke? Say what, dude? What are you guys talking about?
Say what? I honestly have not paid attention to the chat through one quarter, even one iota.
I kind of appreciate that. I really do.
It's just, it feels like it's coming in really hot tonight. It's hard to follow, to be honest. Like, it's moving too fast. I like to just, look at the sim, talk with you for a sec, glaze over, read something, look back. It's just moving way too fast. So, keep it coming in fast and hot if you don't want me to see what you're saying.
I am, though, it's hard because yesterday we came in real hot, at least I did, about the weekend and excitement, also like hot takes. And I'm reminded that we have a long time until the big game.
Don't peak too early, brother. Do not peak too early.
Long time till the big game down in Florida. So, we're going to take our time and unpack it all.
Do not peak too early. And I was saying this on the podcast that I work on, Great Dane Nation with Morton Anderson. You got to check that out on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. He wanted to get super in depth about the Super Bowl, and I'm like, look, dude, we have a episode to do next week. You want to use all your takes this week? What are we going to talk about next week? Let's ring it in a little bit. Let's talk about Matt LaFleur. Let's talk about how the Bills are going to have to deal with Mahomes for the entirety of Josh Allen's career. Let's take it easy.
Yeah, something I thought about today, a developing opinion.
Let's hear it. You're workshopping.
The Kansas City Chiefs will not travel to the Super Bowl. They will not travel to the game until Friday, the day before, so the 5th of February, before the game.
I like this. I like this developing theory.
So,
it's going to be
different. I mentioned this yesterday. I think Andy Reid has a lot of time to prepare for that tremendous Buccaneers defense and the way they attack up the middle. Edge to them, I think, in terms of getting ready. And like you said, you're kind of leaning that way because of how explosive they can be. Even if they get behind, if that offense gets going on the Tampa side.
It's just a damn cough, man. Freeze Pops, tell Glash you think the QB GOAT for the Pats is Tony Eason. See if he can name someone else he thinks is better. Who is another Patriots quarterback you feel as though was better than Tony Eason? Should we just start naming non-Tom Brady quarterbacks? See how many we can name? I could go probably the rest of the night.
Drew Bledsoe.
That's one of my favorite games is backups for Brady.
Bledsoe is pretty good.
Bledsoe. You had Doug Flutie. You had Vinny Testaverde.
Yeah,
You
the
had-
drop kick.
You had Rohan Davey, Matt Castle, Michael Bishop. You had, obviously, Hoya the Destroyer. Jimmy G,
Garoppolo?
Handsome Jim, Jacoby Brissett. You had Ryan Mallett. You had Tim Tebow.
Oh my God, on the practice squad.
That's right. I mean, the list is extensive. Jarrett Stidham for one season, good call.
Yeah, I think all of those names deserve a little more recognition and attention.
And I mean, if we're just talking all-time Patriot quarterbacks, yeah, you mentioned Bledsoe, Scott Zolak, Steve Grogan, Jim Plunkett. I don't think anyone wants to hear this game. It just fascinates me. You know, you have a guy that plays for the franchise for 20 seasons. You're going to cycle through a lot of backups and a lot of guys that were supposed to be, quote, the next guy.
The pieces on that Buccaneers offense, all those pieces, though, I think they've got to really put in an excellent couple weeks. Considering some of them are new to this situation. That's what I'm most excited for. I know Antonio Brown is supposed to be back. Gronkowski played a factor in the receiving game when the two teams met back in week 12. He had over 100 yards. The chemistry he's developed in that offense, it's important. I think everyone's going to be needed.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good game. I think both sides have very, very good offenses. I actually think Tampa's defense is better than Kansas City's, and I'm not going out on a limb saying that. I just think Kansas City is so unstoppable that they're going to come out as the winners.
Yeah. Man, it's amazing how they can just turn it up, right? Like down 9-0 to Buffalo, and you never even felt.
Not
Buffalo
even for
was in
1
control.
second. No,
Right.
not even for 1 second did I think they were out of that game. Hell, when they were down 24 last playoffs against Houston, not for 1 second did I think they were out of it. Seriously. There was so much time left.
I mean, and how can you, right? Because of how they rallied in each of their playoff wins last year.
Right. I mean, when you have a guy like Hill and a guy like Mahomes who can get the ball to Hill anywhere he is on the field, and a guy like Travis Kelce who is a transcendent talent at tight end, you're never going to be out of a game unless it's just, you know, a mathematically impossible comeback as far as time goes. But if there's time on the clock, the Chiefs are going to be in the game. It's just how it is.
Right. Well, and just how explosive, I always go back 2 years ago. I had to remind myself of this with Brandon Cristal last night. Just go back 2 years ago when the Chiefs played the Patriots in the AFC Championship.
Classic game.
In terms of just how, like, the time of possession wasn't even close. The Chiefs doubled New England, time of possession. And it was clockwork in the second half, just the adjustments they made. That's what I'm saying, man. Like with the,
I thought we were losing that game, man. Now on the reverse side of it, as a Patriot fan watching Mahomes, I was terrified in that game. Oh, I still can't believe we won that game.
Honestly, it's amazing. When you
Thank God for D Ford. If D Ford didn't have his hand across the line of scrimmage, Mahomes is probably going for 3 in a row right now.
Hey, James, that's awesome. That's really cool. Would love to check it out one time. Is that Carlos Hyde? Nice play. Nicely done. It's just a damn cough, man. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm into the trivia questions. I can appreciate one or two, but we got a sim to call.
I want to know what the trivia question is.
Go for it, man.
And now that I've read it, I need to ask you. One QB in the Super Bowl was drafted by the Detroit Tigers. The other was the Montreal Expos. Which was which? Well, the answer to that is Tom Brady was drafted by the Expos. The Tigers, I did not know drafted Mahomes, but hey, I guess you learn something every day. Maybe they're talking about his dad.
Russell Wilson was a Rule 5 guy, right?
Yeah, he played for, I think, the Yankees and Rangers.
The Rangers, yep. It might have been the Yankees most recently. I think.
Rockies too, maybe?
I don't know. Oh, yes.
I'll look this up.
Because Russell Wilson played in Asheville when I was in the Sally League, South Atlantic League in Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah, he was a former member of the heck was their mascot? The Asheville, I forget.
I love minor league mascots. Russell Wilson was drafted by the Baltimore Orioles in the 2007 MLB draft.
Was he really not the Rule 5?
This is what it's telling me. That's just what the headline of this Google search tells me. Let's see. But now it's bringing me to a picture of him in a Yankee hat.
Huh.
Let's see. Unfortunately, he didn't play any major league games, so here we go. Drafted by the Orioles. 3 years later, the Rockies selected him in the 4th round.
Hey.
Interesting.
What are you up to? All right.
Cool. Hey, Prev.
Do you want to do stats? All right, we need to do halftime stats in a minute.
Okay, cool.
What's so funny? You're in a giggly mood. You having a good time with the chat? Nice. Is that warm?
Is this your favorite player?
It's just a jersey. I mean, that's not a person. Bamboo. I can't read the rest. Yeah, McAfee and Rogers is a good listen.
Yeah, he's pretty candid. So when does he do his interviews with McAfee? Did that happen yet, or has he
That
not
happened
done a
today.
post?
It happened.
Is that where he
earlier.
walked back his comments?
Yes. And the overall summary, Aaron, being upset that he lost to the Tampa Bay Bucks. Aaron was basically like, I love coming on with you so I can express what I really feel like. And I see a link to it right now. It's up in my face. Brother Phil, I don't have time to sing. Play-by-play, Wilson complete in the flat. That is a touchdown. Is that Carlos Hyde? Tell me it's Carlos Hyde. Sure
No.
Let's go.
Yeah, it was. There you go. Carlos Hyde. I was hoping for Philip Dorsett to score a touchdown there. Instead, targets the running back coming out of the backfield.
Russell Wilson is shouting to the sky. Boy, Gum says, oh no, Jake says my captain. Are you the Jake from State Farm, Jake S?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Clash is having a conversation with his girlfriend right now. What's going on, Glash?
Everything's all right, man.
Are we good?
Something's up with Sarah. Trying to calm her down. She should go watch highlights of that game yesterday or Sunday. How are we looking in the leaderboard? How's your lineup doing?
Ooh, good question. Probably poorly.
Okay.
Let's check it out here. Let's see. I'm in 128th, so slightly better.
I am in 27th. Let's go. Baker looking, firing, completing to OBJ. Steven, that's a great question.
Now I gotta find this question. Oh, here we go. State Farm doesn't even want Brady in their commercials. Yeah, dude. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. Other than Mahomes, State Farm athletes, pretty much underachievers, right? I mean, Rodgers won ring. Chris Paul never won anything. James Harden, generally underachiever. Usually you get paired with a Chris Paul teammate wherever he goes, right? He hasn't won any titles.
Right.
I mean, the guys that they pick to be their front men, I don't know. They have a tough time picking a true GOAT here. Although Steph Curry was with State Farm. He was in a lot of commercials for a while, so maybe that's incorrect. But Rodgers and Chris Paul generally are their main guys, and not a lot of rings with those guys. 0, Chris Paul.
So DeMac Lyon has weighed in. Glash Rodgers did not walk back his comments. He said exactly the same thing today, that in this business, the Packers could decide to move on from him. But you know what I thought about too?
That's not the same thing.
I think DeMac Lyon, Rodgers is basically calling the team out to give him a new contract.
Right, and it's also not the same thing. He's just stating reality there. I mean, yeah, all of these teams can get rid of these guys as they're aging. Look what the Patriots just decided to do with Tom Brady. Granted, I think Brady wanted to leave, but still. At post-game, he struck a very different tone. There's no question. Earl Sparks asking if I've ever eaten a ghost pepper. Nah.
I don't encourage that.
I like spicy food, but I'm not the type of guy that's going to eat like painfully spicy food, you know?
Yeah.
But I'll crank up the heat. There he is.
What are you talking about?
You got some background work going on.
Oh, wow.
The GOAT. I can't believe he's played in 10 Super Bowls, man. 10. 10.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Wow.
There's been 55 Super Bowls. He's played in 10 of them.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting how it just floats like that. Yeah, I mean, look, the Cough calls me phonics for a reason. Sometimes I struggle to read, so I just, that's great. I'm glad.
That's easy to read. It's Brady, Brady, 12. The GOAT.
Kareem Hunt, 5 carries, 17 yards in this sim. We have not seen Nick Chubb yet.
So I got my captain's got 5 carries for 17, and a guy in my lineup by Nick Chubb who hasn't done anything. So it's probably why I am where I am.
Excuse me. I'm trying to work. Man.
Philip Dorsett, also in my lineup, 1 catch, 9 yards.
I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Bye, Priv.
Bye.
Man.
I like how she's walking out. That was fun. Yeah, sometimes you need some background work, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think Leafy is doing just fine.
True. You do always have Leafy. I have my microwave. Those are kind of the staples for us. But, you know, liven it up. It's a Tuesday. It's kind of a throwaway day.
Larry thinks I'm TV ready.
What do you think this is, Larry?
I can appreciate it, though. Hey, Gregory Harris. What's up, man?
What's up, Greg?
Well, 10-3. You have Carlos Hyde. You're feeling good about your lineup. Let me ask you this question.
I don't feel good about my lineup. Sure, ask away.
So, looking ahead to the big game in a few weeks, which offensive, like a receiver or a tight end, running back, who's going to be the man? I think Tampa's done a really nice job of spreading the wealth around and, it's about the open man. Who do you think it's going to be?
Man, it's tough because they do such a good job with spreading it around. I do think establishing the run is going to be important. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if you see Leonard Fournette with 60 yards rushing at the half, because they need to keep Kansas City off the field.
Right.
And if Bruce Arians lets Tom Brady have his say in the game plan, he will say that. Now, if Bruce Arians is like, no, you got to risk it for the biscuit, then they're going to lose. They need to keep Mahomes with his butt on the bench if they want any chance of winning this game. So I actually think Fournette is going to play a big, big factor in this game. Whether it's Fournette or it's a combination of him, Jones, and anyone else they want to throw back there. I think Keyshawn Vaughn is the other guy that they like to run with sometimes. It's really Ronald Jones and Fournette, because McCoy hasn't been much of a factor this season at all.
No, Fournette's been terrific.
Yeah, I mean, they're calling him Playoff Lenny these days.
Which
doesn't really roll off the tongue. I don't really like that nickname. It's more funny to call him Playoff Lenny than it is clever.
Hey, Mac Lion, I hear you, man. I got you. Went back and read. A lot of you are just spamming the chat. Come on.
I'm telling you, man, this chat is moving tonight.
Let's talk about the sim, guys. All right, there's a
sim.
There's a sim we have to give its proper due. Right now, Ollie Pop 93 is in first place in our 170 entry Hawks at Browns free roll.
Talk about the sim.
I mean, I just want to stay on task, as Nick Chubb is finally touching the rock. 2 carries, 12 yards. There was something here that I wanted to read. Rick Lewis, the Terriers, BU hockey. They've won 5 in a row. Is that true? It's amazing they've even got 5 in a row, period, just to play 5 in a row, given the pandemic. Hockey East is changing their schedule every 2 weeks. That was almost a pick, but a big pickup for Higgins.
I root for BU to lose every game they play. I am a Boston College fan.
Yeah, you've mentioned that.
I used to live right near the arena there at BU.
Hockey Forum?
Aganis. No, I used to live near Aganis.
Oh, okay.
And never stepped foot in there for a BU hockey game.
There goes Chubb to the 7. Let me see.
In hindsight, I should have. I mean, now that you can't go to games ever again, seemingly, should have taken advantage of that while it was still allowed.
Madden stream info page, PGZ Man 666. Madden depth chart should still be popping up there. Schedule, superstar traits, the same deal. Carter Robinson. They kept going to Ronald Jones for about 3 consecutive drives in the game. I couldn't believe it really, because we will leave that part out. I was like, why not Fournette? I mean, look, they're just trying to show differentiation.
You got to mix it up, yeah. And you also got to give Fournette a blow.
Yep. True.
He's a big body. And they have different skill sets. Fournette's more of a bruiser, and Rojo is a burner when he gets in the open space. He had, a 96-yard touchdown this year, or 98 yards, or whatever it was?
Yes, he did. It might have, honestly, man, it might have been Might have been 100 yards. So I think it was 99. Yeah, definitely 98, 99.
I wish I remembered the number on the dot, but I almost feel embarrassed to say I watched every single Buccaneers game, basically start to finish, this season because I miss my guy. I got to root for him. I got to pull for him. I think I have seen every snap of Tom Brady's career. Yeah.
I'm impressed with the defense down there and what they've done to really impose their will on the opposition, putting the offense in positions to succeed.
Yeah, that defense is opportunistic, man. Like, they make big plays when they have to. You do not want to give them an inch. Like, don't give the Bucs defense any room to make a play because they'll do it, you know. And against the Chiefs, it's going to be hard for them to do stuff like they did against the Packers because Aaron Rodgers, you know, he was trying to make plays on Sunday, hence the turnovers. I was going to say he turns the ball over more than we think, but this season that was not the case. The guy was just so buttoned up. But in the past, the guy, he'll extend plays here and there and sometimes throw a pick that you're like, huh, weird play from Rodgers. That's not going to happen with Patrick Mahomes.
PhD 1974. I wouldn't mind to see some trick plays out of the offense. Always good for a trick play in the big game.
Love a good trick play. Although, do either of these teams have guys that played quarterbacks at other levels? Off the top of my head, I don't think so. So it would definitely be a bad pass if it was someone else throwing the ball. Unless they get someone in there like the Saints did with Jameis, and you know we've seen with other teams doing the pass, throwing two quarterbacks on the field at the same time.
Milkman 973. So you must hate JPP playing really well for the Bucs D, huh, Mr. Giants fan? Must hate it.
Wah.
JPP's hand is just a cautionary tale. Do not try and hold lit fireworks, everybody. Just don't do it.
Corey says Cameron Brate is always a solid dart throw. Yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, Brady likes Brate, man. He just likes tight ends. Like, if you look at the list of everyone Tom Brady has thrown a touchdown to, which is a fun list to look at if you love Tom Brady, there are so many tight ends on that list. And that's with having Gronk, you know, along his side for a decade plus.
How about Gronk's best buddy, Julian Edelman?
Oh, poor guy.
Missing out on everything. Misses Gronk a lot.
Miss that. Miss watching that dude dominate on the football field, though, man. Like, when Edelman was not injured and playing with Brady, God, he was so fun. This past year, felt bad for him. Looked great in that Seattle game, but just couldn't get back on the field.
I wouldn't be shocked if he's down there next year.
I would not be shocked one iota if he is in the pewter next season.
Oh, speaking of tight ends, over the middle, Greg Olsen to the 11. Seattle leading 10-6. Freeze pop, splash sheen. Here for the next one as well, we'll have the Colts and the Titans. Another wave goodbye to Phillip Rivers. Sure, we'll get into who could replace Rivers in Indy.
Let Jimmy G go to Indy. I want Stafford.
Oh,
touchdown, Chris Casson.
Casson.
Yeah.
I did not play him. I played Hyde. This is ruining my vibe.
I played neither.
Man. Chris Carson. 28% owned, 3.5% captains.
I usually always put him in my lineup too, so that's just the sim gods punishing me.
Carter Robinson believes Mike Evans will have a bounce back game. I think he thrives at his best. He's been, ever since the opening weekend loss in New Orleans, and a couple of other games too come to mind against good opponents. When Mike Evans is strictly that red zone dude, and look, this is cliche, but when everyone's just doing their job and like play to their strengths, Evans has been good. But I worried about Evans during the year if he was going to get kind of whiny, but he's been playing hurt. I know I was kind of getting on him a bit. I was worried about how he would look in Green Bay over the weekend. But overall, the way they've come together here down the stretch, I mean, they haven't lost since week 12, the KC regular season matchup. They've won every game since. Evans, but Godwin was, you know who really bounced back was Godwin from the New Orleans game. Had all those drops, and then Godwin was fantastic.
Yeah, he's such a complete receiver. I mean, he's big, he's physical, he's fast. He can work under the defense.
Yep.
Great hands.
Is he a free
He's kind of a
agent?
gamer too. You never hear him complain. Like, I'm a huge Chris Godwin fan.
Is he a free agent at the end of the season?
That I don't know off the top of my head, but he gonna get paid.
Yeah.
Because he's a beast. I'd love to see him on the Patriots when we eventually get a quarterback.
Brother Phil says, don't think Stafford at his age wants to leave the dome.
It's a good
play in a cold weather city.
It's a very good point. I had not even considered that 1 second, Brother Phil. Very good point. He probably doesn't want to go play in the cold. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. Like, that's a really good point. He's going to want to play in a warm weather city or a place where he's guaranteed 8 indoor games a year.
And look, this is kind of really tightening the window here. But these older dudes, maybe not Deshaun Watson because he's still got a long career ahead of him.
Oh yeah, yep, he's young.
But if you're Stafford, I'm not saying stay in Detroit, but in Aaron Rodgers too. If somehow Rodgers is out, aren't they thinking like, I don't want to go to the AFC and go through Mahomes. I want to try to stay in the NFC
or Josh Allen,
for that
matter.
Yeah. Well, if you want to throw Allen in there, there's just a bunch of really good young quarterbacks.
Yeah, totally.
Right?
AFC, Herbert, Burrow when he's healthy. I think Tua is going to be good. I know a lot of people just randomly have decided Tua is not going to be good. I'm not one of those guys. Lamar Jackson, another great call. AFC sneaky loaded
in the conference.
And honestly, I was saying his name in a bad way all season, but Baker, man, Baker looked like a different guy down the stretch. He really did. He may have taken a step forward.
You know, yeah, Rodgers will probably end up staying, but
Jarrett Stidham. Sorry, just kidding.
Producer Michael confirms Chris Godwin will be a free agent at the end of the season.
That's interesting.
Yeah, he's going to want some money. I think I'm not.
Unless he takes less to stay in Tampa if they win it, right? And takes the Brady model.
Right. Well, in that case, though, some of those guys are wondering is that guy going to be what will that offense look like in a few years?
I cannot imagine Tom Brady retires after this season, right? Like, you have to think that guy is now just out for blood and wants to win as many titles as he can without Bill. Especially if they lose this year, not even worth discussing if he's going to come back next year. Of course he will. If they win, 2% chance he retires.
Hey, some guys on that Bucks D might retire if they have a big game in a few weeks. There's some old men on that side, too. We talked about JPP.
Sue.
God, Murphy Bunting is young, but... Joe Bo, yeah. Almost. 2nd and 5. But almost doesn't cut it. Who is that, Baker? Baker's 24 of 26. Chubb's first catch.
All right. 24-26, gonna have to check my lineup.
Oh my gosh. Let's get to 400 likes.
I keep falling. I'm 146. No.
Oopa. PGZ man, rightfully so. Rodgers was upset with Matt LaFleur. But there were just so many other chances to finish the game. There are other players at that position that seize opportunity, and when a mistake is made, it actually drives them. It doesn't make them go the other way. Kenny needs Odell.
Yeah, Odell is someone I had not considered putting in my lineup, and I guess that was a bad call because he makes noise in these sims.
Marcus AM9, I saw that too. Pro Football Talk put out a tweet about 6 potential teams Rodgers could go to.
I'm sure Mike Florio knows things, but at the same time, stories like that are like, okay. Like, here's 15 teams Rodgers could play with. You know, it's like, what are we talking about here?
Right.
I will say this. I was watching NFL Live today, and Schefter would not shut up about, Rodgers is from California. You know, Rodgers, he's from California. He has a house in California in the offseason. You know, he's from California. He might want to play in California because he's from California. He went to Cal. He's a California kid. He might play in California. It's like, okay, we get it. California. Noted.
I think there's someone else too from Cali, but is based in Florida now.
Oh yeah, Salami.
It's not for everyone.
How can it not be?
That is a touchdown, Higgins.
Nice. Oh, cross him over. Oh. Love that celebration.
So they'll probably go for 2.
Oh, you mean like the Packers would have been able to try had they not kicked a field goal on 4th down? Down 8 with under 2 minutes to go?
I thought that was the right call, right?
Oh my God.
You don't think so?
I mean, I know that you're trolling me right now.
No, I'm not joking.
Okay, so are we talking about the same thing here?
It would have. What would have happened if they got the 2? What would it have made the score?
Tied. We're talking about Packers Bucks.
Yep.
They were down 8.
Right.
They kicked the field goal. It was a 5-point game.
Yeah. The last play. I was talking about earlier in the game.
Oh.
Do you remember that play earlier in the game?
Yeah. No, I'm not even talking about that, but I would have gone for 2 there as well.
Okay, they did. They didn't get it. Adams dropped the ball.
Yes.
The end of the game, yes, agreed. Go for the touchdown.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. You confuse you had me about to go on a Ducey level rant against you.
No, I thought you were talking about earlier in the 4th quarter. You were clearly talking about the very end of the game. We're on the same page. Now, end of the game, yes. You go for 6 on 4th and whatever it was. They were from the 9-yard line.
Insanity.
Like, you still have to make the stop defensively.
And I said this. I recorded a part of my podcast today with Morton today. Morton Anderson, Hall of Fame kicker. And I said to him, if you're the kicker in that spot and the coach says go out for 3, do you look at the coach with like a wry smile and be like, really? You think this is the right move? Like, I feel like even at that point, Mason Crosby's thinking, no, dude, what are you doing sending me out here? And Morton was like, well, no, you're paid to kick. You just go out and kick. He didn't take the bait. I really wanted him to be like, yeah, no, I would have said something. But if I'm Mason Crosby, you got to be like, no, I'm not going out there. Like, what are you doing?
You got to think that, like, that has to go through Mason Crosby's head.
Right?
Wait a second. What am I doing?
Of course I'm going to come out here and kick the field goal, but man, is this a dumb decision.
Oh, I don't know. Crazy.
I totally understand Rodgers' frustration. Poorly coached game.
Special teams, bad. Remember how LaFleur was like, oh, we had 4 timeouts in a way, but they kind of blew it. Now, one smart play they did was they took that offside. No, not offsides. What was the penalty that they took? They took a penalty to help stop the clock on like second down. Was it offsides or am I making that up? The Bucks ended up accepting it. They should have declined it.
It was offsides.
It was offsides. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think Arians is a genius as a head coach. And that shows you right there why he isn't.
He's a really good coordinator.
He's a great coordinator. He's a good, like, rally the troops type of guy, but, you know, and that's the coordinator mentality Arians has, right? Like, just every time the offense is on the field, you want to score. And I think he lacks the big picture look that, you know, a guy like McVay or Shanahan has. Mm-hmm. See how I didn't say Belichick? Now I just did, I guess. Yeah, because he's the greatest.
Gotta think that Belichick is motivated by everything that's going on here.
I
Right?
would love to know what he's actually thinking. I'm sure he's not surprised. And the more I've stewed on this, because I think about it basically nonstop, you have to imagine that Brady really didn't want to come back. Looking at the roster the way it was, spent 20 years in the cold. California guy. He's from California. He likes to be in California. So he wants to be, you know, in the warm weather there in Florida. He's looking at all these weapons in Tampa. He's got an organization telling him, hey, we'll let you do whatever the heck you want. You don't want our training staff to look at you for 1 second. You want Alex Guerrero to have all the access he wants? Okay. Like, they made a very nice, sexy situation for him in Tampa. Derek Jeter, sure, you want to rent my house? By all means, go ahead. You know, it wasn't an attractive situation for a guy like Brady to stay in New England. It wasn't. The team's bad. It's a bad roster. Especially with the COVID opt-outs.
Earl Sparks, it's a good question. A lot of things are still active. History is in motion. So I'd prefer not to even answer a question.
Are you serious? Wait, no, no. I'm cutting you off from this just vanilla wrong answer. Are you serious? There is one answer to that question. Get out of here. What are you doing? Who are you? I thought you were like me. I thought we were the same. There's one answer to that question.
Hey, man.
Don't.
It's the ultimate sacrifice.
I mean, really? You're not going to give the true answer to that question here? The only answer?
There's a guy I know that I like to think I would know if I ever met this person. And this person would say, it's all about sacrifice for the greater good. So let's have a look at the leaderboard.
What is wrong with you?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I mean, I'm looking forward to Titans Colts. We still have a long night ahead of us.
I got to check where I am. I'm mad at you.
All right, man.
I'm in
Sacrifice for the greater
117th.
good. I finished in 70th. Plus, there were other questions in the chat. I just happened to have brought up someone's name. I mean, just trying to talk about the sim. I mean,
Talk about Sim. Talk about Sim. Talk about Sim.
You know,
Talk
'cause-
about Sim. He's from California. He likes to live in California. There's teams in California, and he likes California.
I mean, yesterday people were just not having it. So,
Oh, is this like a thing? Like you were talking about it too much yesterday, so now you're taking it easy today? Is it one of those deals?
Russell Wilson, who lost the Super Bowl to someone a few years ago, he's in the captain spot for the winning lineup in the free roll. Triggs 985. 98.5. Wilson captained Mayfield, OBJ, Landry, Higgins, and Hyde. Who else is up here? Mark Mantelli, nice work. If the Thunder don't get you, in a tie for 6th. How about the Mooch? Mooch is in the driver's seat at the moment in the classic contest heading into Madden After Dark. And looking at the showdown, 10-way tie for first place. Baker in the captain. Wilson, OBJ, Landry, Higgins, and Hyde. Who do you got for player of the game and the Not My Kid award?
Well, Not My Kid award's going to Nick Chubb, just not even deciding to show up to this sim. So not my kid, not my problem. I think I want to go with Baker for the wood and nickel MVP.
All right.
Going Baker.
And the LVP?
Gave it already to Nick Chubb.
Oh, yeah, true. Hey, I wanted to show everyone. I know I showed you this because someone dropped a woo-woo in the chat.
Oh, yes. Big trust.
Woo-woo.
Woo-woo.
I kind of want to wear it, though, for a Raven sim. You know what I mean? I want to save
Glash,
it.
I'm now fully piecing together why you didn't answer that last question and how there's been other questions in the chat today where the answers have been obvious. I'm now fully understanding what's been happening here. And this is not me joking. Like, I really didn't pick up on it until just this moment that you were not saying Tom Brady's name the entire sim. So congratulations.
I want to thank our great team, Joe, producer Michael, Daniel.
And that's why Priv was doing that thing in the background. This is, wow, it's all coming together and hitting me. Wish I had gotten a heads up or something, but it's almost better this way.
See, it's funny you bring that up because in the chat last night, I promised the DK Sim fam I wouldn't tell you, and I haven't told you anything.
Wow. It's now all coming together. I feel duped, but at the same time, I'm kind of happy you didn't, and it just is all, coming to me now. It's like at the end of a mystery show, and they have all the flashes, at the end of the episode, and it all comes together as the guy takes his mask off. It's what's happening to me right now. I feel like I'm watching Kaiser Sose come out of that, crippled look and walk down the thing, like that's what's happening right now. Great work.
There was one moment where I almost slipped. I really almost slipped. And I'm like, whoa, that was close. I don't want to show. I have a list over here to my left because it's not just a name, but also nicknames that cannot be mentioned. So that's a great time to wrap up. We will have more on now I know we talked last night, DK Sim fam, about a buzzword option, but we will discuss on a more serious note. There will be a pivot with the buzzwords. We'll get into that during Madden After Dark, Titans and Colts. In the meantime, I am going to go shout something. You can take a guess what that might be for the next hour, and we'll be back for Madden After Dark. Here's Jesse Cofield.
Yeah, like you just said, Madden After Dark will be next, Titans, Colts. Brendan and Tom, I'm going to stick around and take us home and continue fighting over stuff. Now, the showdown for that game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker, which has a 3K prize pool with 1K for first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool, $25 going to first place. Head over to the DraftKings lobby and you can get those lineups in right now. All right, while the Chiefs and Bucks prepare for February 7th, all the other teams are preparing for next season. And there's already been a lot of offseason drama. So to give a breakdown of the latest happening with those teams around the NFL, including Matt Stafford's final days in Detroit, here's former NFL lineman and current podcaster and broadcaster Ross Tucker with his take.
Some other news. Let's start with Matthew Stafford and the Lions, both agreeing to mutually part ways.
Well, how about Dan Orlovsky on Tuesday's Ross Tucker football podcast last week? Hopefully you guys can check that out. He basically called this. He said it would be in the best interest of both teams, and it's going to happen, it sounds like. Matthew Stafford appears poised to get traded, and he's only 32. I think that there will be a lot of teams interested in his services. He's relatively inexpensive the next couple of years, and I think he's going to get a chance to go to a contender. Good for him. The thing, I understand why the Lions are doing it, but they got to hope that they get a quarterback as good as Stafford. Like, they're going to have to just hope they can get a guy that can play as well as he has over the years. And I know a lot of Lions fans that really appreciated Matthew Stafford, but there were also a bunch over the years that didn't. There really were. There were a bunch over the years that didn't. And I think that some of them, I mean, I've had them call my radio show. I've seen them on Twitter. I think they're in for a little bit of a wake-up call when they see what it's like without him this year.
Tuck's Takes.
Speaking of the Lions, former Chargers head coach Anthony Lynn heads to the Motor City as their OC, while you made note of the Bears promoting DB coach Sean Ducey to defensive coordinator.
Right. So it's interesting because the Anthony Lynn news came out at the same time as the Matthew Stafford news. And, you know, I don't know that Matthew Stafford would love the idea of Anthony Lynn being the offensive coordinator, but it doesn't really matter. It's very clear that Dan Campbell wants to run the football a lot, because I know that's what Anthony Lynn wants to do. So that they seem like a match made in heaven about trying to run the football. As for Desai, what I thought was interesting about this is he will be the first coordinator who is of Indian descent. Very cool. I've got a bunch of Indian friends. One of my closest friends in central Pennsylvania is a doctor who's Indian. I love him. And I just think it's cool. I think it's cool that someone of Indian descent is going to be a coordinator and maybe someday a head coach.
Tuck's Takes.
Speaking of coaches, a lot of people are up in arms about the Houston Texans interviewing Josh McCown for their head coaching spot.
Yeah, and you know, Bri, I know that the Tuckheads level of patrons, patreon.com/RT Media, I know they were talking about this. I didn't get a chance to read the thread yet or chime in, but I don't really understand why people are so up in arms. I mean, if they hire him, then there's a lot of conversations that need to be had, certainly. But I don't know. I mean, I like the idea of casting a wide net. I like the idea of interviewing a lot of people. I don't think they're going to end up hiring him, but if they did, who cares? If he does a terrible job, then they'll all be fired for it. Like I don't see it. What happens is people don't like that because they feel like he should have to pay his dues, which I understand. I understand the concept of paying your dues, but ultimately the Texans should do whatever they think is in the best interest of their franchise. I mean, John Lynch never paid his dues to be the GM for the Niners, and he's made a ton of awesome moves, which is why the Niners were in the Super Bowl last year. So that's kind of how I look at it.
Tuck's Takes.
Steelers tight end Vance McDonald had an epic quote upon his retirement from the NFL.
I'm not exactly sure why Vance is retiring. I think there'd be teams that would want him. I don't know if he had injuries. He played 8 years. I would think that there'd be teams, multiple teams that would be still interested in his services. But he's calling it quits. He said he will miss more than anything having a ball in his hands and running into another human being as hard as he possibly can. And Brian, if you go back to when I wrote my story for Peter King in Monday Morning Quarterback back in 2007, that's what I said I would miss the most. And it is what I miss the most. You know, it's an amazingly pure, primal feeling that you really don't understand unless you've had the chance to do it. And I've said before, I want to start a business where everybody can experience that once in their life. Put a helmet and shoulder pads on. We'll put a helmet and shoulder pads. Now, the tough part is having another human being that just gets the crap beat out of them all day. We have to sign up a bunch of those, probably some insurance issues there. But I just think I wish everyone could experience that once in their life, what that's like to just run into somebody as hard as they can. So not normally that I would necessarily talk about a Vance McDonald retirement, but that quote caught my eyes.
Ducks takes.
And finally, Martin Mayhew actually named the general manager of the Washington football team. Now, we had talked about Marty Herney. He's actually going to hold an executive VP title, but both of those guys still going to report to head coach Ron Rivera.
Right. You know, it's funny because they're both really going to be the GMs. I think Marty Herney's been a GM twice. He didn't care. He didn't need to be called the GM. He was happy or fine to just be called executive VP, which usually is a higher title than GM anyway. This way, Martin Mayhew gets the title of GM, which they probably needed to give him to get him out of San Francisco. And I guess everybody ends up happy.
All right, so the big game isn't the only big event happening on February 7th. You can also check out the Big Game Snack Down presented by DraftKings and Major League Eating. So some of the biggest names in the MLE, including the GOAT himself, Joey Chestnut, will take part in an eating contest featuring some of the best football snacks out there, like 7-layer dip and jalapeno poppers. Wow. And you can get into the action with the free 100K Major League Eating Big Game Snack Down pool on the DK Sportsbook. Just answer 10 questions about the event for a shot at a share of 100K in prizes. Earlier this week, Emerson caught up with one of Emily's more confident competitors, Gideon OG.
How disappointed are you that baked beans are not part of this? You've consumed 10 pounds of baked beans in 1 minute and 45 seconds in the past. How is that possible?
These let me see, but that contest, let me see, only Mickey Sudo was there, so I really can't say Joey won there, the big names went there, so I really don't know, but that's very possible. You know, I do damage. So even though I don't have the capacity of like a Joey Chestnut, I do damage. When you put up, I still consume a lot of, I consume more than that, I think. Yeah, in other contests. Before.
That is crazy. My mom's a huge baked beans fan. And I told her like 20 minutes ago, I was on the phone with her. I said, hey, I'm interviewing this guy. He's consumed 10 baked beans, 10 pounds of baked beans in less than 2 minutes. She said she would never touch baked beans again if she did something like that. Have you had baked beans since then?
No, it wasn't my thing.
Definitely not your thing anymore.
Yeah, but if I'm competing, it's gonna be my thing every day because it's about the competition. That's why I show up. So it's not, it don't really. We've done this so much where it's not really about. I consider food like a football or soccer. You know, whatever it is. Because food deserves that. If we could play soccer, do everything. I think food is so essential to life that making food at a sport. I think this is the best sport there is. You know what I'm saying? This is a sport everybody do. The best athletes in the world eat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So there's no better sport I think to do is this. You know what I'm saying? So I could show up at LeBron James's grandma's house for Thanksgiving. She's gonna love me more because I'm gonna make her food taste good. You know what I'm saying? So this is a sport that I feel, you know what? Hey, it just says our human who we are as human, instinctive. You know what I'm saying? Just eat it. Have you ever seen let's say animals that just bring down like a bunch of lions that just bring down animals. They just
like an elephant or like a hippo or something.
Yeah. So
you got to just gang up. You gang up on the weak animal, the weak and decrepit and weak and feeble animal.
Eat, man. Just get full. That's what it's about, you know. So yeah.
It's Sounds like, I mean, winning this competition would be, ranked near the top of your already impressive resume. So like, what would it mean? I can sense through like, just how confident you are just winning this thing. What would it mean to you?
It means everything. It's about competing for me. I'm a former athlete and I'm there to win. Winning is everything. If you ain't winning, you're losing. You know what I'm saying? So coming there and competing against these guys, Joey's kicked my butt a lot. Mickey has, all of them have. And at the same time, I beat them. So I'm out there to compete against everybody at the table. And it means everything. Winning that contest means everything to me. It's not even about the money. It's about coming there and kicking some butt. You know what I'm saying? And good. That's it.
Where does taking over world number 1 rank on your list of goals for your career in Major League Eating?
It means everything. That's why I do this. It means everything. So it's about winning, and we're gonna. And this is up there with them. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure one day, but just like you said, the Super Bowl of competitive eating is a Nathan's hot dog. You know what I'm saying? So winning that and bringing competition into it and bringing passion into it, breaks a contest like this drafted contest. Like if I show up next time, getting a notoriety and winning stuff like that, it's just gonna make this sport, grow bigger.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I just take every sport needs, need passion. You know what I'm saying? Which I feel if I bring to the game, it changes everything. Where they're gonna be showing this on ESPN when I show up. So that's kind of passion I bring. So I just need to match, keep doing what I'm doing, keep getting better. You know what I'm saying? And bringing all the notoriety. So it's up there for me. Yeah.
I love it. You mentioned Super Bowl. Before you get out of here, who's winning the Super Bowl? You got the Chiefs or you got the Buccaneers?
Brady's a winner, man. He's going to win.
Yeah.
I've been cheering for him all along. So Brady's going to win, and Gideon is going to win the DraftKings, contest. So that's what's going to be, 7th of next month. I'm excited.
Okay. He's a big avocado ice cream guy. How many gallons of avocado ice cream do you think you could eat in like 5 minutes?
Avocado, if I'm competing, then I hate avocado so much. I've never had it on my sandwich, never had it on anything. But if I'm competing, I'm gonna throw it down. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, I saw a couple of gallons. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys are gonna have a lunch date then anytime soon, but you keep doing you, Gideon. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for joining DraftKings and good catching up.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, time to tell you about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. How would you like a free shot at $1 million? This week, if you play $50 worth of contests in NBA and PGA combined, you win a $10 ticket to our Big Game Millionaire contest. So just spend $50 or more in entry fees into any of our NBA slates or contests for this week's Farmers Insurance Open, and you get a shot at $1 million top prize on February 7th. Go check out what's available in the DK lobby right now. All right, while you guys are filling out those lineups, we're going to get you some help from our PGA gurus. Here's Pat Mayo and Jeff Feinberg breaking down some of their favorite plays for this week's tournament.
Odds-wise, Johnny Rahm is at the top, coming off a WD because of an injury as it came out. He's 7-1 to win. Rory played overseas, came third last week, 850. Xander 11-1, who Cust is using as his one and done. Tony Finau 16-1. Harris English 20-1. Those are your 5 favorites in this tournament, 20-1 and below. Are you worried about Rahm? He hurt himself in the gym last week. That's why he pulled out of the Amex.
A little bit. I mean, it's a short number to begin with. You don't like betting anything that low with like any sort of concern. Like when I make a bet like that, it's usually like at a guy, 6-7-1 in a golf tournament, Pat? That bet comes with like I'm betting a football game type stakes.
How so? It's 7 times higher than the odds that you would get on a football game. So it would be 1/7.
So sort of 4. Yeah, I don't know. Like a football game, I don't bet a golfer at 7-1 for like $150.
You don't?
No, I bet it big. Okay. Like, or I'd rather just make a card full of other golfers.
Okay.
And they're like trying to sound snobby, but like if Rahm wins, I don't miss like, man, like I miss that big score. Like, no.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not betting him at 7-1, but he scares me. And I guess I'll cheer for him to win if he's in it, because all that will do will like bump everyone's US Open odds up. if he wins this tournament.
That is true. Because I think he's the second favorite to win here later on this year. I mean, he has an immaculate record at this course.
I think I picked him in our preview show to win 2 majors. So I love John Rahm, but I just don't want to bet him at 7-1 with any question mark of an injury.
I think the fact that he's playing this week shows that the injury was just, and he probably didn't want to play the American Express too. Knowing that he had this coming up, you're like, I tweaked my back. Like Charlie Hoffman still listed in the field. People on DraftKings this week. He made the cut. He was all good to go and withdrew the 3rd round. Killing. It wasn't like there was a high 6-6 percentage last week anyway. Thoughts on Rory? What happened to him on Sunday? Classic Rory Sunday. He's proof that Finau is eventually going to win like 10 times.
Well, it's hard to make the comparison with Rory because there's like a trophy case. Like
True, but he's just in contention so often.
Even someone was like,
wins.
Sergio was a loser and he finally broke through. It's like Sergio probably had like 30 career wins before he won his major. I might be exaggerating on the wins, but like Sergio, like right? Like he had a full trophy case despite not winning a major. It's like a totally different question about like the player.
Oh, absolutely. Like Sergio had like regular PGA wins. He won the Players, and he had a whole bunch of Euro wins.
Yeah, and like probably had been to like already like 10 Ryder Cups by that point too. But yeah, I guess Rory can look to Rory's Sundays. It just shows tremendous ability to be in contention. I don't know. I defend Rory by saying golf's hard, winning's hard. So I defend Finau the same way. I understand they don't have the same resume.
So Finau's at 16. I hate those odds.
What would you bet Finau at?
25.
Because there are like 22s.
22 is not a terrible number. I really do think this course sets up a lot better for him than last week's, and he played well last week.
I mean, if you really do hate Finau and think he'll choke on Sunday, but is really good, just bet the 20-1 and cash out Sunday morning.
Yeah,
when he's like 5.
But they won't even give you 5.
I'm just... I don't hate Finau as much as the number is really hard to swallow, and I don't see myself betting it. Anything above 20, I think, is kind of fair.
I think it's fair just for the amount that he's in contention. That you think 1 in 20 times he pulls it out. But 16's not a great number here.
It's the same number last week on a much harder course
against a much weaker field.
Or maybe weaker field?
It was a weaker field last week. Yeah.
So that's when. But again, we acknowledge his chances of winning are literally equal. Although you might say, equal to 0.
Yeah. Harris English, 20-1.
Congratulations, Harris. You done it.
That's a fairer number on him than it is on Finau.
You done it, man. I don't care. Good for him. Great. Georgia kid. Let's go.
But
love seeing this rejuvenation.
But
I'm not betting it.
I'm not going to bet it either. But I think this is part of it, though. Like you kind of, it seems like you're scoffing at the 20-1 Harris English number, but like, oh yeah, Finau at 16. I mean, I can get behind that potentially. And English has won way more on tour and more recently, and played way better.
I'm not scoffing at it. I'm just like, we're here. Like it's part of what happens when you do what he does, and then you finally chuck a win on it. You get to be this number at Torrey Pines. I think you should shop that.
All right, guys, Madden After Dark is on the way, but let's talk about some other stuff on DraftKings right now. We all know the big game is coming, and it's not too early to start looking at your lineups for the NFL 5.55 million Super Bowl 55 millionaire contest. So for just a $10 entry fee, you get a shot at $1 million grand prize. That's just one of 3 contests with a prize pool of at least $1 million for the big game in Tampa. So head to the DraftKings lobby to check them all out. And don't forget, you can always check out all the action over on the DK Sportsbook on the NFL, NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, and more. By the way, welcome to the state of Virginia, where the DK Sportsbook is now available. Okay, guys, my time on the Dream Stream is over, but we still have our final game of the night. Here are Brendan Glasshean and Tom Carroll bringing you Titans and Colts.
All right, Jesse, thank you. Good night. Shout out Virginia for sure. DK Sportsbook has made its way to Virginia. We can talk about that right now. We're not
VA, baby.
Yeah, VA, and now we go to EA.
Wow.
Let's get it. So, 4 quarters down, 4 more to go. We've got the Colts, the Titans, touchdown Titans. That's how their play-by-play guy sounds. So it's a divisional matchup. Who do you like? Derrick Henry, captain? Yes? No?
No.
No.
No. I went with Zach Pascal in my captain spot. The wide receiver 2, you can get him in your captain spot for the Colts for $3,600. So I went that way. And, well, you know what? Now that I'm going to lock my lineup in, and yeah, lineups have just locked. So Zach Pascal, my captain, $3,600. And I was able to get all the big boys the rest of the way. Derrick Henry, Nyheim Hines, Phil Rivers, Ryan Tannehill, and A.J. Brown. So I feel really good about my lineup as lineups are just getting locked here.
Yeah, I'm trying to refresh and show off my lineup. You know that awkward minute or two it takes a second for it to load? Kind of where I'm at right now. Here we go. So I put Derrick Henry in the captain spot. I'm a follower.
Lame.
Yeah, it could be lame, sounds lame, but it has the chance to be legendary because he's just so good in Simland. In our free roll, 181 entries, Henry 40% in the captain for our free roll. So we've got Tannehill in there, Hines. Hines is due. I feel like I've done so many Colts sims lately. Let's go. You're $8,800. Yeah, and he normally when he goes off, it's like a big, 70, 80-yard.
My man is fast.
Yeah. So who knows? Or just a straight run from the 25-yard line. Put Hilton in there, Humphreys, and Jack Doyle. That's my punt play.
Oh, Doyle rules.
Pebble Beach, I'm glad you brought this up because I considered Paris Campbell or Pascal, as you mentioned. Paris Campbell's also been really, really cheap and hasn't delivered. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure one of the last sims I did with the Colts, Paris Campbell fumbled. So he actually, he's got that boom capability with that price tag, but
he was a little more pricey than Pascal. So that's why I went with Pascal.
Hey, I have a question. The chat has picked up on this a little bit. Does my room look very white? Is it whiter than usual? I know I am very white, but you follow that, or is that just maybe how the lighting?
No, I didn't notice that. So maybe I'm not as observant, but okay. I did not notice your room lighting vibe look any different than it normally does.
Yeah, I've got this ring light, guys, and if I shut it off, it gets really dark in here. I've got, of course, Leafy is raging with her lights, and then I've got the lamp. I got another light over here to my right.
My fiance just recently bought some very beautiful Edison lighting that we have over our fireplace, which is out of sight. But just want to shout out Morgan. She does a great job with the decoration here in the loft.
Yeah, Sarah does a great job usually at a lot of things. Last sim wasn't super proud of her.
Yeah, she was trying to distract you, man.
Yeah.
Trying to get in your head.
Sure was. Nice girl though. Usually,
she's a good gal.
Got Jim and Joe from Game Ops, Michael and Daniel producing. Justin Gardner, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Lindenbaum, Problem Kid Gaming, Kareem, Faded Henry. Okay. You know, it's also just that time of year, right? I mean, I'm Irish. It's January.
I feel your pain, brother.
You know, just inside a lot, not getting a lot of sun.
Yep.
So I miss it. Need it soon. Hi, Erwin. I know it's you, Erwin. I'm not fooled by your masking. Who's this? Marlon Mack.
Wrong running back.
Yeah, he tends to do that. Spoiler. Frank White captained Henry. No, I feel like the Titans. Let's start with the Titans, okay? The Titans were rumored last March to be in the discussion for, high-profile signal callers and throwers of the football. Turns out they didn't go that way. Ryan Tannehill's the man. Kind of an awkward stage, right? I mean, they think they've got their quarterback. They have a great running back. They've got pretty good young receivers. Pretty good coach. Now they welcome in Trevor Lawrence to the division. Maybe they say goodbye. We think they're saying goodbye to Deshaun Watson. The Colts on the other side are trying to figure out their QB situation. It's just a really weird division.
Right? Yeah, the AFC South has always been a weird division to me. It never feels like it's completely solid all the way through. I know people like to take shots at the AFC East for years because, the Patriots dominated those three teams, but AFC South, man, always up and down. It's really been the Colts and everyone else for a while here. Texans, yeah, they popped off here and there, but generally speaking, mediocre franchise. I would say mediocre to poor franchise. Wow. But here, okay, riddle me this though, Glash. Let's say Deshaun Watson stays in Houston. They hire Bieniemy, they kiss and make up, they figure it out in Houston, right? Yep. Then Trevor Lawrence goes to Jacksonville, and let's say he lives up to expectations. Then let's say the Colts get Stafford. And then the Titans have Tannehill, who's wildly underrated. Does the AFC South then have, arguably, the best quarterback division in football top to bottom?
Wow. Great question. Could really line up that way, huh? Top to bottom.
Top to bottom. Like if Tannehill is your worst quarterback.
Let me tell you something, though. Who's pretty good, too? Just off the top of my head. Get back to me with what Pittsburgh decides to do. I think Big Ben's back because Pittsburgh's pretty good. I mean, I'm sorry, the AFC North altogether is pretty good.
Yeah, Lamar, Baker, Jobo, and Big Ben is
and
a
then
good
the AFC West
quarterback division. AFC West, you have
if the Broncos
Drew Lock
upgrade,
stinks.
If the Raiders maybe upgrade. I mean, look, I just named half the division, so I get your point.
Herbert and Mahomes are good, but who is Derek Carr, right? And Drew Lock, unless he has a huge year 3, I think we all know who he is. He's just sort of going to be a backup.
It's a great point. Now I'm thinking of the NFC right now, and I don't think there's a team or a division rather that could even compete, and that's because they're all the young guns are in the AFC.
NFC West has Russ and Kyler. People have decided Jimmy G's bad now, and Goff is Goff. So you can't really put them in the discussion, right? NFC East, do we even need to discuss their quarterback situation? NFC South, you have problems with New Orleans because Breeze impending retirement. You have Matt Ryan, who might be on the move. I still think is a good quarterback. And then you have Bridgewater, who had an up and down season. I think he looked better than a lot of people expected, but he's not the long-term answer there. So, and then you have whatever's going on in Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Getting up there, though.
Blaine Gabbert backing up.
Blaine Gabbert. That guy's a winner. I'm happy for Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah.
Kind of hope he gets some consideration to run the offense.
Yeah.
That was your Aikman laugh. Hey, Dominic, what's up? How are you?
That was my first attempt. My first attempt of the broadcast, now that I know what's going on.
Oh, man. 4th and 2.
Separate from that attempt, I am very curious about the scenario I did bring up, though. If Stafford goes to Indy and Trevor Lawrence is good and Deshaun Watson stays, the AFC South, I think, has the best quarterbacks top to bottom. Because I don't think Big Ben is Big Ben anymore, you know?
Yep. Agreed.
Like, okay, let's take the 4 AFC South quarterbacks. Let's assume Stafford's in there, okay, in this hypothetical world. And let's add Big Ben into that conversation. Who is Big Ben better than out of those 4 quarterbacks? If Trevor Lawrence is good and Stafford's in that division.
Yeah, I'd take Tannehill right now. I'd take, yeah.
You got to take the Lawrence upside. Of course, you're taking Deshaun. And Stafford's better than Big Ben.
Jordan Lindenbaum, preach it. Preach it, Jordan. Preach it. This might be the one take / conclusion / developing thought from Jordan Lindenbaum that I might agree with the most. But there was an agreement in place. Marlon Mack with the touchdown, 16% in the free showdown that has a public prize pool.
Carter Robinson, Tommy Freeze Pops, you asked who Derek Carr is. Well, let me tell you, the only quarterback to beat my homeboy in the last 24 tries. So that's who he is. And a few years ago, if you don't break his leg, MVP. Key words there. Few years ago. Derek Carr was great. Derek Carr was the hot name, but he's been super inconsistent. Yes, he beat Mahomes this year, but I didn't see the Raiders in the playoffs, did you? And I don't remember a parade in Las Vegas for a regular season win. So let's not crown Derek Carr for any reason right now. He's a mid-level quarterback. He's got a nice arm. Maybe he figures it out, but he's getting a little long in the tooth to be a guy that's still a project.
It's just a damn cough, man. Marlon Mack, now I feel like eating a ghost pepper. Would sting less.
So what was the agreement here that would make you eat a ghost pepper?
You might have to ask the chat.
All right. I thought that would be an easy one you'd slip up there.
Yeah.
That was honestly poor attempt.
So, all right, hey, let's play along because I like the conversation starter you gave there in terms of the quarterback movement and lack of movement if Watson stays with Houston,
which I think is going to happen. If Houston hasn't hired anyone by now, I think they're planning to hire Bieniemy.
And
because
you know
they
something?
have to try and keep Deshaun Watson. He's freaking Deshaun Watson. He's extremely good.
Look, if I just say this sentence, right? Well, they should hire Bieniemy. Well, we all know that, right? But he might be the best guy in the sense that they have no wiggle room with their roster and their salary cap. So if there's someone out there that can take that mixed fruit salad and make something out of it, make it good, it's probably Bieniemy, right? Like Randall Cobb, Brandon Cooks, Fuller's a free agent, so he's probably gone if I had to guess. Kiki QT, the tight ends.
It's a mixed bag.
And you tell Deshaun, like, I got this. Like, we're going to come up with some stuff. You're great. I will show folks and prove to you that I can make you even better than you really are. right? I mean, and if that's the case, I mean, best case scenario, Houston can try and piece it together with what they have, get their salary cap back in gear, draft well in the mid rounds, and keep the show going. And they should be in the mix because of the competition in their division. There's no clear-cut favorite.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Stafford's a nice bridge guy for Indy, but there's no guarantee Stafford's going to be amazing there. I think
there's also no guarantee he's going to land in Indy, right? Like, if you're Houston, you need to operate like none of these other teams exist. You need to focus on getting Deshaun Watson happy and getting him someone that he thinks he can work with long term, because we know this firsthand from watching our first season removed from Brady in a very long time. You cannot win in this league without a great quarterback. And yeah, I know there's the Trent Dilfers and blah, 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 blah. But look at the Final Four this year. Rodgers, Brady, Mahomes, and Josh Allen, who's really damn good. So I don't want to hear it. System guys are a thing of the past. It's a offensively driven league. You need to have someone like Deshaun Watson to win a championship and to stop being the laughingstock of the NFL. So they got to figure it out. They cannot trade this guy. Cannot do it. Can't do it.
Hi, Marcel. Thanks for being here. Look, it might not even matter anymore. Maybe Watson's real gripe is with ownership, right?
Yeah, I think that's been played up a lot more than is actually the case. I think he's more upset about the fact that they've just been bad, Like, I think he's just sick of the losing. I know that there's been reports about how he was frustrated with the way they've handled certain social justice things, and he was mad about, all sorts of weird behind the scenes stuff. And yeah, I'm sure that doesn't help, but if they were winning, would we hear any of this? Probably not.
This is true. This is true. All right, so second quarter underway. Marlon Mack has the touchdown. Chef Duke, who's my favorite of the four? The ones we just talked about? Well, it's Watson.
I think he might have been talking about your four that were in the championship games. Who's your favorite?
Oh, from Sunday. See, I'm not a big, living in the past kind of guy. I try to look forward to the next opportunity. So we'll get there, though. We'll get there.
Okay.
The real pineapple. I got to read these slowly. Actually, I probably should read them faster in the sense that, A, if it's inappropriate, and B, I don't ruin what I'm supposed to be doing. Rank my QBs this year. Well, it's kind of like the MVP question, right? I think the four quarterbacks that you saw over the weekend were the best four in the league pretty much all year. And
rank those four.
Statistically, it all works. So I'll name the top three, and then you guys will know by process of elimination who that fourth might be. So I put if I had to pick one of them right now to win me a game, right? For number one purposes, I would go Patrick Mahomes, then Aaron Rodgers. Josh Allen had a fantastic year, and then by process of elimination, who's left. So there's no sense in wasting time doing that. Jonnu Smith with the catch for a first down. Let's call the sim, gain of 12 yards to the 10.
All the sim, focus on the sim, talk about the sim, talk about the sim, talk about the sim, talk about the sim.
Yeah, I mean, if I decided to tell you the other name, I would be questioning your intelligence. There's someone on our team that thinks you guys are dumb. I don't believe that.
Well, that's not nice.
Adam Humphries with the catch. He was a guy that was looking to maybe go to Foxborough. Long time ago.
A long, long time ago.
Ooh, good song.
My hand was some American pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys singing this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Do believe in rock and roll. And that's all, honestly, I remember off the top of my head.
Obi-Wan says hello if you'd like to address Obi-Wan.
Oh, Tommy boy, the pipes are calling from land to sim and Twitch land.
What a call. They're going to probably kick here.
Now, Vrabel goes for it. Vrabel isn't soft like LaFleur. Oh, no, he's kicking. Gostowski. Here we go.
J-Dog says, great song, but wrong key.
Ghostface Killer. Wu-Tang. With the tray. Easy money.
Problem Kid Gaming says, Kaufman is DK royalty. You guys are just bots.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, what is a bot?
I understand the bot concept, but why is Kaufman DK royalty or whatever?
Well, what does bot mean?
Bot is like a Twitter bot, like an egg. He's calling you like just an irrelevant sort of just reply guy,
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, most of the time I am. Bruiser B with a great question. Glash, after these sims end, what happens to Glash? Where do you go from here? I die.
You just go to bed, right? Wake up the next day and do more sims.
I thought he meant that's a great answer. I go to bed and then I get up and do it again.
Yeah. These are never going away, guys.
Oh, that was good. Marlon Mack, another touch. He's stealing all the touches from Hines.
I know, I hate it. I hate it so much, and I hate him. Speaking of which, I'm going to check my lineup.
Lucci Rivera. Not top-notch, plastic.
I am in 140th out of 181. Bad.
No, Lucci, you must be talking about Koff's dolls. There we go. There's Hines. Wow. So the running game is working here for Indy.
So Phillip Rivers, you mentioned, retires.
He did, right? That's official.
Yes. Yep, he retires. So you look at his career and you see a lot of postseason failures. But you also look at his career and you say, okay, the guy never missed any games, ever. And he threw a ton of touchdowns and threw for a ton of yards. Now that he's gone, who is sort of the elder statesman of the league? Who is that guy that people look at as okay, now he's the veteran quarterback that we all look up to now that Rivers is gone?
Well, Drew Brees could play one more year.
But we think he's retiring too. So Brees out of the picture, Rivers out of the picture. They were teammates, actually. Funny enough.
Yeah, that's right.
People forget.
Great story.
I mean, who's the elder statesman now?
Huh. I got nothing.
Oh, okay.
What do you think?
Probably Tom Brady. Yeah. I mean, granted, he is older than Rivers as it is. Probably was the elder statesman, even with.
Oh, poor Phillip.
He gets sacked a lot in these.
Oh, look who's here.
Yeah, Koff, I was completely clueless for the whole first sim. I don't know if he knows about what's going on.
I'm not sure what he's talking about.
Do you want to explain, Glash?
He's talking about a tweet? What tweet? What are you talking about?
Oh, no. I'm talking about the thing that we're talking about. You want to explain it?
Nah. Can't. It's indescribable.
I'm trying really hard, guys. I don't know what you want me to say.
3rd and 10. Let's talk about the sim. Talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Talk about the game.
Man.
Hey, talk
Call the
talk
sim.
about the game.
Call the play. That's what your job is the host. T.Y. Hilton. Nearing the 5. Nice pickup. Nice play. 1st and goal. Punch it in here. Who do you guys need?
Would love a little Hines here, huh?
Yeah. A little squirt of Hines. I wouldn't mind that.
Are you a Hines all over the top guy, or are you a Hines on the side guy? Like a little dunking pond.
Dunking pond. It's good.
Oh, what a snag!
Touchdown. Wow. Paris Campbell.
No. I shorted him.
Well, I kind of bashed him in the pregame, and he responded. Gotta appreciate football players that respond well to criticism.
Bulletin board material.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I read about what he said in the papers.
Yeah. I saw his Twitter and didn't like what he had to say. Did you hear
Yeah,
that today, by the way? Tyreek Hill, his one line was, "We saw a lot of people on Twitter, and that motivated our team."
Yeah.
Which is good. I mean, come on. Like a lot, like the great team there in New England does it too. You know, this bulletin board stuff. It sounds weird when it comes out that way.
Right. It's goofy because also who's really saying anything bad about the Chiefs right now? I can understand the Patriots, right? Because the dynasty lasted as long as it did, so there would always be like, "Oh, this is the end of Tom Brady. I'm telling you, this is the cliff." I mean, Max Kellerman has had a rebirth on television talking about this cliff that Brady has been at. And I don't see anything negative about the Chiefs. I mean, how can you? Mahomes is the golden child right now. If anything, you see people proclaiming him the greatest of all time prematurely, when clearly we know the greatest of all time is...
Oh, I see the tweet Koff's talking about.
What did he say?
The hashtag Bruins thrive in extra time. Thrive in all capital letters. No period at the end. Oh, and then there's another tweet. A lot of numbers. It's a little bit of a headache.
What are we talking? Why is this relevant?
Oh, because he asked in the chat.
Huh. You think he's talking about another tweet?
Could be. Guy tweets a lot, man. 94.9 thousand tweets.
He's a big tweeter. Tarlin Asak the other night called him Twitter famous.
Yeah, I mean, he is to some degree.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Most famous guy to retweet me on a regular basis that doesn't follow me.
Steven, that's funny. Hey guys, we're almost at 400 likes. Do it. You'll feel better about yourself. 14-3.
Yeah,
Colts. You did? All right. Sounds good. What the hell is going on upstairs? Sarah!
Was that upstairs?
You hear that?
Yeah, I thought that was in your apartment.
I'm having the problem you were having a few weeks ago. We got a little rugrat running around here.
Oh, you know what? I should update, since I talked about this on the sim a few times. I finally just emailed my landlord. Had to happen. Had to do it.
Oh, come on. Just go knock on the door.
No, emailed her. I said, hey, look, explained it. Work at nights. You know, when we want to go to bed after I work, we want to actually go to bed. It's a persisting problem. You need to put this on your radar. So, you know,
Yeah.
It happened, and the noise has stopped.
I mean, this little kid must have just, he must have just dunked on a mini hoop upstairs. That's what it sounded like.
Sounds like you have a clogging problem. You seen that commercial?
I haven't.
It's a Geico commercial, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we have the apartment's nice, but we have a clogging problem." And then you can hear sort of the banging, and then they pan to the apartment upstairs, and it's just a family of people clogging, like the dance. It's very funny.
Oh man, Koff beat me in NBA. Bradley Beal saved his butt.
Shocking.
Bradley Beal saved his butt at the end. Sorry, that was a side note. Let's go to the stats of relevant players in this sim that we are calling. Relevant quarterbacks in this sim. Ryan Tannehill, 10 of 11, 88 yards. Phillip Rivers, 6 for 6. Joe and Jim just on top of it. Game Ops team.
Killing it.
10 for 46, excuse me, and a touchdown. Hines, 4 for 36.
Kind of useless.
Yeah, the running games were good in the first quarter, nothing in the second quarter. Jonnu Smith, 3 for 31. Corey Davis, 3 for 38. Humphreys, 3 for 14. Hilton, 1 for 22. Young Mozart says you guys should do a FIFA sim. That'd be kind of fun.
I know nothing about soccer. Nothing about the beautiful game. I also, fun fact about me, I don't play video games like a lot, but in high school, middle school, played a lot, not like a gamer per se, but when you're all hanging out as dudes, play Madden, play FIFA, play NHL. I have never scored a goal in a FIFA video game ever in my entire life. Ever. Not once.
It's hard.
Ever. It's way too hard. That's why I don't like the game.
I get more joy watching my friends play it. Because I'm not good at it.
I'm so bad. And I admittedly have very fat fingers. I don't know if we're on camera right now, but I got big old sausage links. So maybe that has something to do with it. But never, even one time, have I scored a goal in FIFA.
Dustin Stevens. No cat. No kid. Figure it, Glash. What you looking to be? The Marv Albert of sim calling? FML, if that's where we are going. I'm not going anywhere. You complete me.
Also, if you were the Marv Albert of anything, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Marv's struggling a little bit nowadays.
Yeah, but he's old.
Yeah. But he's a ledge.
In his day, yeah. I mean, he's Marv Albert. He's there for a reason.
Sure is.
I will say I'm more of a Breen Harlan guy these days, though. No doubt.
Bang! Bang! Curry for 3. Bang!
He's great.
Nothing beats Harlan describing the cat on Monday Night Football.
Oh, incredible. Or when he's done like play-by-play of guys streaking. It's always funny.
Bang! First down! First down! LeBron James! A.J. Brown!
With no regard for human life!
That was a good call. LeBron's dunk against the Celtics. That was back in
bad day. Actually, maybe one of the worst days of my life.
That might have been Kevin Harlan's best call ever, in my opinion.
I think it is.
He even said it.
I think it is.
He's even said that on the record.
I spent every dollar I made that summer to go to that game. I was so confident the Celtics were going to beat that Heat team. I sat in the very last row of the Garden. I was against the wall, behind a basket, not even a good seat. And my dreams were crushed. I'll hate LeBron James forever because of that.
So you went to Game 6?
I was at Game 6.
Oh, man. That was the turning point in his career.
His whole career.
Yep.
I saw it live. I hated myself. painful. That's right, Daniel. Our producer agrees.
Hey, speaking of basketball, Bonzo in the chat. I know it's you, Bonzo. Don't even try it. Tonight, it is the 1-year anniversary of Kobe Bryant's passing. There were also several others on that plane that passed away. So I think we should do a silent buzzword to honor the folks that lost their lives a year ago today. Kobe, his daughter, Gigi. I actually knew the baseball coach, John Altobelli. He was a manager on the Cape for the Cape Cod Baseball League. I worked under him. I would interview him actually before each game. So I didn't know him that well, but I got to know him a little bit personally. I was like that annoying broadcaster kid that would interview him.
Yeah, he probably hated you.
Yeah. And plus, the team wasn't that good. The Brewster, it was the Brewster Whitecaps.
So it's like I'm coaching a Cape League team. I got this idiot kid bothering me. Like, what are we doing here? This team stinks.
Yeah. So,
sorry to ruin the moment there.
No, it's fine. No, I'm weird. Like, I like to make light of stuff, but I want to take stuff seriously too. That was we're both younger. Kobe was a player that really resonates because we kind of grew up with him a little bit. He's probably in terms of the closest athlete that wasn't that old, of course, when he passed. But like, it was the first death in sports in my life. I was like, whoa! Like, you never forget where you were.
Yeah, it's like that for other generations with guys like Thurman Munson. Athletes that were, I mean, he was still playing, but dudes that you just don't expect to be gone so soon. Roberto Clemente, I know a lot of people, when he died, it was sort of a shock. I mean, there's just these guys that are iconic that you just never forget where you were when you saw or heard that news. And the Kobe thing still doesn't really feel even real.
Yeah.
It does not feel real to me that he's gone.
You said this to Jesse. It feels like that was also like 5 years ago.
It really does. It really does. I mean, given everything we went through last year, we got a touchdown here from the Titans. That just feels like a different universe than what we've been going through. Jonnu Smith with the score.
Jonnu Smith had a handful of grabs at by halftime. Let's see. LMB SLB is in first place in the showdown, the public showdown, 13,502 entries. He just lost first place. Now there's a three-way tie for first. Mac is still in the captain. Got Joe and Jim updating scores. Titans looking to make this a 3-point game. With the going for two, and they don't get it.
Oh! Close. Yeah, not to just start listing athletes that tragically died too soon, but like a lot of people in the chat throwing things out. Walter Payton, Derek Thomas. These were guys that were taken from us too soon. Dale Earnhardt obviously tragically died on the racetrack.
Oh, money, It's so true. Seeing the headlines too. I was doing a game. I was at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut, and we heard it through our producer, and I'm like, oh my God. And then of course, like, you read some other stuff, like Rick Fox was brought into it, and he wasn't even close to the situation.
I remember that. Reggie Lewis too.
Fantasy Hawk. I think you are too. I'm too young for Reggie Lewis.
I mean, he played while we were alive, but we weren't like consciously aware of Reggie Lewis playing basketball.
Right.
I think he passed away in 93, 94, that range.
Yeah, I'm 92. December 92.
I was June of 92.
Yeah.
Don Taylor, another guy. Yep. I mean, again, it's not like a contest here to make sure that we listed every name. And there's, unfortunately, a name pops up every few years. Len Bias, yep.
Fooligan, see you over on Twitch. Someone has a handle called Ducey's Diaper.
I'm shocked that hasn't been done before.
That is funny. Oh my God.
Junior Seau, yeah. That's another one.
On a serious topic here. Oh man, that's funny.
Steve McNair. Yeah, that one hurt. Because that was a guy that was really good when we were kids.
Come on, Philip. Ooh, almost got trucked. What do we got? 14-9. About 3 minutes left in the third. Thank you guys for hanging out. We're almost at 400 likes. If you haven't, smash the like. You'll feel better about yourself, I promise. Thank you for being here. Where are we at in the free roll? RJ Ennels is in first place. That ball is complete to Burton and into Tennessee territory.
I am in 136th.
I'm in 114th.
We are doing poorly.
Yep, not great. Marcel says, come on, Hilton. He's at the top of the screen. Hines, there's a flag.
Rob Rand, great call. Pat Tillman, obviously serving for our country, lost his life. Tragic. Completely tragic.
Vid always wants Hines to score a touchdown. Let's run them first and 19. All right, there's productivity there. Hines up over 40 yards on the ground.
Meh.
What was that?
Meh.
Yeah.
That's what I say to that.
Very meh. The real pineapple. It's too bad. We did say, Freeze Pops, last night, if we reach, so the idea from Brandon Cristal was we got to get to 10:59, buzzword territory, for me to be freed. And loose.
I don't want to jinx it, but this game might end before the buzzword. We're flying.
Yeah, we are. A lot of running of the football. You got Henry and you got two good dudes there with the Indianapolis Colts. That ball is swatted down, and we should get a punt.
Yeah, I mean, I know people continue to throw names out there. I hate to have turned this into a morbid topic. So, we don't want to feel like we're not honoring people that we haven't mentioned, but it's just...
Well, no, I think what we clarified after was our age.
Yeah.
And we had, it was kind of my fault because I had mentioned how Kobe was like the first athlete in my lifetime at the age that you really start to get sports and someone who you kind of grew up with. And I say grew up with, he was 41, but someone that was like really, really close to my younger days of rooting for a player or a team. And just watching sports. I didn't even root for Kobe because he was a Laker, but just watching
I hated
sports.
Kobe.
Yeah. But man, you had to respect him. Like I was like,
Had
this
to.
guy's good. This guy's good, man.
And you heard the stories after he passed too, man.
It's just a damn cough, man. So if this ends before 10:59, Glash is still bound by the rules of engagement.
I like it. You have to do it for another day. I think that's only fair.
Adam Kaufman, don't like this. Not having fun. The real Glash is looser, more unpredictable. Blah, 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 blah. He's not even in Sarah's clothes.
Wow. He almost had you there, straight up.
Yeah, man. I mean, folks were getting upset last night, so I'm just trying to give them a break. 3rd and 2, And that's the end of the third quarter. Loosey goosey, baby. Loosey goosey. Let's go to the stats. Let's give the sim its due.
Let's see it. Call the sim. Talk about the sim.
Tannehill, 16 of 17, 160 and a touchdown.
On the money.
Rivers, 11 of 12 for 101 and a tud.
These guys are finding their targets.
Henry, 10 for 37. Has broke 4 tackles.
I mean, Henry, as of now, is the babysitter Billy. Not to just, interrupt there, but oh my God. Do more, bro. What are you doing?
Jonnu Smith has a touchdown, 4 for 37. Humphreys, 4 for 37 as well. Wow, amazing how they both have the same number.
Same receptions and same yards.
And Paris Campbell has the other touchdown. Hilton has 2 for 35.
Useless.
Mm-hmm.
Ron Cheetik's asking if Rogers is from California. Did you know that? I did know that, and so did Adam Schefter when he told me 75 times in one segment that Rogers is from California. No, he's from California. He grew up in California. There's 2 teams in California. He played for Cal, which is in California. He's a California kid. He likes to live in California. Maybe he'll play in California. He likes to play in California. He doesn't want to be in Green Bay. Maybe he wants to be in California because California is a place that could use 2 quarterbacks. California.
This might be my favorite of the night. Emerson's Baby Gap shirt. Glash, you're going to change you being you because of some crybaby, crappy pants wearing punk. Now, what this is doing is, and that's complete, near midfield for a first down. What a pass. Tennessee up over 200 yards. Nice work. A.J. Brown. What we've come to find out is we can't determine who wins and loses the games. We have to show up to work, show up to the chat, have a good time, and not be upset who won and who lost. So for the next, not 2 weeks anymore, for the next 12 days, because Monday and Tuesday after tonight will be done, you all just need to suck it up. And we're going to discuss the Super Bowl. It's going to happen. The big game. And there are many individuals that we will pick apart. Hey, you know what's too bad? I mean, not necessarily for us. CBS has the big game this year, right? So Joe Buck and Troy Aikman might be more available for Simland.
It's a great call. That's a very good call by you.
Hi, David.
We are recording our interview with Troy Aikman next week for Great Dane Nation. Still haven't decided if I'm going to tell him about these impressions. Oh, I mean his DraftKings appearances.
3rd and 12, Tannehill. Nice ball. Jonnu Smith may have bailed him out.
Speaking of Great Dane Nation, we have Emmett Smith joining us this week. Ever heard of him?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Tennessee needs a touchdown. Hey, Tennessee needs a touchdown. If Matt LaFleur was here when he kicked the field goal.
Oh, wide open.
They score a touchdown. That's how you do it. Jonnu Smith, number 2.
Jonnu is in the driver's seat right now for the Krusty Koff MVP Player of the Game Wooden Nickel Award. So congratulations to him. That's huge.
Daniel, I love you. I just saw your Slack.
And the answer is yes, of course he would.
Stats are good through. Cross crossed off.
Going for 2. Vrabel.
Bold. To go up 3. Looking, firing, complete.
Yes!
Corey Davis.
Oh, nice to see you, Core.
Hey, Corey.
Hey, Core. Nice to see you.
Hey, Corey. How have you been doing? Hey, I think you really like that hat, huh? Is that is that your go-to hat?
This is my sim hat.
Sim hat.
Yeah. I was told to limit logos, so I bought a plain black hat.
Did you actually for this?
Yeah. It's like $15 on Amazon. Yeah. Figured it was a good investment. I've always also wanted a plain black hat. I have yet to wear it out of my apartment, but at some point I will. You know, the world is just a little weird. But
no, I think it kind of just completes your look now. Like,
yeah.
If we were ever to if I was ever to draw you, like
you draw me with the black hat.
Yeah, like it's attached.
I like it.
Irwin says how Glash got his groove back.
What you need to do, Glash, is also buy a plain black hat, and we will wear them on the broadcast tonight.
Okay. All right. I'm down.
Yeah. And we'll both wear black T-shirts as well. Wear black T-shirts and plain black hats for Madden After Dark.
I can do that. I'll get on it.
Yes.
Rivers to Hines. Got 5:20 left. So we will do a silent buzzword tonight if we get there, because it's only 10:50.
I think if we don't get there, we should still do one for Kobe. An early buzzword moment of silence.
Okay.
Like if we're trending towards it and there's a minute left in the game, we'll just be quiet for a minute.
Something tells me, though, we're going to get there because it's a one-score game. Both teams still have 3 timeouts. Whichever team is trailing will be using said timeouts. So I've got some hope here. We do have Wild Weather Wednesday coming up tomorrow.
Oh, WWW.
Mm-hmm. You're not here tomorrow, though.
I am not. I'm usually a Monday, Wednesday, Friday guy, but this week I am Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Maybe if I can turn it around quickly, maybe I'll make a trip to one of those fine institutions nearby, and by Thursday night, I'll get myself a black hat and a black T-shirt.
Yes, I love this. Love a good outfit coordination.
Ooh!
Oh, big touch!
Touchdown!
Hey, Bert.
Hey, Bert.
Hey, Ernie. Oh, hey, Bert. That's a big score.
Hey, Ernie.
We should also dress as Bert and Ernie one night.
Oh, boy. This isn't PBS.
Sesame Street is on HBO now, I think. Or at least the reruns are.
I think you're right about that. And I know that because of my wonderful nieces.
I know that because a former coworker of mine used my HBO login to have his kids watch Sesame Street. So I would take some credit for fathering his children.
Pebble Beach talking to Sim Trey Burton, saying, "What a man!" Scott says, "Hey, thanks guys for being here and making all our days better." That's the idea. We're here to have a good time. And talk about basically everything that's going on in the world. But some things we just can't because of, rules.
Like what?
Rules, man. Agreements.
What type of rules?
Guidelines.
Set by who?
The Sim fam.
What are they?
Can't get into it, man.
Why not?
Because made an agreement. Signed a contract.
So what is that agreement?
I can't discuss at this time. But I really hope that we can move past this. And I'm really proud of our football team. Here's Tannehill. He'll drop it off to Derrick Henry. Move, buddy, move. Chugga, chugga, choo, choo to the 45.
Henry, useless today.
Eric Stern says, just a bad, bad day. Okay, welp, there is tomorrow. That's the spirit.
Cause you had a bad day. You take a one down. You sing a sad song just to turn around. Hey, you don't know. You tell me no lie. Work up a smile and go for a ride. You had a bad day. You had a bad day. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You had a bad day.
Second down and 1. Thumbs down at the seam. That ball complete to Henry. He's been effective in the receiving game. I like it. To get the leaderboard. What do we got? Two-way tie for first in the public free classic. We've got Blade.
Blazer.
And Michelle.
I am in 111th by myself.
The paid public the free prize pool contest is a solo leader, Blade. I am in 116th. Marcel says, my dogs are howling at you lame ducks.
At my fiance's parents' house today, they have a small dog. His name's Boomer. He is a mix. He's very handsome, as my fiance would say. He was barking today. He usually isn't a big barker, but something was bothering him today. I don't know what.
I can understand where Boomer's coming from. I was barking.
Oh, what
too.
a grab!
You know who's barking? Roof, roof, roof! AJ Brown touchdown!
Wow, the dog pound getting into this one. AJ Brown. What can Brown do for you?
Wow, this sim, there's a good energy in the sim.
Good energy, bro. I'm good vibes, bro.
Call
Very
the sim.
good vibes.
Call the sim, call the sim.
Call it.
Call it, quiet on the play. Talk about the game.
Shut up.
Wow.
Huge. I'm curious to see what Tannehill's numbers look like. He might be in the old Krusty Koff Award convo.
You know, Koff was here earlier. Maybe he could approve for us.
Hashtag Koff was here.
So I have a good feeling now we're going to get to the silent buzzword to honor. Do I have the number right? 7 or 9 folks that passed last year, a year ago today.
Ooh, I don't remember the exact number.
7 or 9. Kobe Bryant included, so we'll do a silent buzzword this evening. We would appreciate if the chat could also participate. You don't have to, of course, but up to you. If you want to go silent in the chat.
Here's a Kobe-related thought, but doesn't need to be Kobe specific. What do you think about guys that change their numbers in the middle of their career? Do you like that guys do that? Does it feel unfair to the fans who have bought their jerseys? What do you think about that? Going from
I'm sorry, I was just looking something up. You got to say it one more time.
what do you think about guys that change their jersey numbers in the middle of their career? Like established dudes that are like, you know what? I'm going to change my number. You know, do you think that's fair to the fans that have bought jerseys?
Yes. Not a problem with it at all. You had the young Kobe, and he made a change, and I'm just using him as an example. He made a mental change to how he wanted to reconfigure his mindset as a player. And he basically took on a new era of his game. And that was just a way of him of showing that. Symbolism. I'm all about symbolism, man.
Okay, what about a guy like Paul George, who was, I think, number 24 with the Pacers, and then decided, I kind of want my nickname to be PG-13, so I'm going to change my number to 13.
That could be, yeah, that's a little weird.
Because that's what that was. That happened.
All right, it's 10:59, so we will pause in silence for the 9 folks that lost their lives a year ago, including Kobe Bean Bryant. All right, thank you. 2nd and 7 for Rivers, complete inside the 30 to the 26. He's at 218, and that is a absolute rocket to Zach Pascal.
Oh, Zach Pascal, welcome to the sim. How's it going? You are my captain, and let me tell you, bad decision on my part.
You would be a great Simland greeter. Like if you were the first, so if you just, everyone close your eyes. If you went through like the sim portal, you left the bubble to go back to your real life and you enter the sim, just you smiling with your black, I mean, look, you do have the bouncer look, right?
I'm here.
But you're a fun bouncer. You'll be like, all right, hey, how you doing? Welcome to Simland.
I'm like, take it easy in there.
Make sure you save some money. There's 6 of them. Hey, if you win, if you hit big, don't forget about me. Okay, now can I just see your ID? Oh, you won $20 last week.
You hold it up like you pretend you're that guy that like pretends he's never seen it before. You're like, no, I'm just kidding with you.
This guy's again. You're back. You're a regular.
And I'm on the back as they're walking in. Have a good time. Yeah, I probably could be a Walmart greeter later in life. Hey, Colts have a chance to bring this thing into OT here. 11 seconds to go, 1st and goal. And they're going to do so.
Ugh. Hey, so we made it to 10:59.
So much so that we're going into OT.
So I now,
wow, great point.
The rules are over.
You win. So
win.
Who has to eat the ghost pepper now?
No one.
Oh, well, that's lame. Someone in the sim chat should have to do it. Right? I mean, you did your part of it. You can now say his name to him.
The greatest of all time, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady.
The guy.
Yes.
TB12.
Brady. Brady.
Tom, terrific.
Yeah. Go Tom.
Yeah, dude. I never wanted Bill to get rid of him. I know I said I didn't care back in the spring, but the whole time I actually wanted Tom to come back. I promise.
Now
Mark
look,
my
we're gonna go to OT, right? Because there goes Henry, down he goes. Look, real talk. All right, real talk. I understand those of you that are like that you get fatigued by just constantly talking about him. But once again, I'll say this one more time, and I know it will come up during the week too. I don't decide who wins the games. If you're annoyed by him, if you want him to lose, no problem. Totally get it. I will keep in mind, to be fair, that we can move off the talk of Tom. But on Monday, in reaction to the game on Sunday, we are going to talk about him and what happened. It's just how it goes. All right?
Makes sense. There's only two games. Brady won one of them.
Right. All season long, you go back, watch the tape, all 17 weeks of the regular season. I think we do a pretty good job here of talking about the whole league. All right? Turns out there's only 2 remaining.
Peace of mind saying Tom Brady is my best friend in 1982. I don't believe you. If that is the case, tell us something that we don't know about Tom Brady.
Kareem asks a great question. Are you a Brady fan or a Patriots fan? Real question.
Both. Why can't I be both?
You know, I know, but you know something though. I appreciate the question because it's it does make you think. But yes, I believe both, but it makes you think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should be giving the question more credit, but I don't think it's a hard answer for someone who watched Tom Brady give them so much joy for 20 years on a team that is native to our region. So he leaves, I'm still rooting for the guy.
Right.
How can you not root for that guy? And I'm still going to root for my laundry, That's my laundry. Until they scorn me in a way that's unforgivable, which I don't know how a professional team could do that other than leaving a market, then that's going to be my team.
Here's the overall point. Here's the bottom line. If the Bucks, which they will play the New England Patriots next year in Foxborough, I'm rooting for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Okay?
Totally agree.
I want to see the guy who stayed in one place for 20 years and won 6 championships. It's not comparable. It's not comparable to any other athlete in team sports history.
It's true. 9 Super Bowl appearances with one team.
And I think we're on
In
the same
20
page with
years.
this too. I know every individual that's great at one of their sports has their own story to tell, as Henry will take the handoff and get stopped. We have a flag. Here's the other bottom line here. I wanted them to keep Brady.
Same.
I wanted them to keep him. And Bill
Dude.
said, I'm good. All set.
I was on the air in St. Louis when the news broke that Brady was leaving for Tampa Bay. And I was literally speechless. I'm the Boston guy on the morning show. Everyone's like, Tom, what's your reaction live? And that's like asking me to talk about my best friend of my entire life moving away unexpectedly. And you're just finding out the news,
Yeah.
Like, what do you want me to say? I didn't see this coming. I thought they'd figure it out. They've always figured it out. Why wouldn't they figure it out? Right. And now we've come to figure out why they didn't figure it out, because Brady went to Tampa to continue to win championships. He looked at the situation in New England and said, I can't do that here. And they said to him, this is how much we're going to pay you. So he was like, okay, is the juice really worth the squeeze for me here? And it wasn't.
Folks, Tom Brady's dad, Tom Brady Sr., is doing interviews with local TV in Boston. He did one tonight on NBC Sports Boston, and he did one with the Boston Herald. Like, outwardly saying that Bill Belichick has not called to congratulate Tom. And I'm not saying he should, but the Brady camp is not afraid to make it known that Bill is not rooting for him. Which is fine. But
also that might not be the case. He might be rooting for Brady. He's just not that type of guy. They didn't have a sit-down meal in 20 years of working together. You think the guy is going to call Brady out of the blue and say, hey, congratulations, man, I'm so happy for you? No, he's just, we know people like that in our lives. We all have them. That's just not who Bill is.
Chris Robinson says, how can you all stay there, say there was no athlete comparable to Brady with the 6 championships?
There isn't.
Michael Jordan, who won 6 out of 6. Michael Jordan quit to play baseball. Tom Brady never quit on his team.
Okay, but the Jordan comp, of course, when you're talking about GOATs, Jordan gets thrown around. I just don't think it's close still. Getting to 10 Super Bowls. Jordan went to 6. He won 6. That's amazing. Brady's been to 10. And he's done it in a sport where your shelf life is, 3 years on average? I don't know. I just think it's comparing apples to oranges. And what Michael Jordan did was incredibly impressive, but he did take a 1.5-year sabbatical in the middle of the run of 6 championships.
Well, and look, the one reason why I would include Jordan in this sentence, only because the question was really regarding, okay, he left a place to go play somewhere else. Well, he didn't play basketball for 3 years, then decided to play with the Wizards.
And again, Tom Brady is winning Super Bowls in his 40s. Jordan won his last championship in his late 30s. He came back with the Wizards, and he was still good, but he was not winning championships. He was not dragging mediocre franchises to Super Bowls. Tom Brady is 43, and he just dragged a mediocre franchise to a Super Bowl.
Chris Robinson, go watch the documentary. He wasn't forced into that retirement. Michael Jordan.
Well, a lot of people theorize that the league told him he had to do it because
the league
of the
was like,
sports
instead of
gambling.
suspending you, he'll just say he's out. Well,
I don't really buy it. I don't know. And again, that speaks to how clean Brady has been.
Tom Brady had to serve his suspension.
Right. Right. For again, we will not even get into Deflategate because that's just, you don't want to see me get Ducey level mad.
All right. See what happens? Can't just space it out over 3 hours? But you knew this was going to happen. When Brady gets to the big game again, all this chit-chatter comes out. Oh, still not the best ever. Nope.
Daniel bringing up Bill Russell. Look, I mean, you're talking to 2 Celtics fans. Of course, we have respect for Bill Russell, but it's one of those things where we can have some nuance when we look at numbers, and the league just didn't have as many teams back then. Like, if Russell played in today's NBA, there's no way he's getting 11 rings. It's just, it was a different time. And he's an amazing champion, all-time great NBA player, one of the best, but Brady's better than Russell. Brady's 6 rings and 10 Super Bowl appearances are more impressive than Russell's 11.
Chris, I am happy to have a back and forth. That's what makes this fun.
Same thing with Rocket Richard winning 11 Stanley Cups. It's a different world. It's a completely different world. Sean McGovern, I said mediocre franchise, not mediocre roster. It has the worst winning percentage in the history of the NFL, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
This game is never going to end now, is it? It's almost 11:15. I don't find Brady comparable for the sole reason that he played 20 consecutive seasons in one place. I'm talking more about not just the championships, but the fact that he played in one place, uninterrupted, for 20 straight years. Now, look, they didn't win for 10 in the Patriots dynasty. There was a 10-year gap of Super Bowls. But
they went to
all
2,
the way through,
but they were still really good, yeah.
And, I mean, what Jordan play? 14, 15 years? So Brady's got 5. And look,
it's hard to keep track because he kept retiring.
You want to tell me the sport isn't comparable? Well, look at what LeBron's doing. LeBron's going to play 20-something years in the NBA. Now, look, science is different. Guys know more about how to take care of their bodies. I'm willing to say this. Jordan didn't take care of his body the best.
He'll admit it.
Yeah, he will. He did.
Yeah, and people are saying Tiger Woods equals Brady or Tiger better than Brady. We're saying team sports here. What Tiger Woods did in his prime was amazing. I mean, the guy had, 70 tour wins before he was 40 years old? It's nuts. But he sort of sabotaged himself with the way he treated his body by working out too hard and pushing himself too much for a sport that didn't require it. You know, he went all out in the Navy SEAL training, and he'd have these horrible knee injuries that he'd just push through in the back, and obviously he had his problems with sleeping pills and painkillers, and I mean, Tiger went through it, man. A lot of self-inflicted stuff with Tiger Woods. The HBO documentary, by the way, if you haven't watched it, 2 parts, very good. Got to check that out.
I have not done so yet.
It's really good, dude. Really good.
Let's see. Lucci says, I love Brady. I've always respected him. Don't make it seem like one guy's accomplishments is somehow diminished because he took a break. No. I mean, the accomplishments are the accomplishments. I'm just throwing it out there that what Jordan, just like when Brady got suspended, but I don't think it was entirely Brady's fault.
Brady fell on the sword, for sure.
Yeah, it put the Bulls in a tough spot. All right? Put the Bulls in a tough spot. He wasn't
Chris
available.
saying, you can't be the GOAT if every person who has ever even heard of you or your team knows that you haven't been caught cheating more than 4 or 5 times in what is considered major ways law. In major ways is the thing I'm having trouble with there. Spygate people, look, they were filming coaches that are doing defensive signals in a stadium full of 50,000 people that's on national television. I mean, if they wanted to know those signals, they could just go back and watch other footage, right? Like, Belichick has come out and said this. He didn't say anything about Spygate for a long time, and then I remember the initial Deflategate presser, he finally just broke on the Spygate thing. It's every team did it. They made an example out of the Pats because they were being flagrant about, disregard for the rules. And then Deflategate, I don't even want to legislate that because we all know it was a crock.
Let's see.
I could go all day on this stuff, guys.
This is good,
getting me started.
This is fun. We're having fun. This is good. We're going to go to another overtime. Oh, my God. See, this is what happens. This was meant to happen, it feels like.
100%.
Bruce Harding, that's fair. That's why we should leave it. One sport has their GOAT, the other has their GOAT, because he makes a fair point. Quarterbacks win a game, 8 possessions at most. MJ's involved in every possession. 82-game season. That's fair. That's a good call.
It's very hard to compare across sports. I would say, even though quarterbacks, you can count possessions or whatever, they touch the ball every play. So the closest comp to an NBA player having an impact on a game is a quarterback in a football game.
Mocking Jay, Tom Brady, yes, indeed, threw 3 picks yesterday. Guess what his record is when he throws 3 picks in a playoff game? 3-1. He doesn't let those picks bottle him up. He's always on to the next play. It's not a detriment to him.
Right, and I think that people kind of just look at interception numbers and they're just like, oh, 3 picks, bad game. You have to watch the whole game and tell me that those 3 picks were all that awful,
If you've also watched Brady the last 15 years, all of those big games, AFC title games, he's due for 1 or 2. And some of them are some are his fault. Just what are you doing?
Pushing it.
And others
you're
are
pushing it.
Right.
And you're playing teams that are hyper familiar with you at that point with a season worth of film. Picks in big games happen. But do the back-breaking picks happen with Brady? Not all that often.
When the money's on the table, game on the line,
a man comes through.
Got to close the deal.
Golden boy. To him.
Chris Robinson says 1 of 22 players take the field. You guys are very quick to give him all the credit. That team is bought in Tampa. Bought in because they look at that guy and go, this guy can do it. We believe in this guy. Morale. the mental toughness aspect to get through the season. They look at him, fair or unfair, whether you think it's fair or unfair, they look at him and go, this guy's been through it all. They've all been saying it.
I'll say this too, Glash. Yeah, okay, one player out of the 22, right? But look at that Tampa roster this year and look at the Tampa roster last year. What is different about it? The quarterback. Everything else is pretty damn close to being the same on both sides of the ball. You can maybe talk about AB being in the mix, but it's not like he had an enormous factor on this season, right? Gronk really wasn't a huge factor on this season either. He didn't have a ton of targets. So, I mean, it's night and day. It's very clear to me. They changed the quarterback from a guy who threw 30 interceptions last year to a guy who is maybe the greatest athlete in the history of North American sports.
He also went to the losingest franchise in NFL history.
Worst franchise. Worst franchise. Not roster, franchise. They are a historically bad franchise.
And elevated them.
They had a few runs. They had some good teams in the 70s after they were, done being a horrible expansion team. And then they had some good teams in the late 90s and early 2000s. Outside of that, awful franchise.
Chris, name another quarterback that could have gone to Tampa this year and fixed it all, and they would be right in this spot right now. Tell me the guy.
Mahomes.
Okay.
That's it.
Bad boys at pop. P.S. Announcers, there was a turnover. Thank you. Yeah. Apparently, Daniel's telling me that the Titans going to kick the field goal to end this.
They could have. So, right, I saw the turnover. I was like, Glash is on a roll. I'm not going to interrupt him. And then I went into my next point. Sorry, guys. You didn't let him say his name all night. So this has been bottling up. So we might get 4 overtimes. Well, wait, so how many quarters were you not allowed to say his name? Maybe we'll get an 8 OT game here.
The bottom line is this. Again, I will say this again. Tommy Freeze Pops and I don't decide who wins the games. And for the next 12 days, Tom Brady is in the Super Bowl again. And we're going to be talking about him, and we're going to be talking about Mahomes and how dominant that Chiefs team is.
Yeah.
Some people just don't like it because they're sick of him, and that's okay. I know I'm biased. Tommy Freeze Pops is biased. I'm rooting for the guy. But I don't decide. If it was Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes, we'd be in here doing Aaron Rodgers talk. Could he be the next great thing if he goes on a little roll here? We'd be doing it.
And you know what? There'd probably still be a day of Brady talk. But guess what? He played in the games, guys. Like, he's there. There's a reason why he's being spoken about.
Jordan Lindenbaum.
It's unbelievable to me.
And they thought this would not make it till 10:59. Like, you said that at like 10:40.
It's so true. It's so true. Because it was like 10, it was what I use Central Time. It was 9:46 Central, and there was, it's trending in that direction.
Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Marlon Mack. Stuff.
I just don't understand how people can be Brady haters at this point. I don't get it. How much more does the guy have to show you? How much more?
Now we're getting to talk about something else. Funny how it comes full circle. Funny how that works. Second and 7.
Chris Robinson, Tom Brady doesn't get that pass interference call, and he is again not there. How many of his championships work because of complete BS? He doesn't even get that 6th title without a coin flip. Chris, okay, should I even address this? I mean, he has had a 20-year career. He's been to the Super Bowl now 10 times. He's played in 14 conference championship games. You think that's all luck and BS and getting the right call? All of that. And you're trying to say that the league has rigged it for Brady is what I'm trying to – is that seemingly what you're trying to say? Because they suspended him for 4 games for a bogus controversy. So I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. None.
This is not a gimme here for Blankenship, but for the love of God.
I want him
end
to
this.
miss. I want to keep yelling at people.
Oh my God, he missed it!
Yes.
Oh my God, we're still on.
This is amazing. I just want to keep yelling at people about Brady. I just think that at this point, people are saying things just to say things. Like, there's no way that people can believe this stuff.
I think Chris also mentioned he's a Patriots fan, which makes this really interesting.
Well, and then he's just firing us up.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's good back and forth. Kind of. We've been going on. I admit it.
I don't even care at this point.
Yeah.
I feel like you and I could do this every broadcast, and we don't. Like, we don't really do this. And like, we're both born and raised hardcore Patriot fans. Like, you work for the flagship station of the Patriots. I used to work there. I produced Patriot games in the past. Like, we could do this all day, and we don't. We don't.
Who tuned in at 8 o'clock? I said, I'm really intrigued by Mahomes taking on that Buccaneers defense. I was talking Bucks D. I was talking Jason Pierre-Paul during the 8 o'clock sim because I was following the rules.
We don't do this ever. We're just unleashing it right now because Glash was in a cage. You're firing us up.
I was locked up from Brady talk for 2 till 10:59, and now I'm talking about it, and I'm still getting yelled at.
It's unreal. Right. It's amazing. Oh my God. I feel like I get sucked into the Patriot conversations a lot more when I'm with Koff, actually.
I don't like,
enough.
I truly mean this, and people are going to laugh and say, this guy's full of it. I really don't like to do that. I don't like to be the homer guy, but he's in the big game again. I mean, what do you want me to do?
He's playing in the game.
But look, and we talked a lot, Chiefs. We'll be doing it a lot for 12 days. So I hope you guys stick around. I really do.
I think that this guy is just messing with me. Freeze pops. Brady is the GOAT quarterback. He is not the greatest athlete. Danny Ainge was a better athlete than TB. Ainge played 2 pro sports and was an All-American in 3 sports. Okay. Sure. Danny Ainge is a better athlete than Tom Brady. Go ahead. You can be the guy that believes that.
Eric Stern, I want to wake up the next morning and y'all still here. Oh,
here we go.
So we're going to a third OT. I think now if we get to a fourth, 4 is the record.
Now I want it. Now I want to be a part of history.
I want a fourth overtime.
Yeah. Let's keep it going. I am getting hungry and also need to use the restroom, but it's fine.
Neville, cleanup hitter, who's been here for a long time, since last March. We've been through a lot together. Says, Glash, I officially don't like you anymore. You are a child. Neville, thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate you.
Okay, how about this, Glash? Let's try to talk about something else for as long as we can without bringing up Tom Brady.
No.
Because I feel like we can try, but it's gonna inevitably come up because it's extremely relevant and it's extremely impressive.
Go turn on any other channel, cable, streaming, your phone. It's the story. It's the story. And whiny babies that don't like the fact that he's in the game again are butthurt. And that's okay. I understand. We're here for you. We'll process it with you. As Derrick Henry takes it, he's 8 yards away from the bonus.
Bruiser B, yes, I do.
So, hey, I'm intrigued. I loved your question to start the sim about the Colts and the Titans and that pecking order of quarterbacks. If Watson stays, Trevor Lawrence is drafted by the Jaguars. Then you got a Stafford and Indy potentially, and you got Tannehill.
I like talking QB tiers. I'm a big tiers guy.
Yeah, man. Tiers are good.
Love tiers.
Organization. Steven says do a buy stream trash. Chris.
Here we go.
Chris, I have a microphone because I have to talk into it. I would love to have you on, but it's not my job.
Freezing the kicker as he goes for the win.
Chris says, I think it's funny that because you have a microphone in a podcast, you think your opinion on things are more important.
I never said that.
Chris, we're going back and forth with you. This is great. We're here for it. We're reading what you have to say, and then we're responding to it. You talk, then you talk in the chat, then we talk back to you.
Look, I never said that my opinion is more correct or matters more. I'm just telling you that you guys are wrong.
Miss it! Miss it! Oh.
It's good. Yeah. Ghostface Killer! Wu-Tang!
Oh my God.
I don't even know who to give these awards to now that we've had an additional 2.5 quarters worth of stats. I'm going to really need to pay attention to the stats here. Give out some awards.
Oh my God. Yeah, Frank Wright, throw that clipboard.
He's not happy. Dave Winfield, one of the best athletes ever. Great.
I'm not talking about my players.
Dave Winfield. Dave Winfield, better than Tom Brady. Got it. Who else?
Took way too long. Oh, man.
Yeah, well, I really jinxed it, by the way. Like, that was totally my fault that this game has gone so long.
Yeah, you had to say something.
It's totally my fault.
And Chris, credit to you, like you put like, and this is nothing against anyone else. Chris puts like 3 or 4 like lines of like thought out words like into a sentence. So it's good. It was good fodder. It was good.
Fodder is a good word. Fodder. Fodder.
Yeah.
Luke, I am your father.
Yeah. So, but you know, so it happens, man. When you let a beast out of the cage.
He's caged, man.
Yeah, but you guys are a good time.
Dave Winfield is the second greatest athlete ever, says Mike Sunkin. Who's number 1 then? If Dave Winfield is the second greatest athlete ever, who do you have number 1?
Fantasy Hawk, amazing. They didn't get tired. Fire me up. Like I'll go get coffee. I'll make coffee right now. Chris, it's all in good fun, buddy. Thanks for being here. Seriously. All of you, thanks for being here. Yeah. So now producer Mike's like, let's wrap this up.
He's got a good point. Okay, I really should look at the stats. I don't think I was. I'm still just fired up here.
What do you like for player of the game?
Oh man, I'm going with Tannehill. I think he's the guy. I know Jonnu Smith had 2 scores, but he had that big throw to A.J. Brown. And, he threw for a bunch of yards. And Derrick Henry didn't show up for my money. So I'm going to give him the Babysitter Billy Award.
Okay.
But Tannehill, he gets the wooden nickel.
All right. That boy. El Badu. Or Albadu, that may be the better way of saying it. Albadu 2. Albadu 2. First place. How's Twitch doing? Did Twitch quit on us? Oh, there's still 30 people on Twitch. That's good.
What's up, Twitch fam?
Hi, guys. Fooligan, Winter Bolt, Germ, Yogi Dead. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. Winter Bolt says number 1, Mark Bellhorn.
Yep. Love Mark Bellhorn.
All right. Looking at the free contest, with the free money prize pool, Brooklyn BS first place. I think that's Obi-Wan.
It's over, Anakin.
It's over, Anakin. Obi-Wan won the classic contest. Nice job.
There you go. I came in 79th in the free roll. Not good.
And in the showdown, 20-way tie for first, Jonnu Smith in the captain spot. He hit the bonus. Henry hit the bonus. Tannehill was 2 yards from 400. Hines hit the receiving bonus. And A.J. Brown had 82 yards. It was a high-scoring game. It was pretty fantastic. 3 overtimes. So.
Craziness.
Yeah. Where did I finish in the free roll? 87th. Okay.
Oh, there you go. I beat you. Haha.
There he is. Obi-Wan is in the chat. It's me. Yes. All right. Congrats. All right, guys, here is the seriously, before I thank you like for being here, and we're all here to have a good time. You know, and I want to make
Thorpe
sure
is a good answer, by the way, for best athlete ever. Good job.
Gotta emphasize that there's at least I hope, and we typically go back and forth. That's kind of the idea here. So good stuff. Here is the schedule for tomorrow, Wednesday, January 27th at noon Eastern. It's Wild Weather Wednesday. That'll cheer everybody up. Wild Weather Wednesday.
Oh my God.
Broncos at the Dolphins in the rain. Oh boy. Kenny Ducey and Reed Fowler to start your day. 2 p.m. Bears at the Patriots in the snow. Ducey and Christian. At 4 p.m., I will be here for Chargers and Steelers in the rain with ZT, Zach Thompson. 6 p.m., you get Saints at the Packers in the snow with Adam Kaufman and Christian D'Andrea. 8 o'clock, Chiefs at the Jaguars in the wind. You'll get Koff and Brandon Cristal. And then finally, Bengals at the Seahawks, Madden After Dark. I will be here with Brandon Cristal. So there you go.
I'll be back on Thursday, and maybe we will be in all black.
I'll make sure I do that.
Here comes the man in black.
Chris Robinson. The last thing I will read before I leave is Chris says, "Never thought I would find myself rooting for Mahomes, so it is a strange feeling."
Get out of here, Chris Robinson. You're not a Patriots fan. I'm calling you out.
On that note, we will talk to all of you. Freeze Pops will see you Thursday. I'm back at 4 tomorrow. Thank you, DK Sim Fam. Good night. See you later.
I love you all.